And we're live.
We are live.
Good
All right,
afternoon.
so gentlemen, I've convened you here today. Best one and done Rolex. Angelic, go.
Datejust 36.
No, of course, we're talking about the Trump conviction. Trump conviction.
Oh,
Yeah,
all right.
yeah.
Come on, Angelic. I invited you here and you're already coming up
I'm
with
an
this
Australian.
bullshit?
I'm at least 14 hours behind. I'm at
Jesus
least
Christ.
5 years. I'm at least 10 years, 15 years behind the United States.
I knew I should have booked Narc.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we were
yeah.
having an excellent conversation behind the scenes, and all the good stuff was already spewing out of us. So we decided, screw it, hit the button, let's go live. We are missing our good friend Doc BBW. I'm sure he will be joining us shortly. By the way, Tommy, let's get the link out, and anyone, and especially anyone who has a contrarian opinion. I think it is no secret at this point that Tommy and I lean a certain direction. And anyone who especially thinks that this conviction is just or a good thing, we would love to have you on the panel. Have a little friendly sparring, I think would be fun. But otherwise, we would like to interact with the chat, and discuss a very consequential time in our country's history. Something I think is, to me, outrageous, shocking, and unprecedented.
Before you outrage, as an Australian, do I have to throw in my opinion on my leanings on American politics, or can I just sit here completely purple and neutral? Is that all right?
No,
Do
we
whatever
don't
the
need
fuck
any
you want,
fence
man.
sitters. We don't need any GMTs here.
You're the
Angelic, I
fucking
want
boss,
hard
man.
opinions.
Why don't we start there, actually? Angelic, as an outsider, as an intelligent, informed, but obviously an outsider opinion, how are you viewing this this circus of American politics?
My limited understanding of American politics, I'm looking at this as fascinating, because obviously you're in another election run, and it looks desperate. It looks desperate. Like I think something to do with get him on anything, so we can pin the badge of morality, the morality badge to him, whatever. As an Australian, I would be center right these days. Looking at American politics and Australian politics, that's about it.
Yeah.
Very interesting, Angelic. And I think I feel the same way with the center right. I think that historically I might have even been a Kennedy Democrat at one point, but it seems like everything has moved over so far since then.
Yes, that's how it feels. It feels a little bit too left. I tend to I'm like Narc. I'm a swinger. I have swung in my life, but I was a member of the Labor Party for a while, so I have been historically left leaning ever since I was a kid, against all my family and all that. But the left isn't the left as I see it at the moment, so I'm a little bit right.
Oh, okay. So you used to be communist, now you're more normal. Got it.
No, it's a little bit. Well, union movement in Australia, in Victoria, is quite big deal. It's been a big. I mean, one of our great prime ministers was a union leader, Bob Hawke. He came up through the unions. He was a Rhodes Scholar. He could drink He could drink all the way to America and back. You know, he could drink. Yeah, well, I've always been for fairness and equality where I see justice. Coming from having my brother being intellectually disabled, I was acutely aware of people that were probably not so fortunate to have all their faculties that would lose out in life, and that transposed onto the politics that I've sort of felt as a young man, because I saw, okay, if you're intelligent, if you've got a degree, you can do well, but if you've had a bit of a hard run, you might not do as well. You need a bit of a hand. I believe in the safety net of Australian. The modern Australian state of social democratic politics that we have, but I believe in all that. But I also believe in freedom and the right to define who you are by yourself, and so that's where I lean a little bit right these days.
Oh, very interesting, Angelic. And one of the things you just said right there, wanting justice, seeing the injustice in the world and trying to fix it. I think that's kind of what motivated us to hop on the panel today. At least is for me. I see a lot of injustice in this whole situation.
Mm. Yeah, well, I don't know where Ron's gone. He's probably gone to take a piss. But
I'm just listening. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how
you're going to destroy me. Then
into it. I mean, I can just.
This is your show, Ron. You're the lead.
I will comment before I shut up, because I will shut up for most of this, because as an outsider I should. But what I will say is that I do see injustice in this, Tommy. I see a bit of a not the greatest American politics. I mean, we look to American politics in this country as we still do, as the prime example of democracy. And when we see, and being a 54-year-old man, you see this kind of shitty dirt politics, and you think to yourself, I don't know, you can do better, maybe. Is that enough for me?
Very good, Angelic. And here we have Doc joining us with a hilarious
Gentlemen,
photo.
How's it going this evening? This
How's it
morning?
going, Doc?
I'm in trouble from Herman.
We
And
have
Justice
lost
for All, great album, Herman.
And we also have a newcomer here. Watch, it's Brian. Welcome.
Thank you. I'll play the left.
Perfect.
I will play the
We
left
need a
because I've lived the left all of my life.
Perfect. Well, here's where I would start off here. Should it even be a left versus right thing when we're talking about precedents that are being set for the entire system? So I'm a big history nerd. When I'm not, watching an Australian watch collector for hours on end inexplicably, I am very into history, and that's a big thing I waste time on. And if you study the two generations preceding Julius Caesar, where the Roman Republic is absolutely tearing itself apart, the weaponization of the justice system, going tit for tat back and forth, that is something that just escalates and escalates and escalates back and forth. It becomes a precedent. And then when one new precedent is set, the other side ups the ante, the other side then ups the ante, and it's a spiral. And this is we've seen this in historically over and over and over again. And so when people are rooting for this because they don't like the bad orange man, I don't know how they don't understand how this is not going to stop with this one guy. It's going the right is going to do it to your guy. Then they're going to up the ante. The other side's going to up the ante. It's going to become a new precedent for American politics, and it's going to be systemic.
That's right.
And now look, again, I'll go on a. Someone's going to have to stop me at some point. Otherwise, I'm going to bore the entire fucking audience.
Somebody stop him.
I just want to point out, Herman Love, if you're going to make comments like that, I'm going to time you out. I thought I was lucid and elucidated myself. Okay, all right? I don't need bullshit trolling from you. And you go and listen to your fucking music and fuck off, all right? I don't want to deal with that. I'm here because I'm trying to do the right thing by being here. And I would like to be... What I said was fairly sensible, wasn't it, Tommy?
Absolutely.
Thank you for that. And if you want to be a dickhead, then go be a dickhead somewhere else. Sorry about that.
Or come on the show and put your money where your mouth is.
Yep.
Speaking of money, we have a super chat here from Patel Philippe, $10 Canadian. Good evening, Ronald. Would you consider this injustice to be worse than when Seth murdered Osiris and then attempted to wrestle control for Egypt from the rightful heir, Horus.
I'd say it's definitely up there, wouldn't you?
Oh, that's the worst injustice I've ever seen.
It's pretty up there.
Thank you, Tan.
And among the other things that gets my goat, and then again, I'll shut up and open it to the panel here. If someone could clearly articulate to me, like especially the people who are really like vocally in favor of what just happened today, if
The
someone could clearly
TDSers, in other
articulate,
words.
what's that?
The TDSers, in other words.
Right. If
Or
they
Brian.
could clearly articulate, here's exactly what happened, here's exactly the crime that was committed in very clear, succinct language. Here's exactly what Trump did wrong. Here's exactly why he needs to be convicted, or why he was convicted. Then I could at least pretend to see their perspective. But you pull one of these people and go, all right, what is the crime? What did he do? And well, money, and it was labeled. I mean, basically, his lawyer made a bookkeeping error without his knowledge. Essentially, Trump doesn't know the ins and outs of election finance bookkeeping. His lawyer listed he had sex with a porn star. He didn't want it to come out. He had a legal non-disclosure agreement. The way the payment was made was there was a bookkeeping error, and this is going to be the first time in American history a president is going to possibly be sentenced to prison when George W. Bush. let's take a step back and look at the forest for the trees here. George W. Bush lied, and that lie led to the deaths of 1 million Iraqis, and he will never see the inside of a prison cell. But Trump did because he likes porn stars and he didn't want it to get out. I mean, it's a fucking.
This is allegedly anyway, but we can talk.
Oh,
about
he
that
did.
later,
Come
too.
on. Of course, he had sex with Stormy Daniels, obviously.
Either
But-
way, it's still ridiculous.
Yeah, and by the way, I think he could have done better. If I'm, that's another debate.
And he's on the record having done better.
Of
Was
course.
it proven that Bush knew there was no weapons of mass destruction?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
It was proven that he didn't know there were.
The difference that I see between Trump and Bush is Trump knew what was going on. Bush was just too stupid and took advice. And
Well, then use
got bad
Cheney
advice.
for the analogy then. He wasn't
Yeah.
too stupid, so he won't see a jail cell either.
Yeah.
Right?
No.
So
I guess I don't want to get into the Bush discussion. I guess my broader point is if you think about every action that has been taken by
Is there a
American
pun there?
presidents. What's that?
Never mind. I thought there was a pun there, but maybe not.
Oh, maybe. If you look at forest for the trees, Bush. All right, fine.
Yes.
All right, I got you. But if you look at every action taken by American presidents and the death and destruction and chaos collectively caused and the lies collectively told by every American president, this is the first time in history a guy might go to jail. It's a fucking joke, and everyone knows it is.
Everyone knows it's political, so it really doesn't matter after that. The facts don't matter if it's political.
Angelic, we have a super chat here for you.
Patel Philippe, $5 Canadian. Thank you, Dan 10. Angelic, let's talk kangaroo courts. Do you think the court of public opinion was too harsh on Bob Hawke for his performance on the cricket pitch? I thought back in the day, I think this is 1980. I can't remember. Anyway, I remember the front page where he got hit. His glasses are flying off. He tried to pull a ball, and he got hit fair and square in the head. I think he actually gained public opinion because to stand up to a cricket ball takes a bit of balls, and he was fully padded up, and he brushed it off. So Bob Hawke was good in the very good in the public sphere. Paul Keating not so good. Bob Hawke was brilliant orator, brilliant man of the people. And
he was lucky enough to have the cool name too, the Hawk.
Look, he was he was a philanderer. He was all these things as well. But he was a man of the people. And I was very young at the time. He was very popular. He was a populist in a lot of ways. The America's Cup, he made when we won the America's Cup. Gee whiz, did we all know about that? And Yeah, it cost him his spectacles, exactly. And just one more on Herman, who doesn't have the balls to get on and say anything because he just wants to spill shit from the chat. We're quite aware of what they're trying to do, Herman. I mean, no one's stupid here. They're after the people that vote for him, of course. And Angelic loves power. I don't know what that means. I really don't. If I loved power, why would I be a musician?
There's a super chat directed at me, so I probably should read it, right?
Well, this one's for Ron.
Well, it says Ron, but it's mine, right? Because it's. Do you prefer BBW chips or libertarianism?
That says barbecue chips.
Yeah.
Barbecue chips. I grew out of libertarianism when I was like 15. Barbecue chips, totally.
I started watching 1883. Is that the one? Last night, the series. Mrs. Angelic said, "I've got to start from I've got to go in chronological order." You know, and they're doing the Oregon Trail. Wow.
Did you see the libertarianism? Speaking of that, did you see the footage from where the person that they announced as their delegate, I guess, started stripping on stage? This is an overweight dude with a beard, and he starts stripping on stage. I don't even understand why. It never made sense.
I have not seen this.
It's completely nuts.
I believe you. They're a nutty bunch.
It's from a couple years ago. Whoever it was that was nominated a couple years ago. Obviously not Johnson, but somebody obscure that I'd never seen before.
So McLovin's comment here is what I was going to bring up regarding Bush versus Trump.
That is one major difference.
Yeah.
So, Brian, just building off of that, so are you saying that you believe that any action by a president is essentially protected? Any action?
No.
Okay.
Any action within the scope of the job. And what happened with Trump in particular is there's several actions that happened outside the scope of the job, including the January 6th event, because I won't want to, don't want to put any bad words on it. The documents that ended up in Mar-a-Lago, this situation, the 34 counts that he was tried for were all during the election, so that falls under a civil penalties of an election fraud, and he wasn't in the office at the time.
Why was it not prosecuted federally, but then they decided to do it in New York?
That's a good question, because I think because it happened in the state of New York, it has to happen.
The answer is that the folks who were looking at it federally said that there was no crime there, and then they dropped the consideration of it.
Yep. FEC declined to take the case.
And Brian, one last thing. You said it's because he wasn't president yet. So clearly you would have an issue with Biden having documents from his time as a senator, classified documents, which were absolutely not allowed to be there. And nothing's happened to him at all.
And he admitted to it too.
Right. The only thing they said is that he's got dementia, so we can't hold him accountable.
Right. Exactly.
Another one for Angelic.
Patel Philippe, $5 Canadian. Keep him coming 10. I'm willing to work and answer all these questions, no matter how difficult they are. And this one's not easy. Angelic, as an experienced luthier, how minuscule of a violin will Ron be playing this evening? Well, it's a good question. I think
I'm going to guess fingertip violin.
I'm going the other way. I think he'll be playing a cello. He'll be playing the Bach cello suites and crying into his cello.
Well, that's an interesting look too.
In Electric Dreams, like Electric Dreams. Remember Electric Dreams?
No, I don't. Cello is a very beautiful instrument, though, isn't it?
Electric Dreams, like ELO?
No, it was a movie in the 80s, and she was a cellist.
Oh, okay.
Hey, you guys are playing with fire, bringing up instruments here. You're very quickly get to drum talk.
Let's do it. We can do drum talk.
Oh boy,
no thanks.
We can do drum talk.
Nice.
Hey, I'm sitting 10 feet away from my drums.
Well, my drums all have mutes on them, so they're not going to sound good. But
I'm in within reach.
oh, that is funny.
yeah, Mr. Krabs.
Oh, I don't think I can do this. I've never tried it.
We'll always be together.
So let me go back to the reason why I completely dislike Trump.
Go for it.
I worked in the business world. I spent 26 years, and I dealt with international business. I have never seen if you think of the president as a chief executive officer of a company, I've never seen a chief executive officer that has had such high turnover in the key positions, like board members, or if you look at the I use, for example, the whatever the hell his name was, the director of White House communications that was in the job for 16 days. There was such a high turnover rate within his White House that to me tells me that he's either doing something very wrong or he's a poor judge of character as a leader of a business.
Why aren't there any other possibilities, such as the deep state's involvement pressuring anybody who works with Trump?
Well, then if he is the most brilliant person on the planet, like he says he is, why is the deep state playing him so easily like that by getting him to hire all these people?
Even if he is the smartest, I think there's more of them than there is him. I think that's the reason for the whole Russia thing, was to take away some of his power and some of his abilities, just because of having to defend against that for 3 years.
You mentioned Imperial Rome earlier, Ron. This hiring of judges and filling his positions with judges. Is Trump looking to imperialize the United States of America?
I missed the last part of your question. Sorry. No, seriously, I did. It cut out.
With all this, placing the judges and all this sort of thing, setting up all these positions in his in the way he wants. What's Trump looking? Is Trump looking and weaponizing his own constituent? Is he looking to become the first imperial United States president with a leaning to imperialism?
I'm sure Brian thinks that.
Yeah, that's why he was fascinated with Kim Jong Dum Dum and Putin.
So you don't think it was a good idea to be the first president to meet in North Korea?
Oh no, I think it was a great idea for any president to meet with him, but not to have the fascinating relationship that they had.
And what relationship was that?
Oh, wasn't there love letters back and forth, or there were sweet letters back and forth, and then the comments that he made about him being a strong leader and a good, and something like that. It's now you have to hold him at hands, at a distance.
Have you seen the letters? I've never heard of this.
No, I was just remembering what was said in the press conferences, and not the media press conferences, the actual White House press conferences afterwards.
I don't remember hearing about this at all. I'm sure they had to communicate, though, in order to, initially he was resisting Kim Jong, and then he backed away from that stance and reached out to him. That's my understanding of how it went. And you can say it's better just to reach out at the beginning. You can argue with his strategy for doing it, but it worked, and he had the meeting. So,
yeah. And at first, I looked at it as that's a sales tactic to get the meeting.
It might have been.
Yeah, I would hope it was.
I mean, it certainly is consistent with his art of the deal sort of philosophy. But in any case, it was his strategy. He was coming up with a strategy in order to try to relieve tensions and hopefully meet. And it seemed like it worked.
Did you
By the way,
think that?
He was told by Obama when they were when
Yep.
the transition was happening that the single greatest national security threat was North Korea. Now, whether you buy that or not is one thing, but obviously that's a nuclear power. So I think détente with a nuclear power is smart. And look, I think what Brian's saying in terms of criticism of Trump, I think there's something to it. I mean, he did have some staffing issues. I think he picked some assholes for sure. Bolton, who did he have in the CIA? And then he went to defense secretary.
Look who he had
Pompeo
for attorney general. And
right. So
Barr.
Right.
No, before that.
Exactly.
Tommy,
so I
Ron,
think there's some legitimate criticism there, but that's not that has no relevance to
Ron, as a student of history, you must be aware of the parallels of Augustus and the Pax Romana and promising no wars and all this sort of thing, and the rise of Augustus after the death of Caesar. There, he came back out of wherever he was. He was away. This imperialism thing has been going. There's been talk of this for a while. The latter stages of a republican, democratic governments, when they are corrupt, it's traditional that the people look for a strong leader, as half the chat say, and they say Trump's and half of America say that Trump's a strong leader. There is an element of imperialism there. Surely you can see the parallels.
Yeah, I don't think we're quite there yet. So I do think that when things get completely unstable, people do naturally seek a strongman to just get in there and fix everything. I don't think we're there. I think most people still have well-paying jobs. They still have full bellies and roofs over their heads. So I don't think we're quite there. I do think there are a lot of parallels. If you look at the two generations prior to Julius Caesar, the Marius and even prior to Marius and Sulla, like the brothers Gracchi, and some of the guys leading up to Marius and Sulla, I think that's where we are, where you're starting to see some of the foundations crumble. The unspoken norms are starting to be broken intentionally, and then they never go back together again. I think that's where we are right now. And it's going to get bad if this continues. And I think that's one of the things that pisses me off about this the most. It's not that I'm so attached to this one guy. It's the less obsession with Trump and their willingness to throw out norms that will never go back together again, ever, because of this obsession with the bad orange man. That's really what pisses me off the most about it. And I do see parallels between really the early stages of when the Republic started to crumble. There's an awesome book. It's called The Storm Before the Storm. And it starts off at this period that I'm describing where, Marius and Sulla, that was the generation before Caesar, and that was a very bloody civil war. I don't even think we're there yet. I don't think we're anywhere near that. But, when you start to have unspoken norms or even spoken norms or even, written down norms, and those things are starting to get shattered, they do not go back together again, ever. It just, once the precedent is set, it's set, and then things escalate. And I think that really is the most dangerous thing. And people, I think a lot of people on the left, they just don't appreciate when you do something to their guy, they come back and they do it to your guy, and then they up the ante. And that is the spiraling pattern historically.
It's like when they eliminated the filibuster, it came back to bite.
Yep, completely. And when and they've been talking about wanting to pack the Supreme Court and do this and that. And once you start to chip away at the foundations of the system, things can get really bad very quickly.
Even the fact that they impeached a non-sitting president, I think, is a precedent. It may not get a lot of coverage, but it means that they can go back and get anybody now if they want, depending upon who's in power.
And and Doc and Tom, we were talking about this too. I think what they're doing to Hunter Biden is actually a big fucking problem too. This crack smoking dummy, he lied on a gun form. He said, I'm not using drugs, and he was. Okay, so it's a lie that I suspect hundreds of thousands or millions of Americans have made when they're filling out gun forms. Trying to throw this kid in jail for that, or this grown man. I don't know. So a political prosecution of the president's son, I think that's wrong too. And when Trump was saying we should lock Hillary up, I think that's wrong too. I think it cuts both ways, and it's very dangerous. But when people are just, it does piss me off when just people just blindly support this, and they can't even articulate again why, what crime was committed. Can you say it very clearly? Can you explain it to me? And if the answer is no, then you're stupid. You're a
At least
blind-hearted
with
one.
Hillary, we know that she wasn't president of the United States, yet she had classified information outside of SCIF. So that's kind of at least something a little simpler. Now, whether she should have been prosecuted is another matter, but at least she clearly did something. It's not
Sure.
she sort of did something. It's not, oh, we think she did something, or she did something that will escalate in New York only. I mean, you know,
Gentlemen,
pretty big.
Gentlemen, good evening. This is George Varghese. How are you guys?
Uh-oh.
Oh, hey,
George.
George.
Oh, wow. Good.
Rod, Ron, Angelic, Tommy, Doc, and my good friend Brian.
Thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, I was just listening to this. And Ron, I want to correct you on one thing that you said, that Bush was responsible for the death of Iraqis. I think he's guilty of more than that, okay? He's guilty of killing innocent U.S. soldiers, okay?
Sure.
Funding an unfunded war, killing our soldiers under a false pretense. I was raised a lifelong Democrat. I voted for my family voted for Mondale, and when I could vote, I voted for, Gore. I voted for Clinton twice. This Democratic Party that this country has transformed into is not the party that I grew up with. The party that I grew up with was a party of strong borders. The Democratic Party did not like migration because they saw it as an existential threat to the middle class of America.
Yeah, they didn't like they didn't like illegal immigration. Yes,
they did not like
illegal immigration. Yep. Yes,
and they were very restrictive of immigration in general. They didn't like it. Okay, they were not big fans of foreign wars. You cannot these days talk to a Democrat who is not against open borders or foreign interventions. The Democratic Party left me. And I remember something that happened during Iraq War. My father worked with a coworker whose son was one of the first kids died in Iraq. And he went to the funeral. And my father told me the story about how his coworker, whom he worked with for over 13 years or so, held that portrait in his arms and cried unceasingly. And my father said that scarred him for his life. Until we hold our elected officials accountable for their actions and what they do, this country is in a bad place. Okay? The only person that I can recall that spoke power to truth was President Trump. I don't recall any of these other presidents that we've had that held our institutions accountable. When was the last time our CIA was right?
The last time that anyone was held accountable by a president, it was JFK, and we know what happened to him.
Yes.
Yep.
When was the CIA ever right? Were they right in Vietnam? I don't think so. Were they right in the Korean conflict? I don't think so. They missed 9/11. They missed the Iraq. They missed Afghanistan. They missed Libya. So you tell me.
Missed or covered it up, either way. Absolutely.
And this is where our country is now. Okay. What this trial goes to show is this, that if anything can happen to a sitting president, just think of what could happen to you and I.
Correct.
At any time.
Can I just pop in that?
Please go ahead, Angelic. Please.
Who was it? The president in the 78. What was his name again? After
70 Carter.
Yeah, Carter. After the Watergate problems, American public were worried about being spied upon internally, so they set up this this system where it was Jimmy Carter set up where the FBI couldn't talk to the CIA. And from what I understand, that was one of the issues that came about around 9/11, that one department knew what was going on or had some ideas, and they couldn't talk to the CIA, couldn't talk to the FBI, and the FBI couldn't talk to the CIA. That's one of the arguments that we have rolled out about the failures of the system at 9/11.
That is correct. You're talking about what's known as the wedge. There's been a lot of books and stuff written about it. And that is one of the reasons for apparently the intelligence gaps in 9/11, the lack of communication.
Or at least that's what's
And,
supposed lack, yeah.
And the pathetic thing about all this is the fact that nobody's held accountable. Everybody gets their pension. Fauci got his money. Everybody gets their money, and the rest of us suffer. That's what happens. We destroy countries, we rebuild countries, and then destroy them again. Meanwhile, we have a drug problem in our country. I work in a rural area. I went through the meth crisis. Now we're going through the fentanyl crisis. We can't do anything to help our kids, our veterans, our homeless population, and yet we give away money to people who come into the country illegally. Where's the social justice in that? Okay, I'm for taxation. I'm for all that, but I believe our money has to be spent taking care of our citizens, and it has to be spent helping our veterans, and it has to be spent on our senior citizens. It is sad what this country has become, and please prove me wrong. I want somebody to prove me wrong on why what I'm saying is incorrect.
I wish I could.
Even the people on the street realize that, homeless people were there, nothing was done, and then illegal immigrants come and they get a couple thousand and a nice place to stay. So that could have been done for homeless folks, and the whole situation could have been largely resolved if they wanted to. It's just proof that they didn't really see it as a concern.
That's because our politicians they've stopped caring, Doc. That's what happens. Okay. Power corrupts these people. Okay. And I'm talking on both sides. I'm not talking just Democrat or
both
Republican.
sides are sending money to Ukraine.
Yes. They could care less. And the one thing I will admire about President Trump in those 4 years, the one thing I am not an interventionist. I've seen the problems with intervening in countries and foreign affairs. Why the hell can't we be a superpower and mind our own damn business? That's what I've never understood.
And the comparison again, I think that based upon what I've read, JFK wanted to reduce that footprint and pull out of Vietnam, and certainly Trump avoided the wars during his presidency. He wasn't making the military-industrial complex, and he wasn't getting any friends from them with that sort of attitude.
I have no problem. Go ahead, Brian. I'm sorry,
George. The problem to that argument is that had we entered into Europe in 1939, there would be a lot more of my relatives.
Brian, that was a different situation and scenario. That's a whole different thing. I absolutely agree with you. There are times when you have to, for humanity, you have to. But what I'm saying is these unfunded wars, like in Iraq, in Syria, and all this stuff, I don't think that's the right way to fight anymore. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole different thing.
World War II, I think, was the last war we declared properly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Korea was a police action. Vietnam was an intervention.
Yeah. Exactly. And I just think about, I always refrain back to my dad's funeral that he went to, and it leaves a mark. And until you feel somebody or somebody who's died in a war that was fought for political gain, most likely, you feel untrusted. You feel that your government is lying to you. That's just what I'm saying.
They would never do that, of course.
No, exactly.
And I will agree with what you said, that, and as a registered Democrat, if the first word in your two word name is illegal, if you're an illegal immigrant, you need to go back and do it the legal way.
Exactly.
Period.
And
that's just common sense.
Yeah.
And my parents immigrated to the US, and when I married my wife, I had to get a lawyer. I had to go through all the paperwork and everything to bring her to the US, and she was a professional.
Yeah.
So that's how it's done. It's just unfathomable about what the state of affairs is in today's society. The main contentions that I have is that President Trump is probably the antithesis of what the established government wanted. He's a total outsider. He doesn't know much about government. His personality is not conducive to a machine and bureaucracy such as this government. He's used to probably telling somebody, "Hey, I want that building done. Get it done," and they get it done. And that's not how big government works, unfortunately. But what I do know, Brian, is in the 4 years that he was president, I know a couple of things. There was no foreign wars. We had pretty good growth in the country, low unemployment. African American population was getting finally ahead for the first time, and I believe since Kennedy's time. These are all facts. He's
lowest unemployment for African Americans
exactly,
in history.
absolutely,
Pretty much every race,
absolutely. Yeah. And I always think to myself, when President Trump, when COVID came, I don't know how many of you knew this, but he had a meeting and he called all the major drug companies, and I think it was called Operation Warp Speed.
Yep.
And he gave them billions of dollars, just wrote checks left and right and left. And basically, he wrote all this money to them so that we could get a cure. I really have a hard time believing if Biden was president during that time, would that happen? And let me just put a little parentheses around that by saying this. Obama once said about Biden, "You leave it to Joe, you fuck it up. Leave it to Joe to fuck it up." And those were his exact words.
But didn't he also turn, and when the anti-vaxxing movement became more of the right-wing, far-right side, he pushed down and supported he turned against the vaccine that he created.
Absolutely. And you know what his main problem is? I will say this, he's a narcissist. Okay.
How did he turn against it?
He had, I'm just going to call a spade, Doc. He was not exactly up and up with the American people about vaccines. Okay, let's just face facts. And I support President Trump.
I'm just curious about how he went against the vaccine. I don't remember that happening. He still talks positively about it, so I'm just confused how he went against it.
He didn't stand up and say, "Look, it was under me that this vaccine came out and that we need to get this vaccine out there." He turned and started saying, "Yeah, don't take it." Blah, 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 blah.
No, that's not true. He said he wasn't a fan of mandates. Is that what you mean? Because Biden was a fan of mandates. So if you're saying that you wanted a mandate out of him, he wasn't a fan of mandates. He's a believer that, we have some freedoms.
And
he still talked positively about the vaccine, even when he was getting booed about it by his own
I've
Trump
seen that as
supporters.
well. I can confirm that.
So I don't understand how he supposedly went against the vaccine.
Doc, what it is it's not that he was against it. It's just that when he was talking about it, he wasn't exactly coming forth with saying, "Hey," he wasn't exactly telling the American people that this is safe, that this is something that could help get us through this crisis and get back to normalcy. Instead, he did, in my opinion, start to talk about fringe politics, and that's not good. But what I will say is this: as a narcissist, if he would have just let Mike Pence do the talking and he would have just focused on the economic part of the country, he would have easily won re-election. But he has to be the center of everything. I'm sure you watched the press conferences. He's always in the middle. Instead of just letting Pence handle it, he got involved, and that was a downfall.
Real quick, I just want to hit these super chats if that's all right. We have Patel Philippe, $5 Canadian, or this one's $2 Canadian, or the Donald Trump brand watches shitters. Probably.
I prefer his tennis shoes.
And then we have Patel Philippe, $5 Canadian. Ron, I'm staying in a haunted hotel in London. What's your best advice in case of a poltergeist?
I got
Is that
nothing.
generally similar to a UFO?
Oh, please. We all know UFOs are real. So
what was I thinking?
That's the difference between UFOs and poltergeists, is that clearly UFOs are real, obviously.
Okay. What was I even thinking? Sorry about that. That was dumb.
We have a Bob New York City, 1999. Here is a short list of Trump lackeys, which shows his lack of good decision-making. Michael Flynn, guilty. Roger Stone, guilty. Steve Bannon, guilty. Rick Gaze, guilty. And Paul Manafort, guilty.
Proving what? So
proving that they can go after anybody they want and find them guilty no matter what.
And I'm sure if we look at the Clinton administration, we could find a few people as well. And
pretty much every administration.
Yeah, every administration.
Listen,
so
I don't
think it's necessary.
He was clearly framed.
We're not defending every decision the man has made. I mean, I think actually Trump made several mistakes while president. The point is, this is not the first president you indict or you convict on felonies and throw in prison based on his conduct. It's absurd. That's my only.
It's a bad precedent that basically you don't like him, so he's going to go to prison.
Yeah, and it's going to happen again.
That is a dangerous. And then the problem is, Doc, I think you nailed it earlier on in the stream. The next president, if it's a Republican, guess what happens? They'll take this up to another level, right? And
from now on,
they'll go after every president.
They can take any Democrat president and find him guilty of some offense and try him in Alabama.
Yep.
Correct.
Just like they did in New York or California.
Yep.
Or Georgia or Florida.
I mean, it can always be done. If the 50 states, you can always find a state that's heavily leaning in one direction or the other. Clearly, New York's heavily leaning Democratic.
And by the way, if that becomes the precedent, the pool of the people who are actually going to want to pursue, participation in politics, it's going to dwindle, and you're going to be left with narcissists and psychopaths. Honestly, what sane person would want to participate in this if you're guaranteed to be, convicted of a felony if you just participate?
Especially if they can go back and find something from 20 or 30 years before you even became whatever president or whatever other position you're holding, and 100%. They can go after you for that.
Yep. We have Craig Schitt, $2. He proposed ivermectin and the media destroyed him. Yes, the horse pills or whatever it was.
Data on ivermectin isn't so great, honestly, but that is a different discussion.
But they certainly spent more effort keeping ivermectin out of American hands than fentanyl now, didn't they?
Well,
all we heard in Australia was the ivermectin killed a few people because Trump proposed it.
Right. Same here.
That's what the media told us. Yeah.
I didn't drink any bleach. I thought about drinking bleach, but I didn't do it.
Well, honestly,
I love it when people bring that up. You remind me of the dog trainer because, of course, that never happened. He never said to drink bleach, but you guys are obsessed that he said drink bleach.
Right.
I think, honestly, the decision to rapidly develop mRNA vaccines, especially when we thought the infection fatality rate was anywhere from 1% to 3%, that was the right move. I think the biggest indictment of these vaccines is that they don't work very well, and frankly, that COVID was an order of magnitude less lethal than we thought. I think those are the two big scandals, really. And then the third big scandal, of course, is that this was created in a lab, obviously.
I
and
was
then
about to say
leaked.
the biggest part of the scandal was Fauci lying about it, and that
Right.
it was actually a lab-created virus, and that it was funded in part by the United States.
Obviously. I mean, yeah, you look at the genetic data. I mean, it's anyone with any kind of medical training or training in genetics. I mean, it's so obvious it leaked from a lab. It's basically the alternative hypothesis is indefensible at this point.
And it wasn't just that it leaked from a lab, but that it was a result of gain of function to leak from the lab.
Right, which should be completely illegal, and that's another entirely
Exactly.
that's another rant there.
Yeah.
But yeah, gain of function should be completely banned globally.
And Trump was one of the first people to say it was a lab leak, and of course he was attacked by it for it.
Exactly. Fake
Yep.
news.
Do I have to, every time I comment, I'm getting pushback from Herman. Should I qualify that I'm Australian and I reported what I'd heard, or should I just leave the debate because I don't belong here? Where do I fit in Herman's little line?
No, you should.
You're
You
feeding
should.
him every time you respond. You know
You're here to stay, Angelic.
You know this, don't you?
You should stay because it's also important that us dumbass centristic minded Americans know what the rest of the world is seeing as well.
Right.
There you go. Thomas Burnett, 5 pounds. Angelic and Ron, best drum brand in your opinion? Oh God.
Great question.
Ludwig, whatever that is, Pearl,
Great.
Premier, Tama, Mapex, Drum Workshop, Sonar, Yamaha, Natal, PDP drums, etc.
Can I leave?
I don't know why I was left out of that.
Ron, you go ahead.
Okay.
Go.
All right. I will start off by saying, in my opinion, my favorite of those is again, I've only been drumming for a year, but I've got very much into the gear. I think the gear part of it is very fun. Drum Workshop, also known as DW, that is my favorite. I think that is the Rolex of the drum world. And then their subsidiary brand, PDP, is also quite good. That's like the tutor of the drum world. So I would go Drum Workshop, or if you want to go budget, go PDP. But obviously, I think Tama is also fantastic. I've been a little disappointed by Pearl. I started off on Pearl, didn't love them. I like Tama, DW, or PDP, in my opinion. Oh, yeah, I have a Yamaha snare too, and absolutely love it. So I'd go with those 4 brands: Tama, Yamaha, PDP on the lower end, and then on the higher end, I'd go with DW.
Okay, I love that. I'm going to just expand a bit and go into the vintage market a little bit quickly. If I was doing early 60s, I'd go Premier. If I'm doing late 60s to around 1980, I'd go Ludwig. In the modern era, I would go Drum Workshop and PDP. Personally, I love the Ludwig of the mid 70s or the late 60s to mid 70s. That's why I have the Vista lights, because I love those.
I'd like to weigh in here and say that if you look in the dictionary, for you young fuckers, the dictionary is a book full of words that you look up to find out what the fucking word means.
Whoa. It's just ageism.
Yeah,
Tommy, he didn't mean anything.
I'm
Tommy.
only 25.
Settle down.
Should we expand further on the drums, Rod?
But if you look up the definition of white guy, you see a picture of me because I have no rhythm and I can't jump either.
Oh, I thought you were describing Ron.
Blast, man.
And I'm going to say that I've only been drumming a little less than Ron, but I have some PDPDWs, and I find them fine. They're entry cost great, so I think it's a great way to start. You can always end up going up from there.
So here's a little secret with drums, then I'll shut up because I'm going to bore literally everybody. So your rack tom, your floor tom, your bass drum, as long as you have good heads and they're tuned well, it really doesn't matter. Those don't matter a ton. I'll say your snare and your cymbals especially. That's where you want to spend the money. Go with good snares and a good snare and good cymbals, and then your actual drums, I think, matter a lot less as long as you have good heads.
I think you're saying the same thing, but what I would say is that you can tell the difference with cymbals from brand to brand and quality to quality.
You cannot improve a dog shit cymbal at all.
Yeah.
And go with Zildjian always. Zildjian is the way to go every time.
Thank you, Thomas Burnett. We have Chris F.
Can I just mention that I bought a Zildjian K the other day? There you go.
I have Zildjian Ks. Those are my favorite. Dark Ks, actually.
I have a Dark K ride. Yes, 22.
Yep, I got a 22 dark ride. I got the 22 dark hats, and then I have for my 2 crashes, I have these cool vintage ones from the 90s.
Yes, I've got a very, very old crash from the 60s. Yeah.
Very cool.
Very nice. Thank you, Thomas Burnett. Chris F, $20. Nice talk, gang. I don't agree with some, but it's awesome that we can be respectful, talk, and sometimes disagree. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah. Have an intelligent conversation among some friends, talk,
drums,
and move on.
drums.
Yeah.
It's actually a 20
drums.
Right, so.
Drums. Fender Twin.
I was waiting for George to say an intelligent conversation and Brian.
No, Brian, you and I have known each other for how many years? Many years,
Yeah.
buddy. You know.
And I was going to say, thank you for coming on, Brian, to be the other side of the argument. We definitely needed you. That was a good idea by Ron, for sure.
Happy to play and
I
respect
Herman
everybody.
On. Can we get Herman on? And because he's chirping a lot. And I'd say, look, if you have an opinion, hop on the show. Let's
try to come on, Herman.
Come on, Herman.
I'm wondering who hates America. He's angry about America haters here. I can't bring anything up. But anyway, I don't know who that is.
I certainly am not.
I certainly
Absolutely
am not.
not.
And I have enough financial wealth that I could move to any country I want to, and I don't want to leave.
That's right.
Herman comments, listen to Bite Me, You Scum by G.G. Allen, Angelic. That's how I feel about you.
Oh, jeez. Oh.
And
that sounds a little hostile.
For those who don't know, G.G. Allen was the hardcore rock performance artist who would throw his feces and urine at the audience.
I'm trying to question where is this hate coming from, and why is it manifested so high?
Oh boy, I'm a sucker for a good G.G. Allen reference. That's for sure.
Wow.
Jump on, Herman, and let me know the gigantic hate that you have for me. I mean, what is it that you're just as you're using me as a proxy because I happen to be Australian, or what's the matter with me?
Bob, New York City, $5. Next, you knuckleheads are going to say he didn't incite the January 6th.
Oh, I love
we're definitely
that.
going to have to get into that. Yeah.
We touched on that before when I said something about weaponizing his constituency. I think that's what set Herman off.
Well, I'm going to say that right off the bat that for a long time, and some people continue to try to say that it was an insurrection, and yet no one was ever charged with that. So,
what about the dude with the Viking helmet? That guy.
That guy was not charged with insurrection. None of them were charged with insurrection.
He's just charged with being on public property or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. January 6th. You mean that thing that was not nearly as bad as every American city being put to the torch by Democrats?
Those were mostly, Ron, those were mostly peaceful. Those were mostly peaceful
why the
fires.
building's on fire.
Mostly peaceful fires.
And may I remind that some of our elected officials, such as Maxine Waters and many others, told their constituents, when you see anybody from the Trump administration, get up in their face and make their life uncomfortable.
Yep.
So there's plenty of blame here to go around. So the Democratic Party is not to be held with any kind of on a porch or pedal or stool, whatever you want to call it. They have their issues as well. So
and while we're touching on that, I want to complain about all the minority groups, which technically you could put me in one as a Jewish born American. And my family goes all the way back to the pyramids. So these people, I consider myself an American first, and then I happen to be, my religious heritage is Judaism. But the minute you put a definer in front of American, Jewish American, Asian American, Chinese American, whatever, African American, whatever you do, you separate yourself. And when my great grandfather got here to this country, he told his whole family, we will never speak Polish again. We will only speak English and Hebrew. and that was it. And you assimilated. You
Mm-hmm.
can't assimilate with all these extra titles on in front of you. And there's a whole culture just to keep everybody all pissed off and riled up of, you know, we need more rights for this group and that group and this group. Fuck you. We're all Americans. We all live here.
Absolutely.
We're all equal.
Absolutely. You know, I just bring a different perspective to this because, like I said, Brian, my parents immigrated here in the early 70s. And my father told me and told everyone that he knew, if you can't make it in America, then you have to look at yourself in the mirror. Because there's no country in the world, sorry, Angelic, other than the US where you could come in and become very successful.
Yeah.
I just don't know, you know. It's just amazing to me when you look at these colleges and, you know, what's going on these days. It's like, you know, it's totally unbelievable what these college kids are doing. And hey, look, you know, I did my fair share of protests when I was in college. I did all this stuff as well. And, you know, what I'm witnessing is totally un-American. You know, the underbelly of anti-Semitism in the United States is rearing its head, and it's really sad to see. To be honest with you, it is really sad, and it's being, to me, it's being urged on and being promoted by certain political factions in our own country.
Yep.
So,
Tommy,
yes.
now I'm offended. I'm offended. All right.
Can we pull up Logan Hall's comment, please?
Can you sort out this sermon, because I'm not actually offended.
Yeah, we absolutely can. And what did you say, Ron? Who did you want to pull up?
Can we pull up Logan Hall's comment, please?
Logan Hall.
Now I'm actually offended with this lunatic in the chat, right? I'm going to leave if we don't sort it out. Someone get him on the panel, and I'll tell him in my own words, or someone there tell him that I'm trying to be a decent human being here. I might not be American. I was invited here, and I appreciate the invite, and I'm very honored to be here. And I would have hoped that anything I had have said would have been useful and not counterproductive. So I don't know what this guy's problem is, but I am offended by the comments he's making in the chat about assuming how I feel about the United States of America. Disgusting. So unless something's done about this guy, I'll have to leave the leave.
Well, he's calling you Angelica too, which is that's not nice at all.
Maybe he should be timed out.
Well, why don't we bring him on and you can sort him out? I feel confident in your ability to sort him out verbally, Angelic. What do you think?
You can time him out and then bring him on the panel.
Bring him on. He's sitting in there. Multiple people have told him how to get on. I think he's just trolling. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know why he won't jump on. The comments pinned. The link is pinned.
Yeah, so he's backstage, but is that a lie then?
I can't see who's anyone
if he
backstage.
Was backstage. Somebody could see him, right?
Tommy,
yeah. Unfortunately, for some reason, it's saying that there's a 6 max. So maybe he's trying to get on and it's not letting him.
Why is it?
I'm happy.
Today?
I'll go. I'm good. I just wanted to stop, say hello to everyone, and just kind of Ron, and just talk to you, buddy. It's been a long time, so it's good to talk to you. Yeah,
you've provided awesome content for us, George. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, George.
Yes,
hey, Tommy, I appreciate talking to you, and Doc. It's an honor, buddy. I've been watching you over the years, and you're pure
class.
I appreciate
it. Pleasure meeting you finally too. But also, I think we're supposed to have more than 6, aren't we?
Yeah, something weird's going on. I already messaged Mookie. They're working on it.
And Angelic, it's always good to see you, and I remember our days from the early days of the dungeon. So always good to see you, buddy. Don't take it too seriously.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, buddy. And Brian, it's always an honor to talk to you, my good friend. You know that. So,
George, don't tell anybody, but I love you.
I know you do, and same way, buddy. Take care, okay?
Thanks for jumping on, George.
No problem, buddy.
And warning, if George goes to hug you, be prepared because he's strong, man.
Excellent stuff from George. Thank you so much for coming on.
And real quick, there is a super chat that we missed. I can't pull it up, but it was from Otto, and it was it was $5, and it had to do with the whole Burisma connection and how he was suggesting that that probably has to do with what's going on in Ukraine right now. That was his comment.
Where the wheels are falling off of this of the stream here. What's going on technologically?
Well, because the chat has moved so much, from when the super
Oh, I
chat happened,
see.
and you told me to pull up that chat, I couldn't go back.
Oh, I see. I was conspiracy theories were swirling in my head.
I'll talk to you about that.
All
There's
right.
a way to get rid of that.
Here we go. Now we have a spot open. Now is your chance, Herman. Herman, come on. You've been opening your mouth. We want to hear what you have to say. A spot is open, buddy. Let's put up or shut up. Let's go.
I'm going to be nice to you, by the way, Ron. Turmeric is what will get rid of all of that conspiracy theory chatter in your head.
Perfect.
It will work. Trust me.
I take a turmeric and ginger every day.
There you go. See?
And I don't wear a tinfoil hat anymore.
I've heard good things about turmeric, actually.
It's a wonderful.
It's amazing how far ahead you guys are. You take these infusions, like Curly was talking about the infusions of vitamins and how you go down and get an infusion. We can't do that at the chemist here in Australia. It's very, very, very interesting.
You can't get a banana bag over there? Come on. You can get vitamins.
But we get little pills, but we can't get an infusion, where you get an injection and you load up. And you can at the hospital if you diagnosed with certain illnesses or ailments, and you get an infusion up there of certain things, but not just of vitamins or a vitamin cocktail or whatever. So very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, but in America we can't eat Vegemite and then fight a kangaroo. So 6 in one, half dozen the other.
You mean eat a kangaroo and fight the Vegemite?
Right, either one. Have you eaten kangaroo?
I understand kangaroo tastes like chicken. Is that true?
Kangaroo burger.
I've never eaten it.
On the other hand, we don't have women that look like Olivia Newton-John and Nicole Kidman. So,
she's got an upturned nose, Nicole.
Nicole Kidman was something else back in the day.
I put a link in the private chat just for you, Angelic. It's a place called Vital Lounge, and it's a hydration therapy studio where you can go in and get an IV full of whatever you want.
I'm not allowed to
pay for it.
I'm not allowed to go there.
The answer, little Dave, is yes, you can, but it might be a problem.
I just wish Herman would come on and sort out this America hater, Angelic.
Yeah.
Should have heard what he was saying before we went live. Jesus.
I'm tired of
it. Might have been just
the America hater. He needs to be sorted out. Come on, Herman. What the fuck?
Just
He's calling us a bunch of Yanks.
Oh my dear Lord.
I wanted to take George Vergese's lead and mention that that not only was I a Democrat, but I was a reflexive Democrat virtually all my life until 2016 election, when I ended up volunteering for the Bernie Sanders campaign, and that was the beginning of all the change for me.
So my aunt was a California, a Los Angeles County Superior Court judge, and she was an appointee under Duke Magian. So she was a Republican appointee, and she left the Republican Party after being in it for 30-something years when they appointed when they picked Sarah Palin as the VP candidate.
I don't blame her on that one. Boy, she was a dumb.
Well, that was just a moment of blowing it from the McCain campaign, because each side thought the other side had done the vetting of her, and so no one vetted her. They just picked her on optics.
Yeah.
So that was just clearly a big blunder.
And that's how Obama got elected.
Well, I mean, certainly Saturday Night Live famously did a good job going after her with Tina Fey. So for a long time, I thought that she actually said, I can see Russia from my house, which she never said, but it just sounded like something she might say.
She essentially said it. I mean, listen, I lean right, but I'm not going to defend Sarah Palin. She is as dumb as they come. Good Lord.
Well, I will say that she gives Kamala a run for her money.
No, all right, fair enough. Kamala's dumber for sure.
Yeah, she's the worst.
Kamala is a non-entity, NPC. Just no one home. There's just no one is home there. The most banal nothing coming out of her mouth. Did you guys ever hear that passage of time shit that she said?
Did it. They did a nice collage between her and the Veep show, which I've never watched, with Julia Louis-Dreyfus and her, and they just transitioned back and forth, and you couldn't tell who wrote for whom.
Yeah, I mean, it's shocking how many words she speaks and how little meaning is conveyed after, literally several minutes of speech and nothing is conveyed. It's miraculous. No one is dumber than Kamala Harris. And she very well could be our next president, by the way. There's a significant.
I'm not sure about that. I'm just saying in terms of a VP, I was putting it up there. But I think that, we could.
Fine. And that's what I meant. In presidential politics, maybe Dan Quayle is dumber.
Yeah. Yeah. But because if we wanted to go Congress-wise, we could go like AOC and I don't know. There's
I think AOC is way smarter than Kamala.
Than Kamala?
Yeah.
I tend to think that too, actually. I think I'd rather have AOC than Kamala if I had to choose between those two. It'd be tough, but that's the way I probably would go.
Yeah,
I disagree with AOC on essentially everything, but at least she can speak compellingly about being completely wrong.
Oh, baby girl. That's right.
Yeah, here's a good scenario. If you had Marjorie, Boebert, AOC, and the vice president on Jeopardy, who's gonna have any money left over at the end?
Who would
Can't
win
stand
that?
any of them.
You know what? I would probably give that one to, not in terms of who I agree with, but who would actually win Jeopardy. Probably AOC in that one.
Yep.
Honestly.
Yep. Agreed.
I don't know.
Now, who would kill on stage the most, stand-up wise? No contest, Marjorie. she's legitimately funny.
The whole eyelash thing was kind of funny, I thought.
But she's not smart.
That was pretty good, Doc.
it was creative. It wasn't over the top. A lot of people probably had no idea what she was even talking about. I had to look it up. To figure out what is she talking about. So,
Little Dave, look at this.
Oh, boy.
I don't know about that one.
Each their own.
Maybe that explains his stream with OCs into the forehead.
Well, no offense on that, but you guys are youngsters when it comes to Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think she's 50 or 51, something of that nature. So probably a little older than you guys would be looking for.
Hey, she's younger than me.
But she works out clearly, so give her points for that.
But let's get to the real serious question. No teeth? I'm just worried that she'd flap her mouth too much and bite down at the wrong moment.
That's what I thought you meant. Oh, okay. I actually don't. I met her once. She's okay. I wouldn't get excited. But
the real problem that I have with society right now is you can't have comedians like Richard Pryor, George Carlin. You can't have any of those really hard hitters anymore. Everything's got to be so politically correct and tied down that you can't offend anybody.
Oh yeah, they would have been shut. When you have the guy who was going to start Saturday Night Live, canned from Saturday Night Live, and he's the funniest guy on what would have been Saturday Night Live if he had been on the show that season.
Oh yeah,
that's Shane just Gillis crazy.
Shane Gillis.
Yeah, he's clearly the funniest of all the cast, and he's the one that they had to get rid of because, oh no, you once said something a long time ago.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah.
So the cancel culture, not good for comedy.
You can't have a Sam Kinison or an Andrew Dice Clay anymore.
I don't even know, because I'm going to just mention my favorite. I don't even know if you could have Norm Macdonald. I don't think you could.
His Polish jokes, he's done for.
Polish jokes were hilarious. The Jewish jokes were hilarious. They were all hilarious. The black jokes and the OJ jokes, they're all just crazy.
Higgins wouldn't have liked it. Those German comments, come on.
He shows no mercy to any of the groups. Equal opportunity comedian. Yeah. I miss Norm Macdonald probably the most, but I do miss Richard Pryor, and I do miss George Carlin.
I would say the greatest. Oh yeah, Carlin was great.
I love
I'm
Carlin,
with you.
yeah.
Norm's in my top 5. I would say the greatest living, and somebody who I was very lucky to see live was Louis C.K. In my opinion, is the greatest of all time and also the greatest living. But yeah, Norm's in my top 5 for sure, 100%.
I got to say, Sam Kinison was awesome.
I love Kinison.
I never found him
doesn't.
funny, ever.
I don't understand what are you doing? Have you watched any of his sets, or go watch when he was doing Letterman? Hilarious each time.
I don't find it funny. I don't know. Maybe I haven't seen enough of his stuff.
Him and
even when he was being interviewed about how he got into comedy, and he starts going into how he started out as a preacher.
Yeah, he was a preacher.
It's hilarious.
In Back to School, he was so funny. I can't. That clip kills me every time.
Ron doesn't think that's funny either, I guess.
No,
I know. I showed it to him.
Does less than nothing for me.
Did you like? Because I like this guy too. Back to School's
Rodney Dangerfield.
Oh yeah, I love Rodney Dangerfield. Yes, yeah. He's hysterical. Yes,
really, but Kinison isn't.
Yeah, correct. Correct.
I saw that movie in the theaters. I was 18 years old, and my great grandfather's birthday was in June, and I picked him up in my truck and took him out for. Said, "You pick the movie." So he wanted to go see Rodney Dangerfield.
There you go.
We went and saw that movie. He was 94, and
he loved it.
Absolutely, yeah. Also caught him flirting with 2 ladies when I dropped him off, and then went and parked the. Yeah.
Hey,
ladies and
what
gentlemen,
do you do?
We have the Screecher on.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah.
What's going on, Curly?
What the hell's going on with when I look, did you look in StreamYard, Tommy?
Yeah.
Did you see an ongoing live stream?
Well, I created it, so I don't know. I didn't.
No, I mean right now, if you went in StreamYard, if you go in StreamYard, can you see an ongoing? Because I couldn't come in as an admin. I use this link, and it doesn't give you keys, so I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah,
I
that's
know
what
we
I
had a
told Tommy.
StreamYard issue before.
You
on
did the
other
same thing, Angelic?
Yeah, it happened to me too. I told Tommy, but
all right, but wait, but now you're okay. So you came in here through the StreamYard link that was pinned.
Yeah. I've got no.
Do you have keys right now?
Nothing.
Yeah, me neither.
What the hell's going on?
Can I mention
Sounds like your
Alan?
security device is working there, Tommy.
Can I mention Alan Arkin and Alan Arkin, Alan Alda?
I just want to say hi to Ron. I want to say hi to Brian. Doc.
Howdy, Curly. Good to hear
What's
from
up, boys?
Hello, Curly.
70 dB. How you going, 70 dB?
Is it too loud? Am I too? Oh, you know what? That's another.
No, that's nice.
Don't go there, Angelic.
It's warm.
Oh,
it's
wait.
warm.
All my mess. Oh, look I didn't check my StreamYard stuff. That should be better now.
I like it.
I don't understand. I'm here. I'm glad that Brian jumped on. He's given the. What do you give, Brian? Are you giving the far left or blue dog Democrat viewpoint?
I'm not a bleeding heart lefty.
So you're blue dog Democrat, like I am. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to offer a different opinion. I think there's a third pillow that you guys haven't touched on. What if Donald Trump is just a psyops? You ever think of that?
Mm-hmm.
Why are you wait?
Everything's
Why are you
going on.
laughing? Why? Who? Okay, Ron, Tommy. And I can't say angelic, but Ron, Tommy, Doc. Who was the mentor to Donald Trump?
Roy Cohn,
Exactly. And what's Roy Cohn's history?
not good.
No. But what is his history? What was Roy Cohn's history? He was a snitch, and worked for J. Edgar Hoover. Was he
There you
not?
go.
Was he not tied to the New York gay bar scene? Was he not basically the original Epstein?
This I don't know.
Was
He
he
also
not
had
a
something-
crusader? Was he not brought in to fight with McCarthy to fight against communism? And how did
Yeah.
they do it? Yeah.
That's what I knew. Yeah.
He's one of the original one. But before Epstein, there was Roy Cohn.
That is interesting. I didn't know that.
Let me ask you something, Ron. When you've heard many times Donald Trump, and I'm a fan of his persona, what he did. But for every good thing he did, he also did a bad thing. Let's not forget that Donald Trump inflated the deficit in the first 4 years. He inflated it more than Obama did in the 8 years he was in there.
That is absolutely correct. Yeah, I don't defend every aspect of his presidency.
I'm just from a different viewpoint. I think that Donald Trump is a court jester. I think, if you guys remember, I think Ron, you will. What's the famous poem that Donald Trump always loves to say to the slathering fucking, especially the Bible Belt, Trumpers? What is that? What is that poem he loves to recite?
That I don't know.
Come, Ron.
I don't know.
He almost does it at every rally. He pulls it out and he reads it.
Tommy
Doc should know. I think Doc would know.
You know what? This is where
I don't usually do much singing.
All right, hang on a second. You see, the one thing about these very, very the one percenters is they actually enjoy broadcasting what they're doing to the people that are the other one percenters. Okay. So in other words, the 60,000 people in the crowd, he's reading that poem, and people think he's talking about other people, but the one percenters know what he's really talking about. And I'm not talking cryptic here. I mean, this has actually been discussed very heavily with people who really, really went to bat with Donald Trump, and he betrayed, like Michael Flynn, like, I hate to say it, but the InfoWars guy.
Alex
Jones, yeah. Okay, hang on a second. This is
How did he betray them?
I thought Michael Flynn was still a Trump guy.
I know. That's why
the female lawyer. Don't you think it's kind of funny that all the heroes that Trump used to get into office, they all got fucked. Flynn.
Oh, you mean Michael Cohen, Curly? Michael Cohen.
Well, no. Michael Cohen's just a rat snake. But I mean, when he appointed his cabinet, he didn't go with what the people before he got elected that supported him, people that gave him tons of credibility with Republicans. He didn't go with what they wanted. He went with what the Selective Service Committee, that was Obama's Selective Service Committee. He went with them. The guy he elected for the highest position for finance was a what do you call? I think, Ron, you said it. His cabinet appointments, okay?
Yeah.
Almost all his cabinet appointments were controversial to the people who really helped Donald Trump in his campaign.
Correct. Many of them were,
yeah. Yeah, and nobody could figure out why. And then the other thing that people were really pissed off, he never used his executive powers. He always catered to that fucking, half a fruitcake from South Carolina. What's his face? The warmonger.
Lindsey Graham.
Yeah. He always catered to Lindsey Graham. He always catered to these people.
I agree with that.
And a lot of people at the end, even though
sounds like he should go to jail.
They impeach him, but nothing ever happens to him. Actually, he makes more money when this happens. But here, this is what I'm talking about. And a lot of people now, now are talking about they want a different candidate because they think Donald Trump is a psyop. They think that both sides are using him to diminish the office of president of the United States. Because remember, every president, when the military-industrial complex didn't do what they wanted, they found some way of getting at him, right? Ronald Reagan, the Contra scandal. Look at Obama. Look at what was, people think that Obama was untouchable. Obama was going through a lot of stuff when he did not want to enter the Syrian war, right? I'm just bringing just making you guys think about this, but here you go. I want to see what a lot of people are pointing to this. They want Kristi Noem to run for president on a ticket with.
Can't happen.
Not after the dogs.
Too many dog lovers in this country.
Yeah, isn't that funny how something like that happens? But it was they were saying Kristi Noem, and then the girl that always appears on
Tulsi Gabbard.
Yes,
I love Tulsi.
Yeah, she's pretty good.
Share the screen.
Tulsi's sharp.
There we go.
All right. So, and there a lot of people are using this as because to Trump. The thing about Trump, he's gonna be the guy you're not gonna have any other choices. Your only choice is gonna be this guy, and by far, look, the economy did great, so the right agrees, right? He said he was really hard on immigration, but didn't do anything until almost his term ended. So he's a pleaser. He's a pleaser of one side. Then the other side uses him as a target. And the number one thing you want to do when a president is so popular that he crosses lines and unifies people is you want to keep people divided. This guy's the perfect fucking divider. But here's his poem he always loves to read.
Who has heard the poem called The Snake? So I have it. Does anybody want to hear it again? You sure? Are you sure? Okay. So let's dedicate this to General Kelly, the Border Patrol, and the ICE agents for doing such an incredible job. Right? This was written by Al Wilson a long time ago. And I thought of it having to do with our borders and people coming in. And we know what we're going to have. We're going to have problems. We have to very, very carefully vet. We have to be smart. We have to be vigilant. So here it is, The Snake. It's called The Snake. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty-colored skin had been all frosted.
All right, and then just so you guys know, the moral of this is the poor, tender-hearted woman is the right. It's the conservative party, the party that wants to get things done.
With the dew. Poor thing, she cried, I'll take you in. And I'll take care of you. The border. Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night, and as soon as she arrived, she found that pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed that vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in by now, oh heavens, you would have died. She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed him and held him tight. But instead of saying thank you, that snake gave her a vicious bite.
Shane points right at the crowd. Here you are. Here's the snake reading a poem.
Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman. Sighed the vicious snake. I have saved you, cried the woman. And you've bitten me, heavens why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Oh, shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in.
Thinking we start.
There you go.
I think
Is there
that's
a chance?
song.
Is there a chance that maybe Donald Trump is that snake, and we're the tender-hearted women?
I just want to. Someone mentioned Shane Gillis's Trump impression, and he's so. I feel like Trump in that clip is doing an impression of Shane Gillis's Trump impression. Now that's all I want to see is that Trump. Will we get a copyright strike if we pull up Shane Gillis's Trump impression? I don't know the rules here.
I don't know. Let's just
Unless
keep talking.
it's-
Let's keep talking
We
drums
might.
and Herman.
Unless
Talk
it's-
drums and Herman.
Unless it's Jamie Foxx's Trump. It might be that he's trying to channel that a little bit too. It's one of those two.
That is pretty good as well.
Shane
Curly,
Gillis
there's
is
a
the
super
best.
chat for you. He is the best.
Oh, this fucking guy. I can't pull it up. I
It's already up. Do you see it?
Oh, Patel Philippe, $7. I thought you meant Craig. Shit. Craig, easy, Craig. I know that you're salivating. It's politic hours. Ooh. What's the matter with Hermie? Is Hermie hitting the sauce again? Is he doing a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde on us?
Yeah,
Well, he's
Angelic
going
pissed
at it
him
right
off.
at the moment.
I think so.
jeez.
Yeah.
Come on, Hermie. A fellow eccentric artist, you're going to go after our dear cousin Angelic? What's wrong with you, Hermie? That is so below the belt. But tell Philippe, $7. Curly, do you consider Masseria a 1%er, which leads to the Castle? What the fuck? I mean, where are you getting this shit? Are you using Chat GTI? To the Castamoressa War in Maranzano. I have no idea what the fuck any of that means. Do you consider Masseria, Joe Masseria, a 1%er, which led to the Castella Marie's war with Maranzano? I don't know. That's old school fucking or old school organized crime, Casa Nostra. I don't know. That's above my pay grade. I have no idea.
we need to
Just
stop
say yes.
censoring Herman. He's accusing us of being, quote, censoring motherfuckers.
Hermie,
And
Hermie.
I agree. We are censoring him. And we
Hermie, do us a favor. We got the podiums up here. We're holding a debate club. Why don't you jump on? Jump on, Hermie. It's okay if you're slurring just a little bit. Just jump on.
Got Craig for Ron. Craig shit $2. Ron would have Blondie as his press secretary.
She's lovely. She'd be great at that role.
I'll be back in a sec. I just got to take my daily Ivermectin.
Yeah, get your horse pills. Curly, this one's for you to read, I guess.
Craig shit. Craig shit can be volatile. $2. Oshin is Tim Wright's vicious snake. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what all psyops are good for. You know, they pacify the people who have the guns, and they embolden the people who have the education. Turns everybody stupid. Anyway, the future belongs to Islam and China. The future belongs to whoever's got more fucking F-35 Raptors. Hermie, come on. Hermie. Let's not bring race and religion into this. Yeah, that's what I mean. Herman, between you and Craig shit, when you guys get going with the race and religion, let's take it easy. Bring it down a couple of notches. This is not Crappie's fucking channel. We're not going to let you get away with that stuff. Come on now. Even though we have Ron, the student. What is that? What are you? A student of history?
History nerd.
History nerd.
Yeah, a little bit.
An F-35 crashed yesterday. That's okay. I mean, that's just what the fuck. That's what.
It's just $9
$80 million. Who
$80
cares? 80
Whatever
million.
it
That's
is.
nothing.
It's nothing.
Whatever it is.
No, I
Man,
mean, I think there's something to be said. You got to look at just like Clinton when he was in office, like any of these people that go into office. Look at the history. Donald Trump's history has always been, he's always been close to the FBI, almost either an operative, a snitch, whatever it may
Donald
be.
Trump's history is one of the worst histories of all. Actually, yeah, that's true.
He hung around with all these people. Come on.
Or could he be close to the KGB?
Never know. I mean, he doesn't stop at just trolling the right. He trolls the left. He trolls everybody. But I mean, I think it's a pretty interesting history that, if they really, thing I don't understand, if they really wanted to go after Trump hard, why do they hardly ever mention that Roy Cohn was his mentor? And then look into Roy's history of, basically
Seems like they
blackmailing.
found multiple other ways to go after him.
Yeah, but there are ways where it like emboldens the right, but it keeps them trained on different subjects, right? I mean, this guy's always the big martyr. He's always this. He's always that. Everybody's always outraged. But you know what? You know who never loses power? The two sides, Senate. The two sides, Congress. They never lose power. Never.
That's all they care about is staying in power. It's the uniparty.
Yeah, the only time that a president ever really started to use his executive power to go after the military-industrial complex was the last president. The last president that did that.
You know who is losing power, though, in my opinion? Herman, because if he's not willing to come on and confront this America hater, Angelic, I can only conclude one thing, and that's that he has a small wiener. So I don't know.
We'll take his range if he doesn't have power.
Ron,
I just want to add.
catfish. Are you trying to catfish Hermie?
I just want to add that Trump reminded me of Biff Tannen in Back to the Future. I don't know.
He does look like him.
Surely, if Back to the Future 4 had have been made, Biff would have been president, and yada yada yada.
Wasn't that based on him? That character?
Based on Trump, you're saying the character was based on Trump?
I'm pretty sure I read that or heard that somewhere.
Sounds like
that character was written in what, 1990?
Yeah, Trump would have been
1980.
Because it was the casino guy as well.
1985.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know actually.
1985.
Was that 85? Yeah. Damn.
He was big in the 80s.
And
by the time you see in the third one, that one might have been 1989 or 1990. Yeah.
Can somebody try coming on? Because I don't know why Herman is saying that was he backstage and wasn't let on?
Yeah, I sent the screenshot. Didn't you see that?
This sounds like an excuse to me, honestly, because I'll be quite honest with you, because we're inviting him on now. He can come on now. He's making all sorts of excuses. I can only conclude that he has a small wiener, because why else would you not come on and confront this communist America hater?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, this stupid Australian from a little country, little peoples.
Well, I mean, if you're going to go after Angelic,
so go play your little piano.
If you're going to go after Angelic for being for American politics, I think that his stance on the Second Amendment and guns is probably a better argument.
Fair, yeah. Angelic is trying to disarm us from across the ocean, and Herman's going to sit there and let it happen like a little girl.
Yeah, unfortunately, unfortunately, China has succeeded in basically buying Australia, and Australians are.
We deal with China. We have deals with both. We're fence sitters like GMT.
Hey, look,
I'll just say Curly came on because there was a space to come on that was left for you, and you didn't come on. So Curly came on.
China is
wait. I'll make it a very balanced panel. I'll leave because I have a small. Listen to me all the way through. I'll leave because I have a small wiener, so you can allow some other small wiener on, and then it'll be equal.
That makes sense to me.
Plus, it's getting late for me, so.
Curly, just so you know, Strider is in the back, and it is saying 6 is the max. Cannot add him in. So yeah, that's happening right now.
Well, all right. Well, I'll take it night.
We can only have one guy with a small wiener, and we want Herman on. So
Yeah. I'll say goodnight. I'll finish up what I'm doing here and listen.
Look at Hermie. Look at you. Talk about Hermie being clueless. They let Curly on, but they wouldn't let me on. Very telling. Yeah, very telling of what? They don't want to tank the fucking show. That's what it's telling you. There's a big message, Hermie. Okay. There's the message. They don't want to tank the show. Are you literally fucking thinking that? Well, Herman, what guy running a fucking show is going to choose you over me? There's your fucking. What did you call it before? What did you call me before? Brutal tactics or raw fucking whatever the fuck? You little dove. Come on. Hermie, go in the field, light some fucking Roman candles. Make yourself useful. Try to Gonzo stream it so we get something to laugh at.
Keep undermining the US, Angelic. Who needs friends? Like,
when you have enemies like Angelic.
Hey, Tommy, would you rather listen to Baroque bullshit or EDM? I know the answer for me, but
EDM, bro. Ron, who drives around? Who drives around with an upside down American flag on their fucking imported vehicle? That's
Angelic does. That's
the irony of fucking. That's the irony of. No, not Angelic. That's the irony of Herman.
It's Herman.
The world is ending. America has ended as we know it. No, it does. No, it hasn't. Hey, Hermie, you want to change? You want to change the way the political system in America? Start off where you live. Run for councilman. Run for a school board position instead of driving around with an upside down American flag. Like I agree.
I want to see.
And just to stick up for Australia, we have more nukes, more American weapons, more troops. We are the tip of the spear out here in the Pacific.
Herman
we
for
are
school
here.
Board.
We are here for you.
And you got
everyone's out there.
We got everything ready to go. All the American weapons. We're the tip of the spear.
And nobody could invade Australia because we don't know what animals kill you instantly with all those poisonous shit you got walking around there.
Yeah, that's right. Everything's poisonous here.
Yeah.
Is Herman man enough to confront Angelic? That's the real question here.
It's about Buzendorfer versus Steinway. It's a piano problem, I think.
I'll say goodnight. I'll say it was enjoyable. Thank you, everybody, for tolerating me. And
hey, Brian, it was a pleasure, man. Thank you.
It was tough, Brian, but we appreciate you coming on
because it will no longer be fair and balanced at this point.
I'm gonna go hug an immigrant while you guys put your tinfoil hats on and hoods on and see.
Brian,
Make sure
before
to
you
check
go,
the papers while you're hugging them.
Brian, seriously, being non-indigenous to the United States, I should jump off.
No, I will. See you guys.
Angelic is really hoping he accepted that.
He already said he had things he needed to do.
It's good to see Diego in the chat. He's probably man enough to hop on.
Maybe we should switch topics briefly.
I have a conspiracy theory. I don't think Guam is actually real.
Play Herman's entrance theme. This. Play Herman's entrance theme. Dun, 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 dun.
Very good.
There you go.
Here we go, Ron. A little Dirk Diggler for you.
Thanks for the advice.
A little bit of Diggler. A Diggler a day keeps the doctor away.
So they say.
Oh, wait a minute. We got some breaking stuff here, huh? Just so you guys know. Oh, Herman, maybe can you share the screen, please?
Absolutely.
Here you go. Hey, Ron.
I've been backstage on these people. You're backstage. I'm backstage. I've been backstage for like 10 minutes. They have no respect. These people on the,
You got no respect at all.
You people.
What do you
We're
mean,
these
you
people. You people.
Angelic Slayer, Dog BBW, all these people. They have no freaking respect. I've been on backstage. I've been asking to come on the panel. They don't do it.
StreamYard glitch, Hermie. Nothing. No malice intended.
We're breaking balls. Please come on. We want you.
Yeah, he can come on now. Yeah.
We've been breaking balls. We really want you on the show.
I'm backstage.
Guess what happens?
Oh my gosh.
Take this up to another level, right?
They're bashing.
Evil,
Oh!
Australian.
Oh, here we go. Look.
Hey, I was just watching Horology
Holy
Dungeon
shit.
with Angelic Slayer. He's bad-mouthing Trump. He's saying that
He's a snake. He is his poem.
justice was served. And I tried getting on. I requested
never
the
said
link.
that.
I didn't even hear anyone say
requested the link 1,000 times. Nobody obliged.
The
And
pin is
Neil's on
linked.
there. He didn't oblige.
Herman, the pin is linked.
I never said.
Angelic didn't oblige. Nobody obliged.
I never said
Oh, come on. See,
Tommy?
Herman, this is why we put up with you, Herman. Look at that beautiful face. Oh, but then we got to put up with
Hey,
this.
I was just watching Horology Dungeon with Angelic.
Talk about Curly.
What?
Firstly, I never said justice was served. Secondly, he's using me in a proxy war and American politics proxy war. I'm a little country. I'm a little country being used.
Angelic, you don't understand your content. This is fucking Watch Nicholas Jr.
I was just watching Horology Dungeon with Angelic Slayer. He's bad-mouthing Trump. He's saying that justice was served.
Pretty soon it's going to be send money now. What is this? What is this thing he's got right up here?
Hold on a second though. Angelic did say that Trump deserved it and that justice was served.
Okay, wait.
I did not.
Hey, look at.
Hey, Ron. I never said that. That's unfair.
Angelic, you did say all those things, so that's a fair criticism. Come on now.
Not another penny, not another dollar.
Kidding.
What the fuck is this?
This is some amazing content. Look at this.
Angelic, I'm kidding.
Thanks, Ron.
Oh shit!
Oh, now we're in
This
for
is
it.
some smooth ass Herman
Who's
motherfucker.
this jive turkey?
Look at it, beatnik Hermy, beatnik Hermy, beatnik Hermy, Yeah.
Angelic is part of the Panthers.
Australia's part of the problem.
Come on, if this guy screams America in torture. What do we got here? The ostrich claws playing the piano. Here we go. Another one. Oh.
Yeah, the 4 signs of a bad piano teacher. The first one is if they stop you after the first note. If you play a note and they stop you right away.
Fuck, he's got a problem with his piano teacher. Let's see, what else? Oh, look at this. This is, hey, look at how nervous. This is Hermie was doing a piano concerto in this hall. You could see he's very anxious, very nervous. Of course, Herman, no problem. I love promoting your channel.
The world's greatest pianist.
Okay. Oh shit.
Here I am at
Oh shit.
an iconic place, to say the least. Jewelers on Time, where you keep having your $5,000, and
He looks like he's constipated or something. Maybe he's blocked up.
it costs a lot of money to get all that equipment.
Why does he got all this nicotine staining on his white beard here by his lips? Is he smoking the fucking joints?
Together.
Let's see, what else we got?
Pipes.
I don't know who this guy is. That's some good stuff here, Hermie. Whoa! We're doing Pillow One talk on Herman's channel. Oh, fuck.
Good morning, Mr. Stallone Maestro. I know that you're having.
I'm sure that Stallone follows your channel, Hermie. I'm positive. I'm almost positive.
T-Dubs is not pleased with you, Curly.
Who?
T-Dubs is not pleased with you.
Another fucking lost old fucking boomer.
Just
Go
show him
find
how
some
you play the
dolphins.
triangle.
Go find some dolphins, T-Dubs. Make yourself useful. Go take a shower in your underwears and go look for dolphins. Oh, fuck. Look at this.
Hey, yo, it looks like I might be going to London at some point.
Wait a minute. Herman's going to London? Is he the special? Is Herman the special guest?
Special guest. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Let's hear that again.
There this year. And found a good room. Tower Hamlets. Looks like we're going to stay in Tower Hamlets. Sounds really good. It's a rich tapestry. Really good cuisine.
Why don't you go in the tower with they stuck that chicken with the fucking damsel in distress? What was the tower? What was the tower they stuck that woman in for the rest of her life?
Tower of London.
Yeah. Here we go.
Hey, if you're ever interested in hearing the most annoying music ever conceived in the history of the world, have a listen to George Crumb's Ancient Voices of Children.
Who in the fuck listens to that anyways?
Man, that boxing match versus Marcelo Archie versus...
Oh, wait a minute. What is this? Oh, no. He's not... Man, doing an angelic impression?
Hey, Archie, I've been working on the song.
This is actually funny.
Get up there, man. See how it goes.
Boy, Mike the Snake really takes a beating, doesn't he?
Oh, it's Mike.
This is funny, dude.
Hermie, you're the best, Hermie.
Come as you are.
That's pretty funny.
That's good.
Kind of funny.
You to be. Take your time. Hurry up.
Herman rules.
He's the best. We
do
love you, Hermie. We love you.
We do love Herman.
Hey, man.
I legitimately love Herman.
Come on here. 9:30, bro.
That's good.
I mean, Herman's taste in fucking shirts is just impeccable. I love the way this man dresses. Look at this.
Shinoda Kenichi-san wa Furuta Junko-san ni tsuite dou
Oh,
omoimasu ka?
man, grasshopper. Arigato. Oh, look at this.
Coming from the west side.
Yeah, baby, huh?
West side. Ain't nothing going on with the bomb ass rap song. Hitting all night long, just like me on the black and white ivory. Getting 6 on artillery, you don't wanna see a G.
Give it
break
to me,
your ass
motherfucker.
like dishes, bust her ass tricks, sleep with the fishes, swim from Linux up at Venice. They wanna have me in stripes like Dennis the Menace, but that ain't poppin', ain't no stopping, full hopping, ass dropping, coupe de ville, but you can ill. Fool, I got skills, so back on up, boy, check that gin.
Fucking Herman is so ill.
You guess no love, and I thought you knew it.
What?
Fool, you know how we do it. Coming from the west side, coming from the west side, west side, west side. For some reason, they play opera at 7-Eleven. I don't know why.
That's Hermie almost 100%.
I love Herman. I'm not even fucking around. I love the guy. I was breaking balls because I wanted him to come on the panel. I was trying to catfish him, but I do fucking love the guy. He's great.
He's good at musical comedy. That's his lane. Nice lane, dude.
Oh, you know what? I just noticed something. Tommy, you got brands?
Brands?
Yeah, brands to play. Fuck, what the fuck, Tommy? To play clips and brands. The brands, the clips.
Clips, the brands. No, I do not.
Don't you? Who's an admin here? Who's got keys? Who can admin?
No one. We're in the glitch.
Are you not? You in the glitch too, Tommy? Or
I can pull up things, but in the brands, there's nothing.
Hey, boys, I got to hop off. This has been a lot of fun. It's been very good talking to you guys. I enjoyed this a lot.
Yeah, I got to go too. Thanks for letting me be the proxy.
This is going to be your show from now on.
This is the fuck it. This is the Herman effect. Look, this is the Herman effect.
God bless. I love you all. Good night.
Thanks, Ron.
Thanks,
Take it
Ron.
easy, Ronnie, baby.
And thanks, everyone. I enjoyed being the proxy small country guy. Thank you.
Curly, you son of a bitch.
Curly bailed too. Looks like it's you and me, Tommy, except for I'm going.
Yeah, no, we'll end it together, Doc. Don't leave.
We're going to end it?
Yeah, we should. I mean, I don't know if there's something else that anyone wants to go. Maybe Marcelo. We could try to link to him. But yeah, I mean, this was a great conversation, though. I'm glad that, Ron suggested it, and it was great.
Sure. Yeah. No. Well, I mean, unless somebody has anything else to say, unless somebody wants to come on and chit chat. Yeah.
It was really great to see. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I do think that George Verghese did it the right way by going into background. I think background's important. So
yeah, I was going to say it was great to have George on. You know, he's a very intelligent guy. Really great conversation with him, and it was nice to see Brian as well.
Yes, yeah. I think if Brian hadn't come on, it wouldn't have been even close to rounded, right? I mean, it would have been a little bit lopsided.
Yeah, no, we needed that little pushback because it led to some good conversation. It was good to see Diego in the chat. We had a lot of great support, some super chats. You know, we really appreciate it, guys.
Well, I don't see anybody else. Oh,
I mean, we have Curly.
So Curly's coming to take.
All right, Doc, we can jump off now, Doc.
No, you can't do it. You know, you can't do anything. There's.
I know.
StreamYard's fucking. You can't come in as an admin. I could create another stream right now, and it would show up. But for some reason, I go into StreamYard. This stream is not even present in StreamYard.
Yeah, that's weird.
It is weird.
We're in like some sort of weird dimension or something.
I think that because Tommy originally started it, he's got keys. But anybody else, if I go into StreamYard logged in as an admin, this stream's not even showing in StreamYard, so you can't come in as an admin. And then right now, when I come in under the StreamYard link, on any of Archie's platform, you come in as an admin. It doesn't even let you do that.
But normally, anybody with keys.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what's weird. Yeah. I mean, I can't even play clip. Now you're saying Inside Brands. If you click at the top, look at either Curly or Mookie clips. You're telling me those are all empty?
I can only see, this background music crap, the stuff that
all
everyone
the way
has.
At the top. What does it say? Regular stream. What's it
brand
say
one?
Okay.
Brand one.
Click on that and the menu should come down.
New brand. That's it.
Something happened then because that means all the shit is gone.
I don't really know.
There should be regular stream, dungeon, Curly, Narc, Angelic, Mookie. You don't have any of that.
No. So you know how you can go on StreamYard and you can enter studio without clicking on a link? I'm not able to do that anymore on Archie's shows for some reason, even though I still have keys. So what I think happened is I must have gone in, clicked on my email, and then routed it through to the dungeon. So I guess that's why it's only allowing 6, because I think it's using my email. And of course, I don't pay for StreamYard. So I think that could be what's happening.
Do you think it could be your deep state buddies?
Oh, wait a minute.
Dropping on your behavior.
Wait, Doc. I know what this fucking jizz did. You're talking about that you went into your own free StreamYard account.
So I just signed into my my Google account and then clicked on the dungeon. I don't have Arch's password. I've never signed in to StreamYard right from his account.
No, you don't have to. You're an admin.
Yeah. Well, that's all I did. I did it through my admin.
Is this the first show that you ever created yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. There's got to be something that that's fucked up with that. Doing it that way.
But at least we're on the dungeon. At least that worked.
Yeah, but I'm fucking useless. I can't play clips. You can't do anything. It's like being handcuffed, running a show and being handcuffed. Curly, it's showing free StreamYard. Yeah, so that's what he did then. He created. How the fuck did he create this stream on a free StreamYard account?
I don't know. That's what I was saying. It's not like this is my channel.
Shoddy, different module. Exactly, this.
Oh, son of a bitch. I can't even leave now.
Why?
Curly, you want to do a Mookie lounge?
We tanked this thing. This thing's tanked now that Ron left. I mean, Ron was the big draw for this stream.
Oh, of course.
I played Hermie clips and we fucking went from 90 people to 64. I'm sorry, Hermie, but what can you do? So much for fucking doing politics.
Honestly, I think it went a lot better than people thought. Early on, there were some divisive comments, but I think we were pretty much fair and balanced to some extent.
I think any content from from you guys would work. Everybody fucking.
It was reasonably respectful.
Yeah.
Reasonably respectful. So
there's two things. As long as Doc and Angelic stay away from two things: drum talk and dating talk. Anything else is perfect. I mean, Ron
I didn't start the drum talk.
It was
I know.
Thomas Burnett. That son of a bitch.
I just added it in, you know.
He's
Thomas
a Tim
Burnett
agent.
was on here?
No, he super chatted the drum talk.
Oh.
What was
Thomas
he
is
thinking?
turning out to be a bit of a troll.
Yeah,
I
he
know.
asked the question about drums specifically. So I mean, we had to address it. There was no choice.
He's an agent of
He left
Kim's.
me out. He left me out of the question. I don't know. I don't think that's right.
Tommy, you ever eat muscata grapes?
No.
It's the grapes they make white wine out of. They're wine grapes instead of, consumption.
Oh, okay.
grapes.
Sure. I might have drank them.
Fucking delicious little snacks. Oh, look.
I need a good snack. Yeah,
come and
mental
save us,
jocks
Jay
flaming,
Gray Sweater. Come and save us.
Oh, the Unabomber. There we go. We have mental jock. He's blaming you, Curly. I tend to agree with him.
What are you going to do? It happens, Jock. Can't play clips, can't play brands. I mean, I'm over here a fucking handcuff. All I had was Hermie content. So much for that. And Jay Gray Sweater, why are you saying that I'm a golf hater? I'm not a golf hater. I just did. If you give me a choice between batting cages and Top Golf fucking driving range, I go batting cages all day long.
Oh yeah.
Sorry. Oh, not this guy.
But you still like golf, is what you're saying.
Frank B hates my guts. Or no, not Frank. Is it Frank B or Frank V?
I think they were the same guy.
Yeah, no. I think Frank V hates my fucking guts. I don't think it's
Is either one of them Frank the Tank?
No,
No,
Frank the
that's a
Tank
different
is
guy.
a Ozzy mateship dude, man. Frank the Tank's the best.
Okay.
I think it's Frank. I think it's Frank V. Frank V. He hates me. I don't think it's Frank B. Maybe they both hate me. Who knows?
There used to be a Frank B that had a picture of a Batgirl, and I used to talk to him, and I don't know if this is him, but then there was Frank V now, and then Frank the Tank Doc. Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm just asking questions.
Archie looked like he was in a good mood today. I think that maybe doing stream therapy might be good for him and his
I think it's
process.
generally good for him. I think it's something that he has been. He was reluctantly accepting of the concept, even when we were in Vegas. Obviously he hated the thought, but at the same time, he was forcing himself to kind of digest it as a possibility, because it's always a possibility when you have, children on drugs.
One little thing he said today was very surprising to me, and that was that I did not know he has not seen his son's body yet. It's at the corner, and he was going there today.
Yeah,
I'm not even sure he should, but I suppose he has to. I don't know what the answer is. The answer is individual, so it's hard to know.
No, you have to. You have to go. I mean, legally, somebody's got to identify the body, right?
Well, I think that his
Probably.
I think his mother and stepfather did that already. I believe they did. I don't know for sure, but I mean, they were the one approached by the police.
Now I was on the last half of the show. Oh, fuck, I can't even pull up the comment. Jake Gray Sweater, I was in the last half of the show. What do you mean he was manic today? What do you mean by that? Last half of the show, he seemed pretty good before I watched like a half hour before
he was buying some straps at the end that he had no business buying.
Oh, he was doing retail therapy. We all
but
understand
I mean,
that.
Oh yeah,
it's like going out and grocery shopping for some junk food. I mean, that's kind of what he was doing.
Fuck. You see what happens the minute you say you were going to end the stream? Fucking, we went from like 70 people down to 52. That's the worst thing you could do. If you're going to end,
I thought we were going to end it because you disappeared.
I'm officially bored. Urinator. I'm officially bored. Come on. Hey, Yuri, why don't you jump up here? You're a bit of a firecracker in the chat. What the fuck do you want? I can't do anything. I can't fucking play a clip. I can't fucking look at nothing. I can't pull up a comment. I think what I can do. Hold on a second. Let me see if I.
What's your avatar right now?
It wouldn't let me have one. Let me see. I think I could do something.
Well,
let me see
weird.
if I could still do this. Yuri, there's something I could still do. I can still time you out for 10 seconds. How's that, Yuri? That's what I do when you bore me. Oh, God, here we go. Luxy, can you do me a favor? Can you try to jump on as an admin? Or Luxy, can you go in StreamYard and see if this show even shows that it's live? There's some weird shit
without
happening.
clicking on the link, Lux. Yeah.
Yeah, don't click on the link. Try to enter through StreamYard and tell me what you see, please. It's a disaster. It's a disaster, I tell you.
I just think it's weird that it's not allowing even you to have an avatar, but the rest of us have one. I'm wondering if there's something going on with your login, Curly.
No, because Mookie said the same thing. I'm just wondering if it's a glitch that's going to fix. Let me try doing something here. All right, I have no, for some reason, I clicked under Tommy's StreamYard link in WhatsApp, and I have no, there's no avatar registered. So let me see if I can find an avatar. I think I can get
fucked.
It.
I'm just
thinking Angelic hacked us.
Let me see.
But the fact that his result is the one that's different compared to ours makes me.
Tommy started this stream under the pretense of a rookie, because this is all Tommy's fault. This is about as good as
get the hell out.
Yeah, this is about as good as trying to get there's my avatar. Okay.
Hey,
okay, so that's working. So that's functional.
No, it's not working. And I got timed out. I don't know who timed me out, but I got timed out, so I can't comment in the chat.
What?
I see your comment here.
I could Jock zapped you for 10 seconds. How did you get on? How did you get on?
You must have gotten a little out of control there, Alexi.
Basically, on StreamYard, it shows that it doesn't even exist. The stream doesn't even exist. Not
so
now or not in the past.
How did you get on now?
I clicked on the link at the top of the pinned link.
But did you let okay, pull up a comment. Can you pull up any comments? Do you got admin keys?
I can't bring up comments.
Yeah, so Tommy, you let him on?
What'd you say?
Did you let Lux on?
He says accusingly.
Yeah, I pulled him up.
Okay, yeah. So I think Tommy started this because we only got 6 people. And when you have free StreamYard, you only have one admin, so it's Tommy. That's what he did. He started this on his own StreamYard free account.
Then how could I get it on the dungeon? How could I get it on the dungeon?
Because you have the keys. Because don't you have the dungeon YouTube keys? Are you YouTube admin?
Yeah, but if I have the admin, then why would it be my StreamYard?
Yeah, it's not his StreamYard. It's got nothing to do with that.
Yeah, well, he's saying it's my StreamYard in terms of the free one, but how could it be mine if I'm on the dungeon, though?
You started a dungeon because you're an account holder. You're a dungeon account holder. So it will let you start a stream on your StreamYard account that's free.
No, it's not using his StreamYard account. It's using Archie's StreamYard account. That's not how it works.
What are you talking about? It's not how it works. I'm using my StreamYard account, okay? And my StreamYard account, I got my channel, I got Mookie, I got Archie, I got Marcelo.
True. But when you start the stream, it started through Archie's account.
Then why doesn't it show up?
I don't know.
Yeah, stay in the fucking truck.
All right, well, fuck off then. See you later.
Hey, don't put me in that truck, Curly. Come on.
He did no. I'm telling you, that's what happened. Is because you're an admin. You could use your free StreamYard.
Yeah.
All right, I'll tell you what. If you go to your StreamYard right now, you're an admin on Angelics, right?
Yeah, but that's a different email.
That's what I mean. You started this show on your own StreamYard, your own free StreamYard account. And the reason you could do it on the dungeon is because you're an admin for this YouTube account.
I don't know. I don't know how to do it the right way.
When you go, I'll tell you how. If you go right now, if you leave the studio, okay, and you go into the StreamYard, right?
Yeah.
Click members, you'll be the only one because it's your account.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened. So when you need do you have Archie's StreamYard admin account? It's a different account.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. All he did was add me, actually as me as an account owner, not even an account moderator. He has me as an owner on the dungeon. But I just signed into my email, right? My normal account that has keys.
Yeah.
And then from there I hit start a stream, and then it asked me for this email, which account. It had the dungeon, it had his live stream channel. I clicked on the dungeon and that was it.
Yeah, because you're an account holder for both of those.
Yeah.
Right. But why didn't he have Angel? See, when you use your
I have two emails, Curly. So
right,
one
I
of
know,
them
I
has
know.
keys for AC3 and one of them has keys for Angelic. It's not the same account.
Yeah. Well, whatever it is, if you do that again, you're always going to be the only guy. Yeah, Tommy is doing a psyops. You got that right.
Thanks, T-Dubs. Yeah, you and your Iran-Contra bullshit. All right.
T-Dubs, where the fuck you been? I'm worried about you. Tell us about your gut. Tell us about how you doing, your mental health. Tell us something. You seem to be all over the place. Yeah, that TW, the comms, he's gone.
The comms.
Yeah, he's basically the monkey and the organ. Narc is the organ grinder. T-Dubs is his little monkey.
Yeah, the seal clap. After that, he went downhill.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm going to sign off, sirs.
Sure, Curly, go do your Mookie Lounge or restart it. Do whatever you have to do. Take over.
Oh,
fuck that. What am I going to do? Nobody wants. No, everybody's bored tonight.
Either way, it's not in my hands. I'm afraid.
Me neither.
I have a little bit of a. You know what? I wonder if I played it on here and they struck this stream. I wonder how it would affect. Who would it?
Oh, yeah, you're gonna get my account banned.
Look at this
Thank
fucker.
you.
Look at this fucker. Look at him. Sorry, Curly, for earlier. Fuck you. You and that fucking stupid fucking tab at your bird. Let me tell you. I mean, what the fuck? The guy, I mean, you basically were doing pillow talk for a fucking hour. And I get a chance to talk to Archie, and you got to fucking, let me tell you, with that fucking stupid bird.
Between that and his 15 messages and deleting them and all his weird shit today, who knows what's going on?
You got a good song going here, Tommy.
Your sound's messed up?
No, good song.
Oh,
Kid Rock, baby. Fired up early.
Go.
Why should I, Jake Gray Sweater? You're all haters. You hate me. Herman hates me. Craig Shit hates me. Why am I going to put on a show? T-Dubs hates me. I'm going to put on a fucking hater show. How about I put on a show and I just time everybody out that shows up? Now that's entertaining to me, baby. You know, sometimes the panelists do get bored, you know?
Yeah.
You ever think of that? Oh, Yuri's back. Bird is the word.
Bird. Bird is the word.
Let me see something here. Hang on a second.
Yeah, why don't you just contact OC? Get a Curl Lock show going. Here you go.
Oh no, you know, sometimes you got to take a look. That you got to take a break. You can't overexpose a partnership, man. It's got to be done slowly and methodically. Who do we got going tonight? Let's see. Who could we bother? Who could we stream? I could tell you where people go when there's no dungeon going on. Let's see. Definitely not going by Lord. Lord's got 4 people watching. Okay.
Oh, no, that's terrible.
Crappie's not streaming, unfortunately. Let's see. Who else do we got here? Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, I can't do it here because I won't be able to play. Hang on a second, Tommy. Oh, shit. Tommy.
Yeah.
I'm not even on a legit account.
What the hell does that mean?
Can you hear me still?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm not even on my legit account. What the fuck is going on? That's why I didn't have an avatar. It had nothing to do with you and your psyops.
I know it didn't.
What the hell is going on, Tommy? This is
no, we're getting hacked. I think Angelic is trying to take over.
I think Herman's hacking us. Herman must have he must have a relationship with TG01. And they must be able to fucking hack the shit out of us. Okay. All right, let me see if that changed something here. I have to be on both accounts to be able to play a clip. Let's see if that changed it.
I mean, I can pull up anything you share.
All right. We're in business, Tommy. We're in business. So now I've got this account's got all my subscriptions. Let's see. There's us with fucking 68 people. Not bad. Let's see. Is our competition doing anywhere? No. Dickless ran out of drama. Lord's up to 6 people. Thank God for Lord. All right. Let's see. Who do we got? Let's do it. You want to do a little talent search with me, Tommy?
Sure. Let's do it.
All right. Oh, this is bad. This is bad.
Do you want to share your screen?
We well, there isn't much going on here. I don't know. I thought Thursday, so it's Friday in Australia.
Yeah.
So you would think that Thursday would be a little. What the fuck do we got here? We hardly got anything going on here. We got Lord. Lord's up to 7. We got Godzilla. That's a gamer.
What the hell is that?
Hang on, I'll show you. I'll show you.
Is that where you got the Black Ops 1 video? You got to tell me where you got that from, man.
From YouTube.
So were you watching montages and that's how you found that song?
No, that song is from that movie, The Rundown, with The Rock. You know the movie I'm talking about?
I don't think so, but okay, you got it from a movie. So what made you?
So when I put that, that guy's from Chicago, Rhymefest, the rapper. He's a Chicago rapper. One of his songs was featured. It was featured actually. Was a main song for the movie The Rundown. It was the opening scene. So his song is in there. That's the song. But when you look it up on YouTube, that guy that does the there's only two channels where you could play it and you won't get a copyright strike.
Okay.
And that guy played that song during his gaming, and it's free to use without copyright strike.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Jay Gray likes your concept of the psyop.
Come on, Jay Gray Sweater. The guy made as many. The guy betrayed as many people as he makes happy. He actually. Okay, let me put it to you this way. A person running for the Republican office, okay, Republican office of the president or even the Congress or Senate. When they get the old Tea Party movement, it was a big movement. It was a vocal movement. But what was very, very particularly powerful about the Tea Party movement is they were mobilized. They could mobilize. And as a matter of fact, the Tea Party movement right now, as we speak, they're getting local people elected. They actually dumped Trump because the head of the RNC was that stupid fat bitch from fucking Michigan, Rona Daniels, who is that fucking, that Mormon cunt from Utah or whatever. What is that senator's name? Nitwit Romney, right?
Yeah.
So everybody was like, hey, dude, the Tea Party is the one that when he was running for office in 2016, and everybody says this guy was on a shoestring budget. How did he mobilize so many people? It was because he had the Tea Party behind him, and he fed him everything that they wanted. I'm gonna control the Fed Reserve Bank. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Then, as soon as it came time where he won the election, and you have that what did they call it? What did they call it? There's a name for it in government. When he wins, he puts together a conglomerate of people to cross over, from civil.
The transition team?
The transition team, yeah, to go from a civilian to president of the United States. When he put together that transition team, the person in charge of it was that fat fuck from New Jersey, Christie. They were like, what the fuck is going on? And then from there, his cabinet members, one by one, all the people that were boots on the ground that got him elected, they were fucking mortified with his picks. I mean, the guy that he put as cabinet, the guys he was putting in the cabinet, the guy the guy that deals with the Fed. What do they call him? Chairman of the
Federal Reserve Chair. Yeah.
Well, Federal Reserve Chair. From there at Goldman Sachs, the guy that was in charge of how Trump was going to do a budget from Goldman Sachs.
Oh yeah. Bush
the guy,
was the same way.
That fucking idiot that he kept calling Mad Dog Mattis. He was like, like the head of the industrial military complex.
Oh, of course.
The other dickhead, fucking the guy he put in charge. Well, he at the State Department, and then he transitioned to CIA.
Pompeo.
Nobody wanted him. The only reason that people tolerated Pompeo was because he went with the. He was very aligned with Zionism, with the Zionists, right?
Oh, of course.
Very pro-Israel. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then just work your way down. Nobody got fucking defense secretary. He was supposed to be Flynn. He puts a fucking industrial, the fucking Jagoff. That's the industrial, military industrial complex.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
So all his cabinet choices came from, if you really want to know who runs the government, okay, it's not even the politicians. It's the Selective Service Committee. Okay, these are all the fucking people. The Selective Service Committee. Trump said he was going to get rid of all these people. Okay, these are the people that never change, whether a president is a Democrat or whether he's a Republican. Those people never change. The people that had those. I mean, look at his fucking FBI pick, his fucking attorney general, all shit. These are all fucking, ingrained swamp people.
It's the swamp.
Yeah. How do you clean up the swamp if you're fucking, if every fucking cabinet pick comes from the swamp?
I agree with you.
And then when he started appointing all these attorney generals, everybody was like, oh, fantastic. Cause you get rid of all of them. And then they were all swamp picks. I mean, even his own attorney generals went against them when they had election tampering and shit. Look at Fauci. Look at what Fauci did to him. I mean, you're literally, that's your fucking, that guy works for you. You could literally fire him. Fucking Fauci undermined him because of COVID. And then what did Trump do? Under his administration, he blew up the national deficit in 4 years, more than Obama's 8 years. He fucking mainlined and streamlined the whole fucking COVID lockdowns. He pretended to be against it, but in the end, he gave the pharmaceutical companies fucking open checkbook.
Very true. I think you're making a lot of good points. And you're right.
The problem was, I'm
looking
at it. I'm looking at it from the Tea Party standpoint. Even like Steve Bannon, and it was probably the head of the Tea Party, and he was the one who was like, Trump is fucking making all the wrong moves and betraying everybody that fucking helped him get into office. So now the thing is, here's what happens. What candidate is strong enough to go up against Trump? Nobody, because Trump's got the fucking people on the side. But the people are forgetting. They're so desperate now because the country's so fucking dilapidated with fucking, uncontrollable mass illegal immigration, shit economy. Okay. So what do you think? If Trump's your only choice, what are you going to do? You're in a fucking no-win situation. That's exactly where people that want a divided population, that's exactly where they want us. I don't see any fucking what candidate is gonna go up against Trump? None. And that's exactly what they want.
Yeah, it is interesting. His sentencing that is coming up is 4 days before the Republican convention. It'll be interesting to see who's loyal and who's not. But I agree with you. I think he is the candidate. I don't think that changes.
These to me, what do they always say? When you do a psyops, the successful psyop is always fucking has a lot of confusion going on. Nobody could fucking understand anything. That's exactly how it's structured. I mean, like I said, the guy was literally, there was literally that, what was that woman's name? She was such an advocate for him. And then she just went fucking all balls out, calling him out on everything he did because he never used his executive power. Ann Coulter. Okay. Ann Coulter was, she was on the front lines for him, going on every leftist show.
Bill Maher, famously, she went on and called him, he was going to win.
Now the problem is she said, I abandoned him because he never uses his executive power. He could fucking overrule the Supreme Court. He is the last call. He's the fucking he's got executive power. Okay, even over the Supreme Court.
Well, the Supreme Court can invalidate his moves. He can't do anything about it.
But what he could do is he listen. If he enacts certain powers that he has, where he feels that the country and his cabinet is being insubordinate to how he wants to run the country, he can enact certain powers where he could overrule
martial law and all of that.
Yeah, but that's what they. Yeah, I mean, look at the most violent protest happened under Trump. Did he do anything about it? Did he call in the National Guard? Did he shit can it? No. The Democrats, they would do it in a heartbeat. Look at how fast they put down the January 6th. I'll give you another example, okay?
Yeah.
Look at in Chicago in 19 during Kennedy, the Democratic National Convention. Okay?
64. Yeah.
Yeah, when they were protesting the Vietnam War, they fucking had all kinds of protests going on and shit. The mayor of the city was like, "Fuck that! You know what? If these people are going to be like this, then shoot to kill." He gave orders, shoot to kill. Those were his orders during the riots when Martin Luther King was assassinated. Same orders. You have. I could tell you. Here's a perfect example. Look at all the blue states where the Democratic governors of these states enacted their executive powers, and look at what they were able to get away with. Basically putting population under martial law. Trump never did any of that. He could have. He has the right to do it. You are the executor of the country. And he never did any of it. He never enacted any of those powers.
Yeah. And another example in Ohio, Curly, the Kent State shootings in 1970. There were 4 people that were, essentially protesting Vietnam, and they ended up getting shot. And good to see you shot on the panel. Speaking of shots.
Yeah. And the decision today basically turned Trump into a martyr for all intents and purposes.
He'll still run.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And he can run even if, some people were asking me if he can still run if he's convicted and put in prison. Of course he can. That actually has happened. Eugene Debs in, I believe it was like 1920. Debs, Curly, he's the guy who started the IWW, famous socialist. He was put in prison for actually telling people not to, go ahead with the draft in World War I. And he ran from prison and actually got 1 million votes, which was more than 3% at that time. So you can still run. But, according to the polling data, some people, apparently a lot of people are going to essentially step away from Trump, not vote for him if he was convicted. And that's happened.
I'll put it another way.
Yeah.
Okay. Who solidifies the left more than who solidifies the left? And remember, you have the same thing going on in the Democratic Party. I grew up Democrat all my life, a blue dog Democrat. Right now, the views I grew up with are considered right. Okay.
Correct.
Family values, economy. You never had, I don't know who it was, Ron. You would never have fucking union blue dog Democrats fucking think that illegal mass immigration is
immigration. Yeah.
I mean, the biggest hero that there was the guy that started the grape pickers union. What's his face? I don't even remember his name. I mean, that man was he was actually considered a communist, a socialist, and even the greatest speech he ever gave was against illegal migration because illegal migrants are taking advantage of a big, but they're also taking advantage of a big business. Okay.
Sure.
So the one person that solidifies the far leftist, okay, and you got Democrats, like old school Democrats like Pelosi and all the other fucking ancient, lizard people. But then you got the young leftists. I mean, look at what AOC did. AOC unseated like a fucking god of New York in the Democratic Party, right?
Correct. I remember that. Right. Yes.
So they're afraid of that far left thing. So, but what brings that whole side together? Trump. Trump brings that whole side together. Who brought the whole right, right together?
Obama. Yep.
Okay, so these people are, in the end, they're just controlled figureheads. I don't give a fuck what anybody says, because when it came down to it, Trump did what the swamp wanted him to do. He put the swamp people in cabinet positions.
He definitely did.
You know,
So
how
you
many
really
times?
believe that psyop? You do believe that, Curly?
Look, Trump is for Trump, but Trump is a great actor. He could remember one thing. Okay, when people were getting very afraid towards the tail end of Obama's term about the not only the right, but especially the Christian right. Okay, they were very afraid. I mean, look at what they did in Virginia when they had that fucking that piece of shit as fucking governor, and he tried to pass fucking gun control, and all the militias from around the country surrounded the place with fucking open weapons, and then they, and he actually lost his seat, So you got to pacify that part of the country, because there is a part of the country where if you push them too far, they will mobilize, just like they did against the British, right? The British were not afraid of the American army. They were afraid of the American mercenaries, the militias, right?
That's pretty much who won the war. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why the people who won it and got the right, the Constitution, the birth documents of this nation. Why do you think in the Second Amendment is so important? Why do you think every country that either is run by despots or fucking fascist fucking government, why do you think the first thing they want to get rid first two things they want to get rid of?
Yeah.
First two things they want to get rid of is actual free speech, and then the ability of those people to defend their what in America you would say what we're born with, the rights we are born with. Okay.
Yeah, so they can control you, of course.
Yeah. We're the last bastion of that. They get rid of that, and we just join the rest of the world in being fucking ruled by a government that has no problem with putting people down. We're just fucking sheep, cattle. They want to treat us like cattle. Until the only people that actually have real freedom is the people that enter the top 10% of this country. That's why, pharmaceutical companies get away with what they get away with. When you get to that threshold of being the top 10%, and especially the one, like, who do you think is the 1% that are completely untouchable? Well, you see it play out all the time. The Clintons, the Epsteins, the fucking Dick Cheneys.
Yeah. I agree with you, Curly. I mean, my opinion on all of this is kind of simple. It's that there's a uniparty, right? There is no left and right.
Yep.
They serve simply to anger us, so that way you have a Brian who hates people like Doc, and Doc hates people like Brian. They just want that constant conflict so that you stay angry enough to not look at how you're getting screwed, and then they simply, perpetuate this so they get to stay in power for decades, and you get poorer and poorer, and nothing changes. That's what I really believe.
And there's only one bird that shits on us all.
And the uniparty, will do anything to protect the uniparty. Anything. Extortion, blackmail, anything.
And that's why what you were saying, Curly, about Trump appointing all of these people, I noticed that kind of early on. And that's why when Doc was saying, for instance, that Trump didn't do anything with the military industrial complex, I'm like, well, he did give them the biggest budget in history, right? $700 billion in peacetime, right? So, and I'm all for the military, but at a certain point, it becomes obvious that he was not drain the swamp guy at all. I don't know if you watch him, Curly, but Tucker Carlson, right, famous guy, he has spoken a lot about Mike Pompeo. And Pompeo, CIA guy, and then eventually, I think it was, what was it, a Secretary of State, something like that. He apparently had ordered essentially the assassination of Julian Assange, who was the guy from WikiLeaks. That is what Tucker said publicly multiple times. And he also was the guy who was highly against Snowden, and he also apparently was the one who prevented the JFK files from being released.
Listen,
that's what happened.
The thing that is depressing. It is depressing, but I could tell you this. Look, if you want to get enraged about politics and you want to do something about it, and you think that voting for a president makes a difference, it really doesn't in the end.
Not
I'll
at
tell
all.
you what makes a difference. Get involved with your local politics. And that's what a lot of people are doing. And that's why you see a lot of people in Congress. That's what happens when you concentrate on what's happening to Trump and not concentrate on what's happening locally. And the Tea Party and smart people that mobilized people to change themselves locally. You could change locally. When you change your local government, you can block federal fucking when the federal government oversteps. You could have an attorney general from your state like they did in Florida, okay? Fight these mandates that come from the federal government. See, that's the problem. When you separate state from federal government, that's your freedom. That will be your free. Did we lose Tommy? Because if we lost Tommy, we're fucked. We don't have any.
There's Tommy.
I'm here. Yeah, it just booted me for some reason.
And that's what they're really afraid of. That's why they always want you to focus on Trump. But the real conservative movement that believes in family values, believes in immigration. What they're doing is they're changing their local governments now. They're not concentrating on this fucking shit that really, in the end, doesn't make a difference if you got a guy that's playing both sides of the fence. Now, did Trump increase the military industrial complex's budget to fucking astronomical? Yes, he did. But did he let them use that? No, he didn't. Okay. True. So that's what I mean. Trump is a guy who plays both sides to appease both sides. In the end, all he cares about is his own popularity.
Oh, of course. That was exactly why he started about, when George was on. They talked about the vaccine thing. That's why he went from Operation Warp Speed, this was my vaccine, to, let's look at these other alternatives, because he wants to be the popular guy. He wants to have both sides.
Right.
And I can understand that. A populist isn't exactly terrible, but, eventually it becomes a problem.
Yeah, I mean, look at he built so many detention places close to the border, right?
Yeah.
So he had that stay in Mexico to apply for asylum thing, right?
Sure.
Basically, the minute that he lost office and lost power and that went away, the detention centers got changed into distribution centers. Okay, they lifted that stay in Mexico policy because he was trying to appease both sides. Why would you have this stay in Mexico fucking policy? So basically, what you did is instead of it being uncontrolled immigration, okay, you still gave these people a gateway to get into the United States, a shortcut. You're still giving them a shortcut. Because those people are once they enter the United States, they're actually getting documents, asylum documents, and they could work legally and contribute to the Social Security, but they could stay illegal for the rest of their lives.
Yes.
They won't be citizens. So it's so stupid, it really is. And what they want, I think you hit it right on the head. It's the Uniparty. The Uniparty, the last time that the Uniparty actually could have been broken up was with JFK, and you saw.
I agree with you, 100%. I think that's why he died.
Look at what happens. Look at what happens when the Uniparty, in the end, you always have these plants in the Uniparty. You got them on the right, you got them on the left. Okay, and in the end, when they go to look at what they did, what they went to impeach, when they went to impeach Clinton. Clinton was also another guy that didn't want to go along with the industrial fucking military complex. That's why he got impeached over a blowjob.
I agree with you on that.
But really, what happened to him? Nothing. It was just it was just to take away his public popularity, knock it down a notch.
Yeah. So then he can't get anything through Congress.
And you saw the Uniparty come together for that. They came together just enough to fucking smear him, to muddy him up a little bit, dirty him up a little bit. They dirtied him up a little bit. They did the same thing to Obama. People forget they threatened to impeach Obama twice. Okay. Because he didn't want to go. He didn't want to do any. He didn't want to start a war. He saw what they did in Libya, and then they wanted to go and start with Syria. And people forget he didn't want to do it in the beginning. Then what did he do? He used his executive powers to start that conflict because Congress didn't want to take blame for it, right? They want to be shielded. So he bent to the Uniparty. But you know what? Before he bent, there was a lot of shit floating around about Obama's association with Tony Resco. See how all that stuff comes up. They use their friends in the media, and that's how they dirty these presidents up to let them do what they want.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's how Nixon got taken out. I don't care what anyone says. That was the CIA who took him out. And that's easily provable. I mean, all the guys that got caught.
Now I like it. We're doing conspiracy. There we go.
Oh, here comes Doc.
See, but Nixon, the thing with Nixon was he knew the Uniparty was going to go together to impeach him. So he was like, well, I'd rather fucking, not run or resign than get impeached.
Resign, yeah.
And that's the power of the fucking Uniparty. Now, like I said, the last person that actually, and I think JFK gave the speech about the military industrial complex. The last person that actually told the Uniparty to go fuck themselves because his popularity was too fucking strong to even to impeach him. Too strong. There is a point where the Uniparty don't want to lose their seats. So they're like, if a president gets too popular, it's, you got to find other ways of taking him down.
Yeah, it's too dangerous for them.
Right.
Absolutely.
Well, he's unimpeachable, right?
Of course, and if they tried, it's too obvious.
JFK was unimpeachable.
Yeah.
And the funny thing was, what made JFK so powerful and so popular, he was the first president that came in and he had behind-the-scenes videos released to the media all the time, right? Shangri-La. Remember Shangri-La?
Yeah.
That was smart. JFK, the one thing they don't give JFK credit for was his ability to use multimedia in those days, radio, TV, releasing little cuts and pieces, clips, basically, to the media. I mean, before JFK, you never got these clips of family, what they do behind the scenes and all. Like I said, they actually named it. It was named Shangri-La.
They humanized him. Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, his conferences were a big deal too, because not only did he have a sense of humor, but he was clearly on top of a lot of what was happening, and it showed.
Yeah, I mean, dude, come on, the guy's brother. Now listen, guys, you see how they give these presidents? Oh, you have to be independent of the Department of Justice. Come on, it was his brother. Yeah. He was so popular they couldn't do anything. It was his own brother. These guys are supposed to have a completely independent.
Checks and balances. Separation.
Yeah, it was his own fucking brother. That's how popular the guy was. He was like, "Fuck you." And listen, let me tell you something. The most important and powerful, if you can control what the Department of Justice does, that's it. Everybody's afraid of the Department of Justice, the military, the Secret Service, the fucking CIA, all of them. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Because they have the power of guilty and not guilty in their hands.
Absolutely. We saw that today.
Well, we saw what they want us to see today. We'll see what happens when there's still an appeals process.
Yeah.
There's still a long way to go. I mean, remember one thing. You ain't never going to fucking see an ex-president fucking be incarcerated. It ain't going to happen,
It'd be crazy, though, if
but I'll tell you what it does take your attention. Like it does take your attention off of the real crooks in the United States, doesn't it? Takes your attention off of the real corruption in the United States. Sure does.
Gigantic show game.
Look at this, Tommy. Why can't we do this? Look.
What?
See, this is why we always search for talent. See, this is what Baba and Blondie were trying to keep under wraps. They didn't want to collab with these guys. Look at it. Look at. Let me explain something to you. This guy right here. See this guy? Yeah. This guy's solid gold. Solid gold. He's their Ross Rachel Brady. They got their own Jax. This is their own Jax right here. This guy. Casper would be, I would have to say, he's like the main talent. You got Silver Ronin. He's like ABC. Look at it.
I'll do a month and then we'll
Listen, I mean, if I could actually pull mutants for the stream, I'd pay for, Mutant Night. But
okay, you know what he's talking about? Mutant Night. There's these apps where these people are on social media, with their cameras on.
Yeah.
And you go through there, and it's like making a video prank call. And they get these people to come on. It's fucking hilarious. Here, I'll just leave it in the background playing with no sound.
That is pretty funny.
Is this Lizzo after the Ozempic?
This guy is so talented. It's a shame. I mean, he's got like less than 30 people right now watching this. You just need a bigger platform. The dude that runs his channel is fucking talent. I mean, he's talent. He's got what it takes.
Casper?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but Baba poisoned him, man. Now he doesn't want to come here.
I don't think so.
No, he would come, I think.
Now this is like their Ross Rachel Brady. This guy is fucking the best.
I didn't notice he had his shirt off at first. I didn't know.
The guy's the best. This guy's
What is that guy?
I call him the Twinkie. This is the guy that banned me for $250. The Twinkie guy. This guy. He's telling Patrick Philippe, look at it. He says 200K.
He looks just like a guy.
Come on here, you cocksucker. You know how much money I got? This fucking guy.
He looks like he's trying to do a little bit of a Ross Rachel Brady there.
No. This guy doesn't even have half the talent Ross Rachel Brady. This guy's nothing but a fucking poser and a flexer. But he's trying to tell Patrick about what real wealth is. This guy, while he's sitting in his $20 gamer's chair with his $15 fucking gamer headset. He's a twink. And what they got is like Doc, right now, if you don't like what I'm saying, what I'm talking about, you could send a PayPal and put me in jail.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Which is basically like backstage.
I saw that happen to you. It was pretty funny.
Yeah.
It is a good idea. I'll give him that.
Look at the little Twinkie boy. This guy's the best. Look at the smile on Joey 2's face. Look at him. So this was the thing that was this was the big secret that was exposed. The safe. This was called the safe space.
Oh my God.
Anyway, but you can't. Hey, listen, you can't blame him. This guy's like a meal ticket. He whatever money he's got, it's stupid money. He spends stupid money to fucking pad his ego on that channel. He wants to be. I'll pay to play. He pays to play.
We have a few people like that.
You got to pay to play, man. You got to pay to play. Anyway, well, I'm lost without being able to have the ability to pull up chats, play.
Hey, I told you to start one a half hour ago.
I'm not in the mood, Tommy. I was actually in the mood just to come on one of your streams.
I just play that just now. I thought you were playing a clip.
I shared his screen, but he can't do it himself.
Yeah.
Oh, that is different.
Yeah, it makes it tough, but
I'm glad you came on, Curly, genuinely.
The president, in theory, can pardon himself. Well, he's not president anymore. I could tell. You know what would be funny? Wouldn't it be funny if he goes for his appeal, he gets convicted?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be funny if fucking dementia Biden all of a sudden says, for all the good that he's done for this country and not to smear the office of the president of the United States, I will pardon Donald J. Trump. Won't be surprised if that happens.
I think, it was brought up earlier, Curly, that because this is a state court, a federal pardon, a presidential pardon would not do a thing here. He actually needs to be pardoned by the governor.
It would matter.
I think what he should do, run for election. If he wins, the first thing he should do is declare war on New York.
Amen to that, dude. That'd be crazy.
Instead of that, just deny any additional funding.
We've got you surrounded.
Federal dollars.
You know what the funny thing?
New York City
funny thing is, you know that the COVID budget that he passed. What's really funny is that all these blue, like the state I'm in, all these blue states, they were on fucking the edge of bankruptcy because of all the municipal pensions that they had.
Oh yeah.
When I say civil servants, government workers, when you become civil service, they have to fund that. Now they have completely different, like say you work for the city of Chicago or the state of Illinois. You don't have to retire at 62 or 65. As soon as you get a civil service and you get, the next thing is getting vested. So if you get, say you get 25 years, say you become a fireman at 20 years old, you put in 25 years. Okay. So you're 45 years old, right?
Yeah.
You got 25 years of service. You could retire. You could retire, and then what you're entitled to because you're civil service through that job is you're entitled to health and welfare benefits until you're 62 or whatever. Okay. Because they don't pay when you're a civil servant, you don't pay into Medicare, Social Security, all that shit. You don't pay into it. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what civil servant is. That's the biggest fucking scam in the world. So all these giant budget deficits and the biggest pension budget deficit in even some of the red states is the teachers union. That's the biggest union. That's who got Biden elected. If you went into any of these COVID giant counting centers that they had in the blue states, Detroit, Chicago, Michigan, Wisconsin, it was all the people that were fucking counting the votes, both on the fucking Republican side and the Democratic side, were all from the teachers unions.
Of course,
that's who ran it all. Okay, so that's how he ended up fucking losing the election, is because they got their shit together, and really those 5 states, those 5 swing states they call them, it's who counts the votes that counts. It's not the polls. It's who counts the votes. There was a lot of fuckery, but you got to prove it. How are you going to prove it if the people on both sides are in that, in there? And what the COVID bailout did, and nobody thinks about it, but the COVID bailout, the number one thing it did was bail out all the pension fund deficits in all these blue states, enough to where they weren't all, close to declaring bankruptcy. New York.
Yeah, it keeps them going.
Chicago. Yeah.
And the teachers unions, that's so ridiculous what goes on there.
Dude, when I get my property tax bill, okay, the only reason that they keep always raising the property taxes to the point where people move out, people, if they're on a fixed income, that's what changes neighborhoods, is they get rid of the fixed income people, and then you got to have even a husband and a wife working, to pay the property taxes. Some of the property, my property taxes are more than what my old man's fucking last mortgages were when he owned his house. Okay. So when you look at your property tax, all the deficits, everything that's in the red has to do with municipal pension unions, whether it's the school board, whether it's the, public works, whatever it is, they're always in a deficit. Even when they get bailed out, they're still in a deficit.
Very true. And what I was saying about the teachers unions is that, if because you brought up property tax, another good thing, if you know what a school voucher is, or school choice, if you've ever heard those terms, which they have in, democratic socialist countries like Denmark, Sweden, etc. It's so common sense. It's such a good idea. But the reason why they don't do it is because that would mean an increase in private schools, and that means a decrease in the public schools, which have the teachers unions and the tenure where you can't fire them. And the schools, they have more money than any other type of school. They have, like, per student, they know how much money is allocated per student. The public schools have the highest amount, and they always fail, always doing the worst.
And that's how the Democrats always got a stranglehold, because they got a patronage army.
Yeah,
that's what they are. It's a patronage army.
Without a doubt.
There's a big difference between municipal unions. See, this is what I always hated, because there's a huge difference between municipal unions, these civil unions, civil service unions, and like private tradesmen, private contract, okay, private unions, like tradesmen unions, okay.
Sure.
There's a huge difference. Now, a lot of these unions, they do get to a point of who gets a city job, who gets a government job, because it's still the same union. So they walk a tightrope, but you will never, during Trump's campaign, Bernie Sanders would go to these trades unions and they would boo him. They would get the fuck out of here. Okay. That's the rank and file. Okay. But the people who were the administrators, they welcomed them. Okay. Why? Because they don't want to lose the power of being, of appointing, their fucking lackeys to these municipal fucking gravy train jobs. You know what I mean? Same union, but even in unions, there's two sanctions in tradesmen unions. Okay, there's always two sanctions. There's the sanction that has to deal with the privatized, private contractors, and then there's the side that deals with the municipal part of it. And most of the times, the guys that get elected, that's a really rough tightrope to walk, because you never want to lose the ability, when you got a fuck up nephew, to appoint him a fucking city job or a government job, a civil service job. That's a big deal. I mean, that's a meal ticket for the rest of your life. You basically got to kill somebody after you get vested, after you get civil service status.
Yeah.
So there is a big difference. Truck drivers, all these service, service unions, all this stuff that doesn't deal 100% with government. There's always battles going on, because, like I said, if you're the head of a tradesman union, why would you endorse a guy like Biden when he's got open borders? And do you want all road workers? If you're a road worker, if you're in a laborers union, okay, do you want to endorse a guy that's going to bring in fucking cheap, non-union labor? Fuck no.
Of course not. It's
So
like
you
NAFTA.
play that game. You play the game. You play that. You got to keep your rank and file people happy, but you also got to keep all the government people happy too, because that's you don't want to lose the ability to appoint, basically fuck ups for a patronage job. A patronage job goes a long way when you're running a fucking union, right?
I agree.
So that's what's tough. But like the teachers union, that's a 100% government run union, 100%.
Without a doubt, that's the Democrats right there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's it's just brutal. I mean, and look at the shit that they fucking do. That's why I said, if you want to change the way your kids are educated, if you want to change the way that your local townships do business, you got to get involved in local politics where you make a difference.
The local level.
Yeah, a small organized. That's what's so good about the Democrats. They know how to organize. I mean, that's what Obama was. That's what he was famous for. He played the savior for all the what do you want to call them?
Disenfranchised,
unrepresented.
Anyone who
remember
felt
the Obama phones?
unrepresented.
Remember the Obama phones, right?
Oh yeah.
I thought he was more famous for the crack.
Yeah, but that stuff didn't go anywhere. That fucking whack job that was yeah.
Kurt's comments.
I mean, and that's almost as stupid as the fucking people that started that whole Michelle Michael fucking thing. That's so dumb.
Oh, I got someone on the panel who's into that.
Well, I mean,
definitely not into that.
But look at if you go down that road, that's the easiest way that the other side could start discrediting you as a fucking tin hat wearer, right? So that's a psyops right then and there. I mean,
I agree with that 100%.
Hey honey, listen, we're gonna get all those crazy fucking right-wing conservatives. Stick this sock down your dress, stick this in your panties, and let's fucking take a video. And these guys will all be calling you a transvestite.
You look at any conspiracy theory, and that's what they try to do. They try to, I think a lot of times they come up with the bullshit narrative and they try to make that the popular thing. Oh, these guys here that believe this is fake. Well, this is what they really are saying, and they make them look like they're nuts.
They do.
Sure,
they do.
Yeah.
That's like, that's why I was saying, if you really watch there's like 2 or 3 videos about that Roy Cohn, Donald Trump's mentor. And he was a spoiler. That's what they call a spoiler. Okay. But everybody thought that he was with McCarthy. McCarthy, when he was calling out communism, he was very, very effective. He was turning the country's opinion that these people are actually dangerous. All right.
Oh yeah.
Hollywood, the media, right? The thing that the leftists already had a stranglehold on. Once they brought Roy Cohn in, right after he got involved with it, being McCarthy's, I think he had an actual government attorney, a position he got appointed to.
Yeah.
And if he is one of the main reasons that fucking that McCarthy thing got torpedoed,
So you think he came in there to disrupt that?
He did. I mean, there's a famous interview of him when he was basically some district attorney for McCarthy, and yeah, of course he is, because he was that everybody knew. First of all, he was a fucking fruitcake. Okay, he was and then back in those days, being
that was a big deal. Yeah,
a closeted gay person. Yeah, so there was a lot of speculation that he was the one who got those pictures of J. Edgar Hoover, and he was an FBI asset to blackmail people. I mean, he was like the original Epstein. Okay.
Yeah.
And he was able to.
No, he's talking about in terms of blackmail, Doc.
Yeah,
a lot of people now believe he was there to essentially get dirt on a lot of powerful people.
Oh, sure. Yeah. A lot of people were doing that.
Yeah.
And he was able to do that. And then they basically they basically McCarthy, after like a year, they eviscerated him and just made him irrelevant.
Well, in modern times, Curly, a lot of people like to say that he was making things up and he was just trying to take advantage of people's fear. But I'm pretty sure you and I have talked about this before, and a lot of other people have said that McCarthy was pretty much right, and that they're discrediting him to try to make it seem like, oh, he was the nut job, when in reality, I mean, Hollywood was communist, and it still has a lot of.
The funny thing
leanings.
is, if you listen to Putin says you Americans are more communist than we are. He said your government is more communist. Your not the American people, the government. Your government. I mean, Putin runs an oligarchy. Okay.
Yeah, they're not communist at all anymore.
Right. We are more. I mean, you could actually. There's more free. I mean, yeah, sure. You could say what you want in Russia, and then all of a sudden they make you disappear. But I mean, are we any different? Are we really any different?
We pretend to be, but not really.
Pretend to be, exactly. I mean, look at what happened during COVID. They literally censored the fucking supposedly the most powerful man in the world. You would never see that happen in Russia. I mean, look at what they did to the guy. Listen, like I said, if you want to diminish the office of the president of the United States, they couldn't have done a better job. Both sides doing it to the office, right? I mean, look at
100%.
Biden. Putting Biden in. I mean, come on. Biden's a puppet for the old Obama administration. That's exactly what everybody knows it.
100%.
Obama's third term.
Grab him by the food, pussy. I can't play nothing. I know what you mean, Mookie, but I can't play nothing. I got handcuffs here.
Shot put him in handcuffs.
Yeah, it's all my damn fault. I was the one
Usually
who
is.
scream, Tommy. Yeah.
I know. What the hell are you doing?
Here, hang on a second. Let me see if I could do this.
He's going to try to play a clip. He's going to try to circumvent.
No, because like I said, I think it's very interesting to see where we're at today and how we got here. And I literally look. Do you think that all the conspiracies that the CIA and the FBI, remember the CIA is not supposed to work within the American government. They're supposed
to.
But the FBI was created to do that.
Yes.
Let me see if I got the.
Thanks, Mookie. Hey, Shot, if you ever have any questions about computers, mics, motherboards, Mookie's your guy. Okay, spam him.
Cool. I don't have, well, yeah.
I'll tell Archie the same thing. I know he likes to call Mookie.
All right, so this is 1951.
Yeah,
Okay.
Kurt says the educational system in Texas is terrible. That the teachers union down there is weak, and that's the reason why. The state actually sets the curriculum, so I don't think you can really blame the teachers union on that one.
1951.
Here's a man that everybody is going to enjoy meeting. He's Roy M. Cohn, who is confidential assistant to the United States Attorney General.
They don't even hide it. Confidential assistant to the United States. I mean, they don't even hide it.
Enjoy meeting. He's Roy M. Cohn, who is confidential assistant to the United States Attorney General. in this area, Irving H. Staples. And of course, they've been very busy prosecuting the communists and Communist Party. Hey, Roy.
Hi, Jack.
Telling people out there how very busy you have been and on your way sort of to a semi-rest, as it were, after prosecuting the various red echelons in this country.
Well, the job isn't quite over yet, and I think the best token of that is I have a suitcase full of Marxist, Leninist, Stalinist literature with me.
You know, you've been, you go way back. Actually, you're a very young fellow, but at the same time, I know you go way back.
Okay, now, I mean, just listen to this. So he was a confidential prosecuting whatever the fuck they just said, right? But the thing was, this is when the guy just started and he infiltrated the McCarthy inner circle, right?
Yeah.
That's how you do it, right? You come in, you the confidence game, right? You build up confidence and trust with them. Then all of a sudden they find out that you're a fucking flaming, freak. They start going to the fucking bars that you go to. They go to the hotels that you recommend. They go to your place. You get fucking, you get dirt on them. You blackmail them, and then all of a sudden your powerful party that was going on melts away.
Because I think you were in
He's
on the
an
Remington
operative.
deal.
I tried part of that.
Yeah, this Dashiell Hammett business, and of course all the various Communist Party.
Now, Tommy, in back then, who was associated with the Communist Party?
A lot of people were specific names.
Okay, organizations.
Hollywood,
unions, labor unions, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Anything that was powerful to the Democratic Party. How about media?
Oh yeah, I think a lot of the media.
Exactly. So these are the people that. What did they go after? They went after the people who influence the American population. Who does more influencing than Hollywood? Media. I mean, think about back in 1951. What did you have? Radio and TV.
Yeah, it's everything there.
Newspapers.
Okay, that's who they were going after.
Members who are being prosecuted at the moment. What can you tell us, Roy, that we might not know from general newspaper coverage of the workings of the party in this country? What the
fuck is this, Uzi? What's this fucking for $5 super sticker? You super chat fucking Tim Wright more than that. The fuck is this? I mean, he's trolling. Tommy, that's the king of catalytic converters is trolling us right now.
I think he's trying to troll you.
The fuck, Uzi? You think I'm gonna place it up? Uzi, drop the link to your channel. I want to see some updated. I like the clips you're making lately. I like your vids. But I can tell you one thing: if you're trying to motivate me with $5, man, you know what? I may have to time you out, Uzi. Take his wrench, Tommy.
His wrench is out of here, man.
Uh-oh, Tommy.
What?
Somebody's gonna start Rebel Street. Hey, Uzi. You could go. Hey, Uzi, I got a place where you could go drop some $50 super chats. Crappie's fucking streaming in a half hour, Uzi. Come on, Uncle Crappie's super chat and Uzi. You know you're his number. Hey, Uzi, you know how does it feel to be Crappie's #1 donor?
Is he actually? That's hilarious.
Oh yeah, Uzi's fucking Crappie's mega donor, man.
I couldn't be Patrick
the link
forever.
is pinned. The pin is linked. Jump on here, and I don't want you being some fucking date watch fucking guy. Come up here and be the meta troll that you are, fucker.
Yeah,
you're withholding. Yeah, yank his wrench, Mookie. Fuck this guy.
Hey,
simp.
Hey, at the end of the day, it is what it is. We got JB, 22.99 euros.
That's my bro, right? We got a psyops going against Tim Wright right now. Me and Curly Jr. there.
It's a hippo crying.
Flamethrower. JB's a fucking flamethrower. You mark my words. I know he's against it, but the last remaining repertoire in JB's JB panel appearances is his ability to play and comment on clips. JB, I got to take you to clip school, baby. Thank you, Uzi. Thank you, JB. I only manage Ryan Hofrey's wrench. No interest in the rest. So in other
Mookie,
words,
you missed it, man. I gave him his wrench. We're all good.
Oh, Holden's got his wrench now? That's good.
Yeah, Holden's got the wrench.
Yeah, I need my book. I need my draft.
We watch for as individual citizens.
Well, of course, one thing we have to understand at the outset is that the Communist Party is not a political party. It's a criminal conspiracy. Its object is, as has been established by the verdict of a jury, the overthrow of the government of the United States by force and violence.
JB, I told you, JB, you are commanding when you're just talking off the top of your head, your memory. But the thing is, the clip, you speaking to the clip and the visual power of the clip cannot be beat. I mean, literally, you could play Nicholas denying the fact that he, the shit he said about you. It's in the clip. It's in Marcelo's stream. JB, you know what you do? Do me, if you ever want to do me a favor, just fucking play that clip that Nicholas was completely fucking triggered and lost all his shit on. Play it and comment on that. You want to trigger him? You want to have him have an additional meltdown? Play that and do it in a humorous way, not even in a oh fuck you kind of way. And you and Jock will fucking trigger him from now until forever.
As soon as the right.
What happened to Strider, Curly?
What is he saying? Police report filed. IKEA managed called. CCTV obtained. Dash cam acquired. Nobody fucks with Strider. I don't know. Who is he talking to?
It sounds like something of his got stolen. Dash cam acquired? I don't know. Or maybe something happened. Police report filed. Maybe someone hit his car, hit and run.
IKEA managed called. CCTV obtained. Thanks, T-Dubs. I never backed down. I don't know. It's if he's talking to T, you don't want to get involved in Australian conspiracy theories. Believe me, not with the T-Dubs Contra guy.
Right time arrives. In the meantime, plans are being made. That day comes, and the Communist Party's most important work is that of espionage in behalf of the Soviet Union, which means that it infiltrates our government, defense plans, every important.
Yeah. As I picked up my wife, she's
Strider, who called you to do the Bogan torpedo job? Was it Narc or was it T-Dubs?
Bogan torpedo talk. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Collecting my wife from IKEA, and she left her Chanel purse with all the belongings in that in the trolley, and she loaded her luggage, loaded all the gear in the car. But the two trolley handlers said they saw it, but they went away. Fuck, man. I've been chasing up for the last hour. These two trolley guys from IKEA stole a Chanel purse. I called the police. I talked to the IKEA manager.
Wait, they
CCTV.
stole it or they found it?
Yeah,
they stole it or they found it.
It's not 100%, but they said that look, we saw it. We saw the purse, and then we walked away. And then when we came back, it was gone. But it was only there for like 2 minutes. Those two trolley IKEA handlers could have been the only ones that, you know what they say, like the person who found the dead body is usually the killer. So anyway,
Does she have her belongings back or no?
Yeah, we got it all back. Because we were thorough. I investigated.
Thank God.
Thorough. Yeah, it's like $2,000 worth of stuff in there, man.
Yeah, and, I can imagine having to cancel all your credit cards and now you go get new IDs.
Crying is emotional. Yeah, like on my day off. But the thing is,
how did T-Dubs help you with this? How did he walk you through it? Was he the
T-Dubs taught me a valuable lesson in life is always follow through. Always follow through. Don't back down from a fight.
Yeah, T-Dubs really follows through. So he's a follow through kind of guy.
Nobody fucks with T-Dubs. All right, I'll get back to what you're talking about.
I don't even know. I don't even remember what we're talking. We're talking about whatever the fuck comes on the panel.
All right, cool, man.
So so what you're saying is, okay, so your wife left her purse inside the shopping cart.
Yeah, we're at the exit of IKEA, and as she's loading all the stuff she bought, she's loading into the car. Back in the trolley is her purse, a few meters away, and it just disappeared. It vanished. And we asked the IKEA trolley guys, "Oh, what happened to it?" And they said, "Oh, yeah, we saw the purse, and then we walked away, and when we came back, it was gone." Okay. And I said, "What? Why didn't you pick up the purse? Why didn't you hand it to her?" And they said, "Oh, I don't know. We were just, and they were deflecting. And then the manager, I checked the dash cam footage, and all I could see was the two trolley handlers around. So what I reckon happened is I've walked in there all gung ho, back up my wife who's crying and upset, and I'm talking to the manager and a couple of the staff, and suddenly the IKEA trolley guys, they go into the back room with the manager. They disappear for like 20 minutes. Meanwhile, I'm on the phone to the police reporting the incident, and everything. Be real thorough about these things, And I think what's happened is I put the fear of God into these motherfuckers, and they're like, "Oh shit, this big fat white Aussie guy is not backing down," And,
no, but I'm trying to figure out. Well, how did you get it back? Who gave it back to you? How did it come?
The manager's come out after deliberating. They checked the CCTV and they said, "Oh yeah, it was in the trolley. It was pushed away, and the trolley was taken to another area, and that's where we found the purse." And I'm like, "But the only guys that could have pushed the trolley away would have been the two IKEA employees."
So let me ask you something. Was everything in there? Did she have money in there?
No, she didn't have any cash in there, and everything was obtained. But I reckon, if I wasn't so thorough and demanding, what's going on? You got to jump on these situations.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Okay, so did they show you the CCTV?
They did. They haven't shown me. See, I don't believe. I believe right now the two IKEA trolley employees could be getting fired or getting a reprimand.
Hang on. You're going too quick. Okay, so the manager came from where? He came from the back room where he was talking to the two fucking kids with the purse
exactly.
in his hand.
He's come. Yeah, it's a big store. IKEA is like this massive store. Yeah, and they were gone and for like 25 minutes.
And what did the manager tell you? Did he tell you, "Oh, we found the shopping cart that the person"?
All he says is that all the manager said was, "Oh, we tracked the shopping cart with the trolley in it, and it went from area A, the exit area, to area B, this customer area 100 meters away." He pointed to the area.
That could be true, right? That could be true. They made it.
But who pushed the trolley? Who took the trolley? That's what I want to know.
Well, whoever it was, they must have not been too smart, because the last thing you want to do is why would you bring the purse into the store? If they wanted to steal it, they would go to their car, they would dump it off, and then
my theory is that the two trolley handler employees, I believe they took it. And then when they saw me running about,
they didn't take it. They brought it back in the store.
Yeah,
right?
They got worried they're going to get caught.
How long did it take the manager when he left? He said, "Let me go check," and he went in the back of the store or whatever. How long?
It was like a 30-minute process. Yeah.
All right, so he probably said, "Hey, give me the fucking shit back because it's on camera or some shit." Probably.
Yeah.
So what do you want to do about it now? You got your possession.
Well,
back.
I've closed the investigation. I created an event number. I created an event number with the police. I called them back and I closed the case.
Did the police ever show up?
The police didn't show up. But it takes a period of time. Like the only way I can see is the CCTV footage.
Did you ever talk to the trolley guys? Did you ever talk to the trolley guys? The guys?
Yeah, I talked with them twice.
All right, then here's what you do. Here's what you do, Strider. Okay, here's the difference between me and T-Dubs. The follow.
Should I go whack him, Curly? What should I do?
No. What the fuck good is that? What you do is you do this. Okay, listen, fellas.
Yeah.
Here's the police report number that I filed. I'm gonna proceed with the investigation. I want to see the CCTV camera footage.
Yeah.
If you guys took my wife's purse and hid it, even though I got it back, the only reason I got it back is because I'm a fucking I'm a follow through kind of guy. And T-Dubs told me, but here's what's gonna happen. I want 100 fucking lobs. I want fucking 2 lobsters from each one of you cocksuckers, or I'm gonna press charges.
Yeah, fucking hoorah.
That's it.
Yeah.
So you got your stuff back, and then on top of it, maybe you could get a couple of lobsters in your pocket. The little
no, that's a fucking. I'm gonna do that, Kelly. That's a
Why
good
not?
idea.
What do you got?
At least some of those IKEA meatballs. God damn.
You got the Trump card.
My fucking wife, she was crying. She's traumatized
What
by
did you tell the
Chanel
police?
wallet.
Did you call the police? Did you call the police? You got a file
number. I demanded.
Okay, guys, I got my stuff back. Let's not investigate.
If it was just, what I hate is if it was just my little Thai wife there, they would have taken it. She wouldn't have been able to get this done. But because I was there to back her up, and these motherfuckers,
these sons of bitches,
mate. You know what you should say to the
another
police?
example of the decline of Sweden.
You know what you say to the police?
Disappointed.
You know what you say to the
This is
police?
outrageous.
Call the police back and tell them, hey, listen, we didn't have enough time, and my wife was a little hysterical, She had a secret compartment in her Chanel purse that usually held 3 lobsters. The 3 lobsters are gone. I want to press charges against these guys unless they give me my 3 lobsters.
Yeah, fucking oath. Okay.
How much are
I'll do that.
lobsters? How much are lobsters? Remind me. How much is a lobster?
Full lobster, I'd say $75 each.
No. I thought that T-Dubs was holding up a bill. Is that a lobster a $50 bill or a $20 bill in Australia? What's a lobster?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I said, lobster. Oh, yeah, it's a $20 bill. It's orange.
I thought you meant
$50
food.
Then what do you call a 50?
Food.
A 50 is a pineapple. I thought you meant literal
Okay,
lobster.
all right. So you tell them my wife had 3 pineapples stashed in a secret compartment.
Yeah.
And she just checked it now. She was too hysterical. She was happy to get, but it's gone. These guys, I want to see. I want an official investigation. I want to see.
Yeah.
I want to see where the pineapples went. I want my pineapples. I want my fucking pineapples.
I want my fucking pineapples back, motherfuckers.
Yeah. I actually thought lobsters too. I was like, IKEA.
Yeah. No, that's good Aussie lingo, Curly. That's good. They're $20 notes. Yeah.
Can you explain some Aussie stuff to me?
Yeah, mate.
It's my shit, Mike. What's going on?
Share the screen. Okay, what's this fellow Aussie going through right here? What's going on here? What's this?
All right, let's see if we're live. Guys, I'm struggling. Hey, shout out. We're about to go for a walk. I've titled this.
What? He says we're about to go. We're going to go for a walk with Methy. Good.
Yeah, walkabout. Yeah.
Walk with Methy. Praise for Archie Luxury.
So you see, hey Strider, you see what?
Hey, cheers, Uzi. Thank you for that.
You see, Strider, what YouTube can do to young, intelligent people. Look at what it's doing. Look at Methy. Look at these. I mean, this is what YouTube can do to you, man. If you let it fucking into too deep. You think Methy's a little in too deep?
No, I just think he needs to control the controllables. Like just his content. Use his prop.
Really
use Lily as his prop.
All right, hang on a second. Let's see how this content looks. Let's see.
Tropical
okay,
Seiko.
Look, this is good content. Walking a dog. Hey, wait a minute. Is he walking a dog or is he walking narc?
Maybe Tim does work for you.
Uh-oh.
The dogs.
That's the other problem.
Oh, wait a minute. Narc is advising poor Methy. Jesus Christ, this is not
Narc is telling him to be a male.
Since I stopped taking the THP oil, THZ, I've been having
Let's move forward. Let's
from birth.
Beautiful. This is beautiful Gonzo streaming. I mean, too bad we got to listen to this stuttering fucking deformed cunt's voice
and stuff. I ended up in the Supreme Court for giving drugs to children.
What?
They're having their own conspiracy stream.
What the fuck? Why is this being talked about? Can you explain something to me, Strider? Why is this being talked about?
Yeah, I missed that. I
open stream.
Come out of court and stuff. I ended up in the Supreme Court for giving drugs to children, 5 counts of
I don't know.
Yeah, and then when
what do you mean? Did you get charged for giving drugs to kids? These false accusations?
Yeah.
Did you get charged?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I pleaded guilty to five counts in the Supreme Court.
Why'd you plead guilty to it?
What the fuck?
Because I did it.
That's not good.
Yeah. Well, this is the kind of content that Narc gets out of people.
Hey, T-Dubs, mate. What's going on, man?
It's going to become a job.
He's like a natural born interrogator.
Understand.
You do your Uber driving. You do
Boy,
twice
T-Dubs,
a week.
mate.
You can make a couple $100
driving.
laughing.
I'm the king of
Thank
Gonzo,
God he's back home. He's back home. Thank God he's back home. The walk, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just real quick, Uzi, $20 for his purse.
Bring back the beef, Mike. Bring back the beef.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh,
T-Dubs.
torpedoes away. We got 2 torpedoes now. How you doing, my Aussie mateship, dude?
You see Methy? You see Narc with Methy? Narc was giving career advice to Methy.
Yeah, that sounded really good.
Yeah.
Something that's a conversation you really want to have on a fucking public stream for sure, T-Dubs.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Pleaded guilty.
I think Methy
that's
was
almost
a bit
as good
away.
as you accusing Crappie of being the fucking guy behind the Rodin 100 channel. That
was pretty gold. That was great, T-Dubs. I believed it too.
Oh, fuck.
I still do.
Psyops abound. Psyops are going everywhere.
That was from the old
Let me ask you
days.
something. What do you think Tommy, what do you think they have in the tap water in Australia? What do you think
Well,
they
they
put
got
in?
something way worse than fluoride.
It's
That's
got
for
to be
sure.
way worse than fluoride.
This is some type of lead poisoning
So
going on.
hey, T-Dubs, don't you think that Strider should extort these two fucking shopping cart fucking gatherers?
Yeah.
You get some pineapples, mate.
No, Strider was just following his, just dotting the I's and crossing the T's. Just
like you taught me,
doing it.
T-Dubs.
Yeah,
Being
like
thorough.
doing exactly what the T-Dubs would advise.
Yeah,
You
thank
know,
God T-Dubs follows through.
You
don't
take
back
the
down
high
from the-
road, Strider, and you don't back down. You take the high
I got
road
very
and don't back down.
My wife's
Because
crying.
we can't bring back. See, the Biff's gone these days in Oz. We can't go the Biff anymore. You go the Biff and you're automatically fucked.
If that happened 20 years
Hey,
ago,
wait.
they might have got whacked.
You got three people that don't know what you're talking about. What is a biff?
Oh, that's a fight.
The Biff.
Yeah,
Fucking
you got to
good punch
explain
in the
these
mouth.
terms.
A good
Bring
punch
back
in the
the
mouth,
Biff.
girls.
Biff. Okay,
Bring back the Biff.
Shot.
Get it
Okay,
back in
bring
the
back
mouth.
a Biff.
Boom.
Yeah. Motherfucker.
Bring back the Biff.
How you been, T-Dubs? I haven't seen you around. Last
Yeah,
time I
I've
saw
missed
you,
you.
you were over by the grievance garage. You okay? Were you shouting out a
Grievance
grievance?
garage. The grievance garage.
Yeah, after you made me take your wrench.
What?
Oh, fuck.
Yeah,
What are
T-Dubs
you like
made me take his
Marcelo?
wrench.
Are you like Marcelo, Tommy? What the fuck? Why would you ever take T-Dubs wrench? What
He
did he
asked
do?
me to. He was complaining,
What?
and I
Yeah.
said,
It was a
and
psyop.
then I
It
said,
was
"You
a
want me
psyop,
to?"
He
Tommy.
was
It was a psyop.
self-de-wrenching. He was self-de-wrenching.
He was
himself.
self-de-wrenching.
Oh,
I should have asked
Psyop.
IKEA for free meatballs.
Even Herman doesn't do shit like that.
Yeah, T-Dubs.
God, making himself a
Yeah.
self-martyr. T-Dubs. What the fuck?
Strider, did they piss them off, the trolley collectors, or did they keep them on?
I reckon they could be getting fired right now because they weren't. They disappeared. The manager came out, and the two trolley guys were never to be seen again. See, if I did that on my train, if I find a purse on my train, and I get caught stealing it, I get fired. So I lose $120,000 a year job for a fucking purse. So it's a dumb thing to do.
My youngest boy started after high school. That was one of his first jobs in surface, trolley collecting. And
Is the train under your command?
Yeah, it's my jurisdiction.
All right. So is there CCTV cameras all up inside the train?
Oh,
in the modern trains,
everywhere,
there's
Curly.
there's
Oh,
mate,
yeah,
high
Curly, come on,
definition.
mate.
High definition. There's 8 cameras per carriage. Right.
Okay,
So
but
yeah.
like, say some incident happens on your train, you're not the one that's in charge of that. They go to a command center or something.
I report. Yeah. So I observe and report.
Oh, okay.
To the security who will follow through with police, but it's a whole chain of command. Yeah. But like last year, for example, I found $150 cash, 3 pineapples. I found 3 pineapples on a seat. Right. And it was an old train, no CCTV footage. I could have easily picked it up and pocketed it. But what if somebody reported losing it and they say, hey, Strider was the last guy working that train. What did he do with that cat? You could lose your fucking job over it. And it's bad karma. So I handed the cash back in, logged it with lost property, and you get good karma,
Hey, for everybody, well, like, like our friend Herman, look, you're bored? You're bored? Let me make a fucking recommendation for you bored fucks. Go over here, share screen. Go over here. Here. You want to fucking be unboard? Go to this fucking stream.
10 o'clock p.m. Thursday night here.
There you go.
What time is it there?
Riveting.
It's 7 o'clock in the morning.
It is 7 o'clock in the morning.
Iggy is back. Is this a new grievance garage?
Going to be taking German language classes.
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
Enough
Tell the waiter to have hands up.
That's very boring, yeah.
So how do you say the name of that espresso maker that you bought?
Yeah, I thought I had a bit of drama, so I thought, yeah, I just, I'm a bit fired up, so I thought I'd just share it with my.
That's That's drama that doesn't have anything to do with the Archieverse. But I'm glad that T-Dubs walked you through it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have left.
Handbag,
I wouldn't have left without getting a little something from the fucking little shopping cart.
Yeah.
The meatballs.
Yeah, I wasn't thorough
A half hour.
Yeah.
If that manager was gone for a half hour, those fucks ran out to their car. Probably got the purse out of the trunk.
Yeah, that's what I fucking reckon, eh? They were shitting bricks, mate.
This is outrageous, mate.
They saw me coming in there like a commando. Where's my fucking wallet?
Yeah, you sound fearsome.
Get on your Strider.
I'm
Oi.
getting scared from here, mate.
Hey, this is not a knife.
This is a
Not a
knife.
knife. This is a knife.
Hey, I heard that. I heard that comms. I heard that comms have been verified with our friend Plastic.
What?
He wants 60% of every appearance that he makes in the super chats he gets. 60%. You think Archie's going to go for that? I heard the conversation went like, everybody's getting paid for making appearances. I want a taste.
Not me. Nah, I don't want the responsibility.
Of course, you. I mean, T-Dubs almost had a fucking headquarters, a Chromebook.
Yeah.
You know, he had it all in the palm of his
Chromebook.
hands.
Bonza.
Strider, they lobbied him with fucking free Chinese, Taiwan fucking dinners.
I heard he had an office on the Gold Coast, a palazzo.
No,
He just
but
had the steel clap. That was it.
They didn't even start construction of it yet. And somehow, some way, but he won't. He's being coy with us. He's withholding. He's not telling us why the House of Cards fell apart. He had company phone on the negotiations. He had the company Chromebook, a headquarter, an office, wired up with fucking proper data, all that stuff. We were all ready for all.
I was ready to go.
We were ready to go, and then all of a sudden, I don't know what happened.
Capiche.
T-Dubs is withholding now.
He didn't follow through, Strider. You should have
going
been
on
there.
the grievance garage.
Yeah. Where's my money? Show me the money.
He was getting I'm telling you, man, nobody got lobbied harder than T-Dubs. He got wined and dined.
I want my beach views, Kira Point. I want my office, Kira Point.
And then he's withholding from the punters, asking them really poignant questions.
Kira Point.
Give me
Kira Point.
What happened to the Gonzo stream? How's your gut doing? You got a twisted gut still? Are you still smoking?
No, mate. I'm trying to give up.
Last time I saw you, you were smoking a cigarette.
Yeah.
I'm huffing and puffing.
Still nibbling, but we're getting there, Curls. Don't worry.
I'm not worried. I'm just hoping that everything's going good. One thing I could tell you, you haven't backslid into dark TW, heavy trolling TW. So I'm glad that you've been on the wagon. That's good. But I know you're capable of doing it even when you're on the wagon.
Yeah. When Big Diesel warms up, he don't stop.
Dude, I'm telling you, he was completely like he is right now.
Smart
Sensitive.
T-Dubs is the sober T-Dubs.
Yeah. He was Strider. He was like he is right now. Very sensitive, empathetic TW. And then he just went fucking wild on Luxy poop.
That's like Smog. You don't want to awaken the dragon.
Dude, 0 to fucking red line. It was like within a minute.
Go hard or go home.
It was on Marcelo's channel. It was just classic T-Dubs. But he's withholding now.
What did he say to Marcelo?
Oh, it was all about Luxy Poo jumped on and he just fucking turned the volume up to 11 and just went dark T-Dubs.
He said, I love you, T-Dubs. He said you went fucking crazy, and then the next day you're on saying, hi everyone, how you going?
T-Dubs went full JJ Watt.
I love T-Dubs, man. He's great.
Oh, he went full fucking red line.
Yeah, JJ Watt. Their big linebacker. What's his fucking tight end? Tight end.
No, you know who T-Dubs reminds me of? Yeah. Remember Jack Lambert from the Steelers? Jack Lambert.
Yeah, it rings a bell. That's a famous name. Yeah, Steelers. They won all the comps in the 70s. They won all the comps.
They were old school, fucking brutal players.
They won like 6
kind of guys where you're in a pile, scrummage pile, and they just bite you.
How good is? I love that. I love the NFL. I love how they got like 16 games a year, and it's just intensity. I love the O.J. Simpson documentary. The Juice, the game in the snow. He ran 250 yards in the snow. That was epic for the Bills.
This is the kind of football.
That's 1970s, man. That was hardcore. That shit. Yeah, Pittsburgh Steelers, is it?
Here, this is the kind of football I grew up with.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
And Walter Payton. Well, sweetness.
Tommy, you think NFL highlights will get smashed?
Probably.
Yeah, the NFL is
They're pretty litigious.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if I could work around the algorithm.
Yeah, it'll
I
just
love
be
the
my
I love the
channel.
ice hockey too. Ice hockey, they smash
Can
each other.
probably post photographs.
Well, let's just go for it, Doc. What the fuck? You know what we could do is we'll do this. We'll play a couple of tricks on the algo. 125.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they don't see that coming.
Yeah, they never thought of that one.
Same.
Oh, T-Dubs hopped off.
Yeah.
Oh, did he?
Well, he never follows through, Strider. So.
When the Steelers drafted.
Look at the look. Look at that. That's almost as good as Luxie's shirts. Look at the look. Look at that shirt.
Jack Lambert out of Kent State. He carried barely.
Oh yeah.
200 pounds on his 6'4", inspiration of Oakland's 5-2-40. The player saw him standing that his height better view. If the best player in the middle of the field is making all the plays on the best team,
people.
Maybe this is the best defender in the league.
Get that into you.
Now you got to understand this guy played middle linebacker and he was as fast as fullbacks are nowadays.
On a team of the decade. I don't know even who's number 2 for the idea of being the middle linebacker on that roster. I came out and the tackle came on me right now and I stopped him.
He just smashed people, man.
Yeah, man. I love the movie Remember the Titans.
Look at his teeth. Hey, Strider, look
What's
at his
his mind?
teeth. Lack off,
So he's
lack
like
off teeth.
John Rambo, I guess. He was certainly the most intimidating player on a pretty intimidating team.
Jarrella just missed his second field goal. Now Lambert's walking by. Here's Harris Pelican something. And grabs the kicker. And Lambert at 6'5" works him over.
He just fucking takes the guy.
During his 11-year career, Lambert won defensive, was the man. Middle linebacker. I'm the way they would fear not only this very scary appearance, but this incredibly active appearance. I made the comment earlier that we should put dresses on quarterbacks. Got a lot of play out of that one, you know. But I meant it. Quarterback.
Now, I'll show you a guy that was even more brutal than this guy. And he was my...
I love the speech in Remember the Titans. I want you to blitz all night, and you make sure they remember forever the night they played the Titans. And they go out and they fucking win the game.
That's movie garbage.
Blitz all night. I love that. That's a great movie, that one, though. Remember the Titans.
Good social commentary on race. Yeah.
Remember this guy?
Yeah.
Dick Butkus played defense like no NFL player before or since.
Everybody in my fucking grammar school wanted to be Dick Butkus on football. He wanted, you know, that this guy tried to get the rules changed so he could play football without a helmet.
we don't play in Australia. We don't play with helmets.
He was the meanest son of a I've ever seen in my life play professional football. He didn't like anybody with a different colored jersey. I mean, he really disliked you. You know, he went after you like he hated you from his old neighborhood.
He was a fighter whose ferocity was felt by all who dared to cross his path.
I want to shit my
Now imagine if you had the camera work and the camera technology that you had back in these days when this shit was fucking basically on tape. Or if it was live, it was totally delayed.
Long before America had Hulk Hogan, the NFL had Dick Butkus.
The guy's story was a fucking tragedy, but he ended up crippled in his retired years. Hey,
Bob.
Hey, I'd like to remind you Americans that in Australia we take great pride in our country, and we thrashed the pants off you in 1986 in the America's Cup.
You ever, Tommy? You ever see when I showed I compared a satellite photo of Australia at night and North Korea at night. It looks exactly the same.
It was a great day for Australia.
That's why China bought all the. China owns all the undeveloped land in all of
Charlie,
Australia.
I'd just like to remind you, you Chicago mafia boss. I'd like to remind you that in Australia we have our own crime syndicate in Carlton, and they control all of the Melbourne. I'd like to also say. Carlton, go the Blues. I'd like to say
Boss, son of Serge.
I'd like to say
Who the fuck is Bob Hawke?
Bob Hawke, he's a great prime minister.
I'd like to say that my Vista lights are like a cannon, and I don't appreciate this qualified appreciation of my drums. I think Bubba and Patrick need to understand that John Bonham
ends like I've been enjoying it all. Like I've been
It's definitely something stronger than fluoride.
Like I'm doing this.
This is gonna be Tommy. This
I'd like to explain to Curly that John Bonham used the Vista lights and blew the ass out of fucking. John Bonham used Vista lights. Patrick and Bubba can go stick it up their asses with their toy drum kits
and stuff like this. And I'm waking up
in Australia, like
doing
heavy duty cannons
like
for
doing other
kick drums.
streams, and then putting all this pressure on myself. My apartment looks like a
This is
bomb's
gonna be the
going off.
treehouse. This is gonna be Angelic does.
Like to remind Kelly that in Australia,
Because I'm on this fucking Sky Rizzy for my skin, the same stuff that
I think you
fires
watched
on,
Crappy for too long.
and it fucking taxes you out. Like I'm fucked, and I'm trying to make content. I'm trying to make videos. I've got so much ideas. I need like a little helper. I need like a little slave, like
Angelic,
bloody.
how come you're not over here helping Brother Methy?
I'd like to say that I'd like proof of psoriasis. I see no psoriasis there. I see a proof of a lot of other things, but no psoriasis. I'd also like to say that I'm a Rhodes Scholar.
He's cracking. He's cracking. I heard him laugh. He's cracking.
Snoring.
Is that
I'd like to
Doc?
suggest that Australia's the greatest little country in the world. And
Is that Doc, Curly?
I'd like to suggest that we kicked your ass in the America's Cup.
That's Doc. That's hilarious.
Share screen.
I'm Bob Hawke.
He looks like he was in the movie G-Force. Like fucking hamsters.
This is what fucking YouTube does to these Aussies. Look at him. He readjusted all his audio and it sounds so good. Can you imagine? He's got audio fatigue, I think. Oh, look at this. Does this look familiar? Tommy, look at the screen. Does that look familiar?
Oh God, SSL Channel E.
So that's all right. I might just dump a track in here.
EQ.
Good.
Hang on.
Do you want to jump on?
I gotta show Angelica. Is he really sleeping?
Yeah, Doc's passed the fuck out. Should I mute him?
No, fuck no.
I'd like to remind Curly that if these players of toy drums like Bubba and what's his name, Patrick, with their Gretches, we use big drums in Australia. We like a big cannon when we play the drums. You know, John Bonham taught us that a big drum was a good drum.
Hang on a second. I got a treat for cousin Angelica. Keep going, Angelica. Keep going. I'm trying to find something for you. You're gonna enjoy.
Just shit himself right there.
Whoa. I'd like to remind Tommy that bringing me on as a proxy Prime Minister to cop the shit of the Yanks because they can't sort out their own internal problems. It's not my problem. My country's under control down here in Australia. We like to fucking all be, we're Aussies. We got mateship down here. We all get behind the leader. We look after each other down in Australia. I don't know what you Yanks are on about with all your red and blue and your infighting and your politics. We like to look after each other. We believe in a good country, fair country for all. We believe in a good. I'm dying.
I'll intervene when we hit about 40 viewers. We're at what? We were at 72.
Yeah, no, 57. We're about to hit 54.
Okay, it's okay. Listen, we got to do these things for our fellow friend.
For our Aussie brothers.
I'm actually looking for something.
I'd like to remind Tommy, I'm never going to forget how you threw your Aussie brother under the bus when it came down to the between America and some fucking retarded pianist. I'm going to remember that you threw your Aussie friend away, and you backed Curly's narrative about.
Are you talking about you got another guy that was fond of the conversations that you used to have, and now it's different? What happened, Tommy? Is this another Aussie you let down, you used and abused? So we had Narc, now you got Angelica. Oh my
yeah,
God.
Narc's gonna come on in a second now.
Let's see a second here. I got some.
We're a little country, but we got a lot of kangaroos. Wow.
Kangaroo, mate.
A lot of delinquency. Hang on a second. Let me see. Free card giveaway. No, that's not the one we want. I got some good stuff for Cousin Angelic. Hang on a sec. I got to find it first. Go ahead, Angelic. You run out of gas already? Keep going.
I'm waiting for my next yard of beer to drink. On the airplane, I'm going for the Ashes record. I'm going to drink myself to death on this airplane and beat the record as I fly to England for the Ashes tour. No one will ever catch me.
This is the weirdest I've ever seen him, Curly. What the fuck?
Oh, this is nothing. Okay, I got a treat for
him in LA meth. What the fuck is going on?
I know. Well, I hate that's the shit they put in the water in Aussie. All right, this is for Angelic.
We believe in you. Good old fucking.
There you go, Angelic. This is gonna be your fucking partner on the dungeon. You don't need the stuttering cunt to fucking use you as a foil. This is the guy you want. This is our dear friend David. Listen to
this is already creepy as fuck.
Wait, he's not done yet. He hasn't even started. Wait.
This is the end. Beautiful friend, and it's the end of my political career. Lost in a Roman wilderness of pain.
Listen to his voice. Listen to his voice. And he's got a shit microphone too. Tell me this guy isn't talented.
This is the end. Beautiful friend. This is the end. My only friend. The end. All elaborate plans. The end.
All elaborate plans.
Of everything that stands. The end.
Oh, everything it stands.
Down to 52, Curly.
Yeah.
Safety or surprise. In Australia, we got safety.
Look at that. Huh?
Hello, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile with a very
Of
real,
no premium,
not imaginary offer.
Wait a minute. And then he shows this.
Lost in a Roman wilderness of pain.
Possible.
And all the
Never do that involves just doing this.
Americans are inside.
From a guy called Paul Gilbert, and what makes it difficult is
Paul
using
Gilbert.
alternate picking, so up, down, up, down, up, down, but it crosses strings, you know. And when you cross the string, you're moving in the wrong direction. And it was just making it so difficult. And for years and years, I struggled. Until one night, I was just watching TV. And without even thinking about it, my hands started going faster and faster and faster. And the next thing I knew...
What is he doing?
And I thought, how the heck did I do that? Here's an ascending major scale.
David Connolly is multifaceted, angelic.
Okay, here's the same scale speeded up.
He's fucking terrible.
Look at that.
So how the heck did I do that?
I don't know. How'd you do it?
Well, it turns out that all those years I had imposed this false restriction upon myself. I had assumed wrongly that the only way that you could move the pick was like this. I'll go this way. Was like this. Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up.
There you go.
You're not going to catfish Hawkeye into playing guitar. No, fine. No. I'll go out with the cricket bat and I'll get out there in front of the Aussies and I'll show you how to bat. But I'm not going to be catfished.
You see, this guy does it all. This guy does it all. I'm telling you.
Make mine a Melbourne. Make mine a Melbourne.
Tommy, you think I'm kidding me? I do my homework when I fucking do a talent search.
Oh, absolutely.
Unfortunately, he got a bit of a fucking he got a bit of a cold welcoming. Unfortunately, not by me. But go ahead, share screen, please. Here, let me show you another talent the man has.
Here we go.
Yeah, watch this. Do you think that was me? Finished with Brian Temple TV? Ooh, it wasn't. Not by a long shot, motherfucker.
Bring Temple TV.
Oh my God.
Been watching the big TV. So now I'm gonna talk to you and put you in your place.
Multifaceted doesn't begin to describe it.
You came into your channel and called me a motherfucker. But let me tell you, Temple, you're the one who is the sucker. I looked at your channel and it's a load of crap. How to get social media
potato camera and everything.
So your clickbait tactics are totally senseless. You're not intelligent enough to even be offensive. As for your channel name, Media Temple, if you were a martial art, you'd probably be careful. Nobody cares about your self-help advice. I know I'm not perfect, but at least
You know what I love is I love the New Mexico poncho he's wearing too.
to be nice. I would never call a subscriber of mine a motherfucker. I'd rather talk to that person as if it's my brother. You should stop trying to act like an angry gangster rapper. You're about as entertaining as a visit to the crapper. You've posted violent videos, I've noticed quite a few. But if we had a square goal, I'd probably snap you in two. Hey, you think that's the end? No. I'm just getting warmed up.
No, that's verse 1, baby.
That's right.
Look at that golden microphone.
David, you're more than welcome on the treehouse.
You have to ask at this point of time, was it worth it trying to act like a hard man, stepping out of line? Maybe it's time.
I want him to make a rap about the dungeon.
Instead of coming on here
Oh,
and acting
God.
like a clown. So try to be honest and try to be respectful.
Animated he
Stop
is.
regurgitating self-help books by the shelf.
You think that's
and
Eddie
instead of
Bauer
coming
hoodie he's got
here
on?
and starting up a fight, you should be coming on and thanking me for showing you
Eddie
the light.
Bauer, Minnesota
Nobody
edition.
wants to watch somebody acting hard. Your fake gangster rap demeanor has gone way too far.
Oh, bullshit
I'm not
meter.
saying you're dodgy just because you're Nigerian, but let's be honest, you're not getting a glowing report from Experian. So if you think you can swear at me, you better think twice.
There you go, man. Multifaceted, and he's writing code from, I don't know, 15 years ago.
I'd like to invite David Connolly onto the treehouse.
Tommy.
Yeah.
It was nice spending the panel with you. See you guys.
See you, man. Hey, Doc, you fell asleep and were snoring for about a half hour.
I was on mute, so I know I wasn't snoring.
You want to play back then, because I could promise you were not on mute.
Can you hear me? I'm still Bob Hawke. Can you hear me?
Can you do an impression of it?
of hearing me.
Mm. I think you should just hear it. It was pretty funny. See, look, clip doc.
I'd like to remind Herman that I thought I was considered with what I had to say, and I find it very unfair that I was singled out for abuse.
Oh, now you're normal. No. Well, he did mention Doc in his video too.
Who, Herman?
Yeah. And real
What
quick,
video was
Strider,
that?
he made a video. You were asleep. Strider, $8 Australian. Have a Carlton drought on me. Cobber R. Thank you so much.
So you're telling me I slept through Curly, huh? Pretty good.
T Dubs thinks you need a sleep apnea test.
I thought it was a sleep appearance test. I like that more.
Oh, you got him back, Angelic.
I think it was unfair. I was neutral. I took great pains because I was an outsider invited in to be neutral, and I'm a little bit hurt.
You want me to time him out?
No, you don't have
That's
to
what
do
I
that.
suggested.
I can take his wrench.
It actually hurt me a little bit because I felt that I was trying very hard to be unbiased and keep and be an Australian and not try to know too much. But I spoke too much apparently for Herman's liking.
No, you were fantastic. Does anyone else find it weird that the second Curly hopped off, Doc magically came back?
Interesting coincidence, I would say. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Well, Angelic, should we wrap it up?
It's up to you.
It's 1:40 in the fucking morning.
Is this recorded or did this
And
glitch
almost
ruin
midnight.
it?
Yeah, it's recorded. Well, actually,
Cool.
you know what?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it'll be on YouTube, but I did see a notification when I started this on StreamYard saying that it wasn't recorded. I don't know what that meant, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It might have been recorded. Yeah, it'll be on YouTube. It should be on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm having a cup of tea in the kitchen on my phone.
Yeah, after that accent, you need it.
Cup of tea. Happy meal. Yeah, Hermie just wants a clip or two of his channel played. I like Hermie.
Yeah, he's cool.
I feel like going to the treehouse, but then again, I don't.
Oh my God. Yeah, see, you feel that way because you hopped off like 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I hopped off. I cleaned some hardware, got this drum ready. Spoke to it was a bit busy house here with people coming and going. Managed to speak to people. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. We're almost at $150 for the stream, so that's pretty good.
It's a good stream considering. Is it? It's polarizing. Polarizing, mate. It's polarizing.
Polarizing, mate.
It's polarizing. It's polarizing. Like General Byrd, Admiral Byrd. Admiral Byrd's polarizing.
It's all polarizing.
Do you like Admiral Byrd, Doc?
Bird?
Yeah, Admiral Byrd. Do you know about him?
I don't know that I know about him.
He found the hidden stuff down in Antarctica during the 1950s, the U.S. expedition.
He was a pioneer.
Yeah, he found the hidden Paleolithic. What was it? Yeah, like a hidden valley where it was green, and he flew in. There was dinosaurs down there and all sorts of things. Admiral Byrd. Look, check him
Learning
out.
American history, Doc. We're being
I
shown
guess
up by
so.
an Australian right now.
Yeah. This is what happened earlier, isn't it? This is why I got in trouble, isn't it? I was just too knowledgeable. This is why Curly was
I don't know if I'd say that.
a little bit, just a little bit too knowledgeable for an Australian. Oh, fucking Australia. What does he know?
That's good, Doc.
I try to have
from
an avatar for everything.
Fairhaven, Connecticut.
What have you done? Fuck, now I'm in trouble again. What have I done this time? Sleep better, feel better with WBW. How do you do the big avatars and the
Green
trademark
Room
thing?
taught him.
Yeah, it's a green room move. Green room move.
Like 1958.
1958 green room? Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it feels like. He's been away for so long.
Did Green Room go on that Mookie stream the other day?
No.
That would have been awesome if he had, but yeah.
So, what streams
would
are
have
we
been
backing
hilarious.
now, Tommy? Who are we backing, and who are we cutting off?
Oof, that's a good question. We cut off someone last week, and then we came back within less than 24 hours. So let's see. Who should we cut off? What do you think?
It's always fun to cut JJ off.
It's funny you say that. Remind me to tell you something when this ends.
Sounds like something we have to discuss off the air.
Yeah, we got to end the show for that.
All right.
Well, it's almost midnight here.
Oh, yeah, almost midnight. It's almost 2, Doc. 2.
Wow.
It's the middle of the
You
afternoon.
didn't even take a nap.
No, I did not.
I feel great.
Hey, how are my settings? How's the sound with me on my phone, Tommy?
The sound is a little soft.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with it. It's just a little soft.
Try now, Angelic.
Hey, it's Angelic. You might know me from Admiral Byrd. It is an iPhone 13 because I gave my iPhone 15 Pro Max to my daughter for Japan, and she owes me $1,000, don't you?
Why?
All my money.
You're not getting it.
Did you hear that?
Heard something in the background, but couldn't quite make it out.
I'll try it again. I want my money.
My father's not getting any money out of me.
Smart girl.
Who the fuck is this on the panel now?
It's that guy.
It's the Screecher.
It's Admiral Byrd.
Sounds like a TV
He's come
show,
back
that
from
guy.
the Arctic.
I just want to. Can you share a screen, please?
No, don't share it.
Tommy, share a screen up.
Don't you dare, Tommy. Tommy, I know what Admiral Bird's up to.
What am I up to? Share the screen.
I don't know what you're up to, but I know what you're up to.
This is since I left. This is your performance since I left from here to here. So you and all the rest of you college fucks, you're fucking boring. There's your performance in real time. You're so smart. Do you know how to read a graph? Here you go. Straight fucking down. This is when I left. This is where you're at right now. Have a nice night. Intake that.
Hey, I'm studying for my
club and go pound
it. I'm doing a master's in American geopolitical history.
You know what's funny is Mookie showed me that chart. He showed us that chart, and that is all the way back to the fucking drum talk.
Well, actually, it's back to where Ronnie said, "Well, we're going to end the stream now. I'm taking off."
Hey, Doc.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Tommy. Did it
Is
play out?
he talking to me? I'm asleep.
Both of you. Did it play out exactly? Remember at the start of the dream, I said how to catfish Curly on?
You did a very good job. I told him.
Now
He told me he
Admiral
wouldn't come
Byrd.
on. He told me, he was like, I don't do Trump. he fell right into that, dude.
Yep.
All I had to do was send him a text, with the link after everything, tell him that the StreamYard wasn't working, and boom.
I just remember, don't tell anyone how you do it. Don't spill the beans. Let's keep it a little secret how we because it's 100% effective how you get him. I know it's perfect method.
Oh shit! He
By
does
the
have
way,
us here. He does have us here.
you're really good when you can put yourself to sleep. So that's there you go. Yeah. Put yourself to sleep. So what are we talking now? We're going back to drum talk?
Yes, let's get back to drum talk.
Oh
Curly,
my fucking god!
Curly's been listening to Bubba and Patrick have been in his ear. Oh, Vistalites, they don't sound that good. No. You know what? Vistalites are amazing drums. Don't listen to the propaganda. There's a reason. All right? There is a reason. They're not perfect. You don't want to be playing the Animals with Vistalites. You don't want to be doing early 60s rock with them, but they have their place. It's like a fucking cannon. So Patrick and Bubba, you can cry yourself to sleep, but my Vistalites sit there ready for me and my Zildjian K.
The fuck are you guys talking about?
Aren't we talking about drums or something? I don't know.
Drum talk.
Oh god.
Should we end it so you can tell me about JJ?
Yeah. This is that's way more fun.
He still hasn't forgotten that.
No way. No way. I love it. Cancelled JJ. A land of sleeping plains, of desert mountain ranges, droughts and flood and rains. I love it. Cancelled JJ. Little bit of fun. It's Aussie poetry. Aussie poetry.
He left. Maybe he doesn't want to talk about it after all.
Did he go?
You never know. He might have left, but he might be in the background.
Maybe he's getting evidence.
You never really know with Tommy. He's capable of just about anything. CIA wise. Indeed.
Happy meal.
And of course, he might have fallen asleep. It's 2 a.m. for him, he said.
I love a sunburned country, a land of sweeping plains, of desert mountain ranges, and droughts and flooding rains. How does it go, dear? Isn't that how it goes?
I don't really know, but
you're
that
going to
sounded
correct
pretty
me on
good.
my AB. She's an AB, Patterson. You know your AB. Come on, how'd it go?
I don't really know, but that sounded pretty good.
Once a jolly swagman camped by Billabong under the shade of a coolabah tree. And he sang as he watched and waited till his belly boiled. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. Up jumped the swagman. Where'd it go? You'll never catch me alive, said he. And ghosts may be heard.
He is running the show. You're running the show right there. You're running the show.
There was movement at the station, for the word had passed around that the colt from Old Regret had got away and had joined the wild bush horses. He was worth £1,000, so all the cracks had gathered to the fray. All the tried and noted riders from the stations near and far had mustered at the homestead overnight, for the business love hard riding where the wild bush horses are, and the stock horse snuffs the battle with delight. Is that all right? I don't know. There was Harrison who made his pills when Pardon won the cup. The old man with his hair as white as snow, but few could ride beside him when his blood was fairly up. He would go wherever horse and man could go. And Clancy of the Overflow came down to lend a hand. No better horseman ever held the reins, for never horse could throw while the saddle girths would stand. He learned to ride while driving on the plains. Is that all right?
That was
How's
pretty
that?
good, I think.
You want more? I'm not doing the whole fucking lot. It's too small.
Is there a second verse?
Oh, there's more. It's too small. I can't read it. All right, I'll try again. Ooh. And one was there, stripling on a small and weedy beast. He was something like a racehorse, undersized, with a touch of Timor pony, 3 parts thoroughbred at least, and such.
What the fuck? I can't hear anything. I don't even hear the music. Did you turn the music off, Tommy? Turn that shit back on. You guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Oh, thank you. Who is that voice in the back room?
Back room?
Who is this on here with me? Who is it? Is that Doc? Are you awake or are you still sleeping?
I never was asleep. I was just a shtick.
Why do you sound like you're in a fucking refrigerator?
A refrigerator? Huh. I've never heard that before.
Oh, you sound completely different. It is you, isn't it?
Maybe it's because of the stream being experimental.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me that this avatar that you have, you've been on this stream this whole time, but you weren't talking?
Yes.
Why? What the fuck? What do you? I thought that this was some avatar Tommy put up. So you're still here. You stayed here, but you didn't talk this whole time.
Well, I was talking earlier, you know. When the other guys were here, we were all interacting. You know.
Yeah, that's when the show went down to 32 people. We got 50 people now. You weren't even talking. I mean, I think you should take that as a hint. Doc, what the fuck? You're kidding me. You've been on this stream the whole time. What are you frozen up? You got stage fright? What? You couldn't read the chats?
I wasn't sure we were actually live, even though it said
Doc, you're fucking kidding me.
I was reading a book.
Doc's inside the casket? I mean, so wait a minute. So you've been on the panel the whole time by yourself? You just stayed here?
I stayed here. I did a little reading. Yeah.
Doc, is there something you want to talk? Is there something? Are you okay?
You know, I mean, I could have talked to myself, but as I said,
you got almost 50 people in the room. Look, we got Mookie, we got Uzi. Did you know that Uzi fucking torpedoed Crappie's stream tonight? He took Crappie off the air.
I heard something about how he was showing off some sort of AK-47.
Now, do you think he did that on purpose? Because Crappie was
his name is Uzi. I mean, you know.
Crappie was starting to get some big numbers. I mean, you know, do you think that Uzi did that to take one more competitor off the air that Watch Nicholas might have?
I think that's the making of another show.
I think so. I mean, look, that Grievance Garage, unfortunately, they did a collab. They did the Grievance Garage. So you had Doc's Report was starting to get 40, 50 people. Crappie started getting 35, 37 people. I mean, I think Uzi was sent in there as a dirty bomb. And we know it's not Marcelo because he hates Marcelo now.
It's so confusing.
It is very confusing, isn't it? Isn't it better just to collect vintage Daytonas and just go, Super Chat? I think it's much better. I don't think getting.
I was actually going. Achi.
Yeah, I like that one too. I like that one. Achi. That one is good. So since you've been sitting up here, have you been reading the chat? What do you think the chat's been entertaining? I mean, I don't know what happened. We were supposed to end this like 3 minutes ago because it was like.
I couldn't tell whether it was live or not because this whole show's been kind of weird. So yeah, I just left it up in case it was still live. I figured, hey, you know.
Can you pull up comments?
Can I pull up comments?
Yeah.
I can see the comments, but I can't run StreamYard and YouTube simultaneously. I don't have enough bandwidth to do that.
I can't pull up comments. Somehow or another, this is some type of inner AI rogue stream that Tommy started where only he can be the admin. I actually kind of admire it because then what happens is all these people like Luxy, they can't jump on the stream. You have to let them on. I kind of got to find out the way that Tommy did this because I think it could be beneficial.
He's making out like it was a mistake and entirely an accident.
Yeah, I think he actually found the glitch in the Matrix.
I think he's been working at it to find the glitch. I think this is something that he's been working on for a while.
See, the funny thing is somebody let me on here, so I know Tommy's still hanging around. I don't know if he's trying to torture the audience. What is he doing exactly? Why is he doing this?
He might be stream walking.
I mean, we went from a dungeon.
You call it when he might be doing the stream in his sleep.
Stream torture? Ah. Okay.
Oh, is it Angelix was doing it?
Wait, let me click the live record stat. I got to get a graph and see where we're at in 5 minutes. If we're on our way, if we're trending up or if we're trending down.
Why are we here?
That's a philosophical question. Sort of like, what's the meaning of life? Why are we here?
Why is any of us here? Why did Uzi get fucking Crappie's stream taken down? I think that there's some sabotage going on.
Where's Tommy?
He's backstage. He
He's either backstage or fell asleep.
He doesn't want to talk to us. He ran out of conversation with us. I think you upset him. I think you and the three Bogan torpedoes came on, and I think he got upset that you guys. Tommy finally got a taste of what it's like to get the Bogan torpedoed. He doesn't like it very much. He was getting super chats. He was doing good, and then all of a sudden, the triple Bogans fucking took him down.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He started out with a lot of energy, and then he sort of like petered out.
Yeah, Tommy's in the Cybertruck sleeping. Dude, I think you did something, Angelic. We have to fix this with Hermie. Should we play more Herman clips so he's happier? He's very upset.
I don't know what he's upset about.
He sure was taking it out on you.
So wait a minute. So wait
All
a minute.
I think I remember saying something about Ivermectin. It was only Ivermectin talk.
You think that did it? You think he freaked out a little bit?
I think what it is see, you got to know how Herman works. When Herman starts to attack you, what he's really saying, it's a cry for help and attention. What he's really saying is, can you please play some clips for my channel?
Why have we got this? I feel like I'm on Watch Nicholas's channel.
No, I actually, you know what pissed me off? I thought I was going to be able to fall asleep. I go over to Crappie's channel. It's just a blank screen. YouTube has taken down this stream because of community guidelines. I'm like, what the fuck?
Curly, can you get the 38 out? Curly, can you get the 38 out and end this stream?
Wait a minute. Let me see if I could help us. Let me see if I can help us. Hang on a second. Let me see if we got something going on.
In the pain.
Yeah, I think it's about time, right? All right, let's see if we got some. Oh wait, we got some shorts here. Okay, hang on a second.
Did we even thank everybody?
Oh,
I'd like to thank Herman for being
okay. Now, Angelic. Remember, this is what's great about being an American. You could walk outside your barn and you can do stuff like this.
Ooh, I like it.
It's funny how you can show that and everything's fine. Go on live.
That's a hunting shotgun. You hunt with that shotgun. See? Come on, baby. Come on. Hey, algorithm, put us out of our misery. I dare you, algorithm. Come on, bitch. Take us out.
So how did Uzi do it?
Uzi did it live. Let's see if we can fool the algorithm. This is some fucking trick shooting here, man.
What? Did I?
You know, look at that. He's so American, it's even on his fucking t-shirt.
Nice.
See, this is why the Chinese will never be able to rule America like they do Australia.
Wait,
Oh,
wait.
that was
Not
a-
allowed to slip in anti-Australian sentiment. Hey, oi.
We all got these. We all got many of these things in the bedroom, under the bed, in the drawer, in the refrigerator, in the freezer.
I keep mine where it belongs.
Oh, look at even his shell's American. Look at that. Woo! Let's see some more. Let's see some more Americanism. Look at this. Look at this. Now you're driving in your truck. Somebody rear ends you, and you say, "Okay, hold on a second." Oh, yeah, here.
Curly.
Yeah.
I need to ask you a serious question.
Oh, serious.
Fuck, you don't want to ask me that.
Yeah. Well, now the Second Amendment.
That
I'm
was 12
starting
days,
to.
baby. Go ahead.
I'm starting to understand the Second Amendment. But what's the Third Amendment?
No, here's what you got to understand. So picture this: you're there with a bunch of friends. You're all drunk. You're fucking high. You're bored. And all of a sudden you think to yourself, you know what? Fuck playing snookers, rugby, fucking, checkers, chess. We don't want to do that. Let's go out the back. Let me go in my room. Let me grab a couple of toys and let's go have some fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
I mean,
if I go to America, do I get
neighbors,
gunplay?
You have to have neighbors that are willing to play along with this. It's all nice. I mean, you just go out there. Oh, now we got pistols, music.
That's a fast one.
Look at that trick shooting, baby. Boom.
Do you like faster or bigger?
I'll show you what I like. This.
To the town of our free road.
Look at that. Look at that lever action.
I like lever action. Yeah.
Just modern day cowboyism. Ah, little Leonard Skinner. Little 9mm self auto load. Oh, there's nothing like being bored, a little fucked up.
How do I become an American?
You got to cross the fucking southern border.
Have you ever been to Mexico?
Oh, this is fun, Angelic. This is all I want. I don't care about what house I live in. I want this kind of backyard. See, this is some John Wick shit here, baby.
All right. Bang, bang, bang. Can you keep up?
See some more. Another pistol. Look at that. That's beautiful. Comp pistol. Flashlight. Look at that. Just like it's nothing. You walk out in your backyard, shoot a few targets.
Guys, we got the new CZs.
Let's see.
I want to be American.
There's no better drug than this kind of adrenaline and dopamine shot. So you get a stereo system with some big fucking speakers and you just play some music. A bunch of your drunk friends, you get some firearms. What do you think?
If I go to America and just don't go back, can I apply for citizenship?
You just don't worry about that shit. You don't worry about that. Just come over to my house. We'll do this all day long.
It's not really required anymore here.
Yeah.
Cool. So I just don't go
Angelic,
back.
if you want to define freedom, this is it. Second Amendment.
What I want.
Ooh, look at this. This is his closet. Look at his closet. I bet you Australians ain't got no closets like this.
How are you playing the clip when you can't?
We're just all in the closet down here.
What's that, Doc?
How are you playing clips when you can't play clips in Tommy's?
No, I can. Tommy has to put them up there. I can play this, but he has to put them up. But see, now I think I just got a message. Hang on a second.
So he's in the back putting this up for you.
Okay, now, Doc, I have some news for you. We are literally on our own. Tommy bailed on us. He's like, I don't want any part of this.
Well, he said he was going to sleep, or either that or
he is going to sleep. Look at that. Customizing, Cousin Angelic. Look at that. See? This is what you call customizing.
Modding is nice.
Look at that. Look at that. Cousin, can you imagine walking into your closet instead of having shoes and suits and shirts, you got all this?
I wouldn't know what to do.
Oh, I wouldn't know what to do with it. I would just play with everything until I ran out of ammo.
I know somebody with a setup like that. It's very nice.
Isn't ammo expensive?
Ooh, even far away shooting.
I'm not coming back. If I get to Australia, America, I'm not coming back.
Now, see, this is what you really want, Cousin Angelic. You want to start getting into high capacity magazines. That's what you want.
Don't they jam? Don't they jam?
Some of them do, some of them don't, but you got to play with them.
Okay.
Usually you want to have more than one around.
I'm 16 and
Now, see that? Now, when I think I'm going to go squirrel hunting, this is exactly what I want. I mean, small varmint hunting, of course, deer hunting.
Sage.
What if the deer is fast?
One of the most impractical DMRs of all time, but name a cooler rifle.
There is none. Look at that. See? Why would anybody want to take this away from any American, a right to have this? Look at that. See? Nice. Just keep loading. Sure, so we have a couple of mass shootings every now and then, but who gives a fuck? We don't want to give this. Why do a couple of fucking strange, mentally ill people that always are on YouTube streams, just because they go out and they feel like doing mass shootings, why should the whole population suffer?
Well, there's a point.
Sadly,
oh yeah.
Do you have hot dogs while you're at the range?
Oh, you bring your own. You just bring your. See, this is not the range. This is his backyard. He walks out of his house. He walks into his backyard, and he gets to do stuff like this. When you live in a free country,
it looks like he's got a large farm, though.
Yeah, it's Iowa.
Is Montana nice?
Montana can be cold in the winter.
Can you hide out in Montana? Can I stay in Montana?
You don't have to hide anywhere.
We got the new Smith & Wesson 1854 44 Magnum. These right here are the specs, and this is a 60-second period.
I mean, it's like watch collecting. Certain watch collectors have a one and done. A happy three-piece happy. How does it called? A belly buster.
Yeah. Happy three-piece hunger buster.
Sometimes you got to build an armory in your basement and fucking have 1,000 weapons.
Review.
Ooh.
Can I give you my uneducated three-piece hunger buster meal deal, and then you can re-educate me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd go for a Colt Navy. A Colt.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, wait. You're talking
Navy Colt.
Navy is a single action 6-shooter.
Yeah. Okay. One of them. The Henry rifle with the octagon barrel. Is that the octagon barrel?
Yes, there are octagon barrel. So lever action Henry.
Yeah, lever action Henry and
heavy barrel. They call that heavy barrel.
Heavy barrel. And my third one would be one of those hallway sweepers, a shotgun.
Street sweeper.
Yeah, street sweeper. What's that like?
We got the new Smith & Wesson 1850.
Listen, that covers all the bases, except I wouldn't go that antique if I had to do a three-piece hunger buster. I would want a H-car, that's a heavy weapon, heavy rifle, a lot of capacity. I would want a FN&X 45, high capacity. And then to top it all off, I would want a hood-mounted minigun.
44 Magnum. These.
Look at that. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at this.
Is a 44 Magnum too heavy?
No.
I
mean, look.
It's a bit like a sea dweller, isn't it? It's like heavy. It's a big thing.
Look, an unboxing. This is
It's a little bit bigger.
Watch this unboxing. Ah, look at that. Ready to go. John Wick special. Let's see what else we got here. Coffee. Oh, good song, The Clash. Decisions. Now, this is what you call customizing. Accessorizing. You got to accessorize your stuff. You know, like strap on a watch.
Can you hand paint it? Can you paint it?
You can do whatever you want. Special control. Almost like a watchmaker. He's making this gun like a boomer gun. You need look at, see? Ooh. It's like a fucking cowboy. Oh shit. What is this contraption? Unbelievable. What else? Oh! Angelic.
I'm going to watch 1883 when I go to bed tonight.
Angelic, here you go. He did this video for you. Old-fashioned 6-shooter.
To the town.
That's beautiful. Yeah. Ooh.
Like a cowboy.
I like that.
See how much it slows you down when you got to go back to the antique weapons? Kind of cool, but.
It was early in the morning when he rode into the town. From the south side, loaded all around. Even outlaw.
Very heavy cartridge. Nothing wrong with a 45 Colt. Ooh. He's like Robin Hood. Oh, what do we got here? Lever action. This is right. I can see you with this, Angelic. Little cowboy hat.
Yeah. Ooh.
Nice. What else we got? Now, see, this is great. Driving around with a fucking arsenal in your back.
What about Willie Nelson? I'd listen to Willie Nelson.
Now, that's 45 right there.
Wow.
Carbine. That's what you would classify as a carbine.
I'm not allowed to say those words in Australia.
You see, Americans, the kids in America, they learn this from when they're little toddlers. You get the first thing you do, you get them toy guns, then they graduate up to 22s. Then the next thing you know, you got a closet full of fucking U.S. Army arsenal.
I had a gun.
Did it?
I had to give it away. I had to give it up.
Yeah, that's what happens when the Chinese take over.
Shooter ready?
What are we talking here? We're in the woods.
Stand by.
Acorn. I mean, this is really not that hard to do, Angelic. You got the red dot sight, little practice, and you could be a mass shooter. Look at that. That's pretty good.
How often do you go have a shot, Shirley?
What's that?
How often do you go off and have a shot with your arsenal?
Oh, we went when my daughter was here is the last time I went. We went 2 weeks ago when she was here. My my wife is a hell of a shot, but only with one pistol. She's really good at.
Which pistol is that?
A Smith & Wesson, what is it called? It's not the Bodyguard. Smith & Wesson 2.0. It's a 12-shot 9. Real skinny, real short. She's really good with it. Oh.
Bye.
Look at this. This is what we call a misguided super chat. Unfortunately, Uzi, I can't pull it up, but he says $45 Uzi for crappie. I got to learn how to do one of these rogue dungeons. So Wookie, if you're out there, how the fuck do we end this now that Tommy left? How do we do this? I guess this thing's just going to have to run until it kills itself.
It's going to click itself off after, what, 8 hours?
No, it doesn't click itself off. No. It never clicks.
It's got a limit to the number of hours it's going to run.
No, it doesn't. What happens if you go to it's called PewView, Jock, PewView. As a matter of fact, hang on a second. Let me see if I can do this at least. I don't know if it'll let me. Copy.
So why is it when Marcelo was doing his 24-hour streaming, he would have to restart it every 12 hours or something?
Because what happens is that when you hit 12 hours, it starts erasing the beginning of the stream.
Ah.
I dropped the YouTube link, Jock.
The Daniel Defense H9. These right here, the specs, and this is a 60-second peer review.
I don't like the pistol. I like when
my mama always said life was like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
This one's my favorite.
You ain't nothing but a hound dog.
Look at a bedazzled gun.
Do you listen to music when you're shooting? I never listen to music when I'm shooting.
I mean, outside, yeah. Outside, it'd be a fucking... I got a friend of mine that's got a kind of similar setup to this. In Indiana, we go twice a year. Because we used to have a tradition. We used to go by his house, and then everybody would jump in a Suburban, and we used to go to the Knob Creek Machine Gun Festival. And they, that's been gone for I think 6 years now. So we just have a little outing by him. But yeah, we put music on. But no, when I go to the range, I don't listen to music. No. And again, they won't let you rapid fire at a range. There's a lot of things they won't let you do at a range. Like the one I go to, you can't fire high-powered rifles. I don't have any, but you can't fire high-powered rifles. 308 is the max. They won't even let you go 30-06. Ooh, what did that mean?
My mama always said.
Ooh. Look at that. You don't even need hearing protection with that.
That's to lose some velocity.
Yeah, you want to shoot subsonic rounds, but see, now that one's got a binary trigger, which makes it a little bit fully automatic. Legal fully automatic. Put it that way. Listen how quiet that is. Ah, there we go. Now this is what I like. I like 911.
Yeah, I like it. Nice.
So he does do some great long range shooting, because when you're that far away, when you're at 100 yards, you're aiming probably 4 or 5 feet above that target. You know, if you put your sights right on the target, you're gonna fucking hit the ground.
Worst baby.
But then again, he's used to his range, so he could do that shit.
Think I can hip shoot the lid off that?
That's the last one.
That's a lot of stopping power. So he needs 45. He'll bleed out.
There you go, Angelic. He's a revolver. He's pretty good at revolvers.
Better.
What the fuck? Here we go.
Ooh. 44, yeah.
That's 44, yeah.
I'm Patrick. Oh, Libra.
Actually, that's 357 because it's an 8-shot. See, now right there, for him to shoot that target that he's shooting at, Angelic, he's probably aiming a foot and a half above that target.
Amazing.
Oh, here's Uzi's gun. This is what Uzi's got.
Very deliberate with these movements, isn't it? It's not fucking.
This guy started out. He started out with only doing TikToks, and then when he started his YouTube, he got almost to a million subs in less than 1 year.
Wow.
He started on TikTok doing these shorts. He does. See, now, if you lived in California, you couldn't have this. You couldn't do this. If you live where I'm at, you can't do this. See, that's the red dot. You see, he's looking through that sight that he uses. I mean, you do this, if you get this dialed in, you can shoot fast. They still work. That magazine, this magazine company is a sponsor of his show. This is how he shows how it works. The thing is, in his TikTok videos, he never talked. Now on his YouTube channel, he does. That's 45. Watch this thing, Angelic.
I'd rather that than
now, Angelic, you're gonna think that this is fully automatic, but it's not. Watch how a binary trigger works. It's legal. This is not a machine gun. This is not a licensed machine gun. It's just he knows how to use a binary trigger. Watch.
So what? He holds the trigger. He uses the trigger each shot, or
no. A binary trigger. It's his trigger. It's legal. You pop it in your weapon, and what it does is when you pull the trigger, it shoots, and when you let it go, it shoots. It fires. It'll fire when you pull the trigger, and it fires when you let it go.
Cool.
That's called binary.
Thanks. Yeah.
Watch how fast this thing shoots, and it's not a machine gun. See?
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
But you cannot on YouTube. If you had a channel where you used to show machine gun content, so in other words, it's grandfathered in, you could still do it. If you didn't. See, like right now, if you do if you shoot a machine gun on any YouTube channel, they take you down right away.
Right.
There's only one good thing about winter.
I like this.
The concealed carry options are great. I'm just gonna dual wield everything the entire winter.
Kimbo.
It is your last day to get entered in.
Let's see what
This
else we
right
got here. This is good. I like this. He skeet shoots, but instead of the skeets going away from him, he shoots the skeets at him. See the machine shooting skeets at him.
Wow. Cool.
I wanted into black. No colors anymore. I want them to be black. I see those girls go by dressed in their summer clothes. I have to turn my head until my darkness goes.
That's crazy hitting a fucking machine with a rifle on. That is not an easy thing to do.
Into black. My love will never come back.
Exploding targets. Those are fun.
I don't want the guy that's
I think you got
the
that. I
bottles,
think you got
the
that,
old
right?
guy.
Look at that thing. Now, this thing actually, what's funny about this is a replica of a Benelli shotgun. Some Turkish company makes this. You could get these for like $800, and they're really reliable. High capacity, of course, like everything should be.
Fuck. I love that.
Exploding target.
I love that.
Slug.
I love that.
Yeah. Yeah, high capacity semi-autos are fun, especially if they work.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Anyways. All right, boys. What do we do now? Hey, Dirk, what do we do now? What do we do with this runaway train we're on? Angela, can you believe that Doc stayed on this stream the whole time?
Docs.
I think he means me.
Yeah, Doc.
Oh.
Doc.
Why did you stay here?
I didn't have any place to go. I didn't know what was happening. I had some reading to do.
Doc is awesome, man.
That's
you know,
cool, man.
We can't do shit now. Oh, wait a minute. How the fuck did I just do that? So we got
What did you
Patel
do?
Philippe $10, Patel Philippe $10, Patel Philippe $2, Patel Philippe $5. You guys can't see it, but can you? Fuck.
I see nothing.
I was gonna say thank you to everybody. You know what? I don't know what Tommy was talking about. The super chats are actually starred. They're right here, 20 super chats. So what did we make? What did this fucking renegade stream make? 10, 15, 20.
Thank you,
25,
T-Dubs. Calms the
30, 50, 55, 75, 80, 85, 91, 98, 100. Fuck, 22 euros in that. That's 150. Fuck, $200. Hey, so Uzi, hey guys, just so you know, Uzi torpedoed. Uzi took Crappie off the air, and Uzi sponsored our show. I don't know if that's bad or what.
I think that's good. It's all good. Thank you,
How much 1911 ammo would we have got for $200?
Legend of the evening.
You mean 45?
Yeah, how much? How many? An
$200?
hour? Yeah.
No, let's see. You could get. I think Winchester sells bulk boxes of 250 for $60. So don't know, a little shy of 500 rounds, 45.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
Yeah. What I got to figure out is what is 40% of.
I'm demanding 60. I want 60.
That's not friend prices. That's not friend prices. You got to give family and friend prices.
All right, I'll 40.
Or else AC is, AC3 will be very offended. I mean, listen, Narc's got the best deal of all, $50 per appearance from Bear. Bear pay.
Yeah.
Good.
That's, yeah.
Because Archie would never fucking pay him that. Well, I don't know. What do we do here? I feel like I'm in the movie Saw.
How does it end?
I feel more like Groundhog Day.
Really? What's happening? We keep coming back? Is that what it is? It's repetitive?
Every time I fall asleep and wake up, the stream's going like I never left.
I'm going to try something. Here. Let me see if this works. I don't know if it will. Where did it go?
I find it hard to believe that there's no way to end the stream.
No, the only way to end it is Tommy's got to end it because he's the only admin. He did this under his own StreamYard account, which is free, which is under his name, and he's got no admin. It's just him.
Well, he's probably not going to sleep more than a few hours. So.
Oh, he'll wake up in the morning and just turn it off. That's all.
Yeah. You just tell him to turn it off when he wakes up.
Where the fuck did it go? I'm going to try it one more time and see if it... Okay, here's the StreamYard link. Let me see what happens. I'm going to try the StreamYard link he sent me.
I tried it.
Same shit. No. Only time, hey, listen, he did something genius. I would like to find out how you do this. He started a stream that only he can control.
Yeah.
Not bad.
I thought he did it on purpose, but he didn't.
I think he did.
I believe he's been working on this for a while.
Yeah, he found the glitch in the Matrix.
I quizzed him on it and he sort of bobbed me off. And I thought, hang on.
Fuck, Barry? What do you mean porn bomb? Barry, what the fuck? Barry. You know, the good thing, Barry, try not to hit a speed bump. Are you in the ice cream truck? Because Tommy's in the fucking. Did Mookie say he was in? He was in the what truck? I forget now. Mookie had
Cybertruck.
Which truck was Tommy in?
Cybertruck.
Yeah, Cybertruck. You're right. I can't hear you. You're laying down, aren't you?
Yeah. I'm in my sleepy chair.
You know your voice completely changes when you lay down.
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
it does.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute! It's not your voice. You're using a different mic.
Yeah, I'm on the.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
There you go.
Fucking. Hey Barry, we can't. Only the people that are on this panel right now can porn bomb. If anybody tries to jump on, we can't let them on. I'm telling you, we're like, how many guys were in that? Remember in that I don't know. I don't remember. What Saw movie was it? 2, 3, 4, 6, 18, where the two dudes are in the room and they're handcuffed to shit. That's what I feel like right now. I feel like we're in that room. And there's some overlord.
Open bay doors, hell. We're in the spaceship. There's only 3 of us left.
Exactly. I'm sorry, Dave.
So we got sucked into a black hole?
Sorry, Dave.
Yeah,
sorry,
T-Dubs. Go ahead, hit the link, T-Dubs. And then fucking, you know what you need, T-Dubs? You need to start your own channel so you could do what Hermie does. He gets mad, he posts on his channel. I can't believe there's still 38 people watching this fucking garbage. You know, we have 50.
Listening.
There was 50 people with nobody here. Well, actually, Doc was. See, I thought Tommy just left an avatar up. I didn't know that was Doc on the panel by himself. You know what? Actually, Doc, you could take credit for the graph going up because you went from when it was you and Tommy, you had like 36 people, and then when he left and it was you by yourself, you hit 50. That's pretty fucking
I think it
good.
might have been my avatar. I kind of went through a few different avatars and I realized this is the best one for tonight's show.
You know what's good is you can mock Herman, but actually a guy like Herman, he gets chat engagement going. You got to get active. That's what Forbin, Colossus, and Holden Caulfield and people like that were good at. You know, somebody that drops a fucking chat every minute or so actually gets the chat engaged. Like Uzi's good at it right now. It's a very niche part of the internet. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I mean, Uzi, what a fucking dirty bomb, man. You think that Uzi's a Watch Nicholas dirty bomb? I think he is.
Well, certainly he needs to be talked to about
Uzi does his own clips. He does his own clips for Nick. So Nick's got the Jamie is a racist clip. He's got the Marcelo is a rapist clip. He's got the Tim Wright getting a super chat from Uzi clip. Then he runs that fucking Roden channel, and now he's doing dirty bomb tricks. Hey, how are you gonna get? Who's next on the list? Please tell me it's Doc's Report. You're gonna do an exclusive interview with Doc's Report.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah. But the word's gonna get around that you took down Crappie's stream with a AK-47. What are you gonna do on Doc's? You gonna porn bomb him?
Is there anything new on the road at 100?
Who? Doc's?
No, have you seen anything new on the road at 100 channel?
Oh yeah. Uzi uploads all the time. Anyways, boys, it was a fucking fun, abstract kind of a night.
And a little bit weird. That's fine.
But
glad I contributed.
Weird is good, right? Weird is good.
A little strange.
Can you get shotguns with paint pellet, like paint rounds?
Yeah, they call it paintball.
You could load shotgun shells with anything you want.
That'd be cool.
I had shotgun shells that were loaded with 18 dimes.
Really?
Yeah.
Actually, I thought you meant gun specific for them.
No, it's a 3-inch Magnum shell, and it fit 18, 10-cent pieces inside of it. They fit a dime fits perfect in a 12-gauge shotgun shell.
Ah, really? That's interesting. That's cool.
I mean, they're effective at a certain range, and the funny thing is when somebody's looking for fucking, pellets or BBs and shit, they pick up 10 cents and they put it in their pocket. So can you imagine they got like the crime scene tape and you got the forensic fucking technicians walking around looking for, shotgun pellets or shotgun, buckshot, and they find the 10 cent that actually was part of the crime and they put it in their pocket.
I wonder if that's ever happened.
Oh, they got crazy rounds. They got all kinds of rounds. They got flechette rounds, which are little spikes, nails that it shoots out. They got beanbag rounds. Man, you ever want to see something funny? See somebody get hit with a beanbag round in the nuts. Yeah, they kind of hurt, depending on what kind of beanbags they are. If they're loaded with lead shot or shot. Anyways. Gentlemen, have a good night. For everybody who stuck around. Uzi, thank you for sponsoring tonight's show. You know what? Let me do this. I can read them. Let me do this. Patel Philippe, thank you. $10. Patel Philippe, $5. Patel Philippe, $2. Patel Philippe, $5. Patel Philippe, $2. Patel Philippe, $5. Bob NYC, $20. Craig Shit, $2. Thomas Burnett, $5. Chris F, $20. Bob NYC, $5. Otto, $5. Patel Philippe, $6.99. We had Craig Shit, $2. Craig Shit, $2. Uzi with a super sticker. JB, also co-sponsored tonight. 22 euros, super sticker. We had Uzi, $19, and Uzi for $45. Thank you, Uzi, for sponsoring. Thank you, JB for sponsoring. And guys, have a great night. Listen, we're gonna this thing's just going to keep going. So you guys want to entertain each other in the chat, feel free. Uzi paid for it, so you guys might as well use it. See you, Doc. See you, Angelic.
Take
it easy, Curly. Take it easy, cousin.
Yeah, you too, Doc. Thanks, man.
It's been real. It's been real, as they say. It's been real.
It's been real weird, but kind of cool.
I didn't want to say that part, but obviously, yes.
See you next stream.
Exactly. We'll see you next stream.
All right, see you, Doc.
And you never know. Someone may come on the stream and may continue.
I was always better listening to the campfire stories than I was telling campfire stories. That's the sad part. So I don't think I have any campfire stories to put you guys to sleep with. I could read one of the morgue manuals. Costco, I think I have one here at the house. That might be. Actually, it might be terrifying. So maybe I should. Well, you know what? Our good friends at ChatGPT probably can come up with a perfect story for just this. See what I can find. Bedtime story for teenagers. Once upon a time, in a bustling city. Holy cow, this thing is long. Once upon a time, in a bustling city, there was a group of teenagers who were known throughout the neighborhood for their adventurous spirit, and curiosity. Actually, I better make sure I'm not. That would. Back to the story. Every night, they gathered under twinkling stars in the backyard of a friend's house, eager to hear a new bedtime story that would transport them to fantastical worlds and ignite their wild imaginations. On this particular night, a cool breeze whispered through the trees. The moon cast a gentle glow upon the earth. The group settled in for another thrilling tale. Once in the distant land beyond the shimmering sea, there existed a hidden realm known as Avaloria, where magic danced upon the wind. Legend came to life. Teenagers leaned in closer, their eyes wide with anticipation. Storyteller. In Avaloria, there was a young sorcerer. Yes. In Avalonia, there was an Avaloria, sorcerer named Michael. His powers were unmatched. His heart. In Avaloria, there was a young sorcerer named Michael. His powers were unmatched. His heart was as brave as a lion's roar. He embarked on a perilous quest to retrieve the lost crystal of dreams. A powerful artifact said to hold the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe. As the tale unfolded, the teenagers found themselves drawn to a world of enchantment and wonder, where they battled fierce dragons, befriended mystical creatures, discovered true meaning, courage, and friendship. With each twist and turn of the story, their imaginations soared to new heights, found themselves believing magic that surrounded them. And as the night grew darker, stars shimmered brighter overhead. The teenagers drifted off to sleep with dreams of adventure, possibility, dancing, knowing that tomorrow held endless opportunities for them to explore and create their own extraordinary tales. And so, watchful gaze of the moon and the twinkling stars, the group of teenagers found solace in the power of storytelling, knowing that as long as they dared to dream, their adventures would never end. And that is what happens to a dungeon. The dungeon meets the dog. We're going to have a little bit of an intermission before my next reading. So I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Yet another chapter.
It appears that my microphone was not turned on, and my storytelling efforts were going through the inboard computer rather than the headset. That's a problem, and it will be rectified. I will repeat the story in a few minutes after this brief intermission. The answer is yes, I can see the chat, but I'm not able to communicate with the chat. At least I can't type into the chat. I can see it, but I can't type into it. And it's the marvels of modern technology. Yeah, it's the way the stream is set up. I can see into the chat, but it's with some difficulty, and that's the way it is. I'm going to take a brief break, and I will be right back. Well, I'll be back after a brief break, about 5 minutes. Uzi, $1.99 super sticker. Unfortunately, I can't tell what sort of super sticker it is, but I'm sure it's an appropriate one. And thank you for the super sticker. I'm going to take a brief little intermission here, and I will be back for a rereading of that soul-stirring late night bed story. righty, all right. I am back. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we've got. Well, now, seems that there are a few people here after all. Let's check and see what we've got. You know, T-dubs, this is a very good question and something that was covered earlier in the stream by Ron the Shrink most eloquently. But basically, no one seems to be able to say exactly what President Trump is guilty of. And certainly if you ask the average person, or even the average voter, let's be more specific, they'd have a hard time saying exactly what he's guilty of. Rather, whether they approve of it, whether they like the fact that he was found guilty, or whether they are disappointed with the apparent injustice of the situation. Doesn't really matter. No one can really say. And one of the interesting things is that normally, apparently, I'm not an attorney, but normally, in order for a decision to be found to be unanimous by a jury, the jury also has to agree as to what the crime is. In this particular case, the judge made a point. Let me just make sure I have my microphone on. I think I do. I don't want to keep talking if I don't have it on. That wouldn't be good. It looks like it's on. So the interesting thing is that the judge, in order to be able to come up with the unanimous decision, the judge told the jury specifically that they need not agree on what the charge was that he's guilty of. All they had to do is agree that he's guilty. And under those circumstances, they were able to say that it was unanimous. But that does not follow the Supreme Court's decision in the past that a unanimous decision by a jury requires a unanimous agreement as to exactly what the guilty charge is, what exactly someone is found guilty of. So basically, in order to say that there were 34 out of 34 guilty, they had to be able to allow the individual jury members to pick and choose amongst themselves exactly what they felt he was guilty of. So undoubtedly it will be overturned for that reason, if not some of the others, such as the fact that the judge should have recused himself for a multitude of reasons. And he's basically an activist judge. So this was purely for show. This was purely a desperate attempt by the Democrats and the administrative deep state to reduce Trump's lead over Biden. And whether you think that Biden is going to remain the Democratic candidate for president, or whether he will be substituted at the Democratic convention, and that's my belief, that he will be substituted with somebody who has a little less dementia, who has a little more cognitive abilities, but only time will tell on all of those things. Let's take a look and see who might be awake still. Even the music sounds weird, speeding up and slowing down from where I'm sitting. Let's see here. The last thing I read, just going back to, okay, Uzi, and T-dubs. Yep. Discount. Yes, he did disobey orders from the deep state. That's the reason all this is happening. You know, President Trump is the first president to go against the deep state since JFK. And we all know what happened to JFK. Well, actually, Nixon went against them, and that's the reason for Watergate. That's the reason they had to take him out. And, you know, the whole JFK assassination was botched in so many different ways. I think that's why they realized with Nixon that they needed to do it without an overt assassination. Instead, it could be an internal coup, and that worked pretty effectively. What do we got here next? Well, you know, the interesting thing is that in that hot mic moment, people leave out the fact that President Trump was saying that when you're rich like he is, women let you do anything. They let you do anything. They let men do whatever they might want to do, including grabbing them by the pussy. And I never knew that was a thing, grabbing by the pussy. I was like, what? I've never heard of that. But I'm not rich like Donald Trump, so maybe that's why I've never heard of it. I didn't know it was a thing, but it sounds interesting. Julian Assange is guilty of being innocent. I agree 100%. Julian Assange is guilty of being the most productive journalist in history. If you look at the volume, of materials, the volume produced by WikiLeaks, it surpasses probably all the other journalism of the world combined. And I don't think that's an overstatement. I don't think that's hyperbole. I think it's just it's a reflection of the productivity of WikiLeaks and Julian Assange. And you're right, Julian Assange is guilty of being innocent and needs to be pardoned. And apparently, President Trump is considering that if he's elected. And yes, John Wick 2, they do President Trump because he's indeed honest and truthful and tells it like it is. And that's painful for them. They can't handle it. They can't stand it. And yes, the judge was ready for him to be found guilty before things commenced. The judge was basically giving instructions to the jurors about where to go to make a decision about whether he was innocent or guilty. That's another thing that happened. The judges apparently are not supposed to do that. Yeah, I think we all know judges are not supposed to instruct the jury as to exactly what they need to focus on with their decision making. That's supposed to be left to the counselors, to the attorneys, both for and against, and the jury is supposed to make a decision based upon that. So the judge is not supposed to be involved in that fashion. And probably this 34 count business, I haven't even taken a look at it, to be honest, but normally when they do this 34 count business or 98 counts and all this other, they're repeating the same thing over and over again just to make it sound what they consider to be, make it sound impressive for the average low information voter who might be swayed by any of this, because 34 is much worse than 24. So, but you don't want to overdo it and say 44. That might be crazy. So 34 is a more reasonable number. It might have been interesting if President Trump had, in fact, divorced his wife and married Stormy Daniels. That would have been insane. But it might have been interesting in terms of this whole story. It might have been very interesting indeed. Yes, T-dubs. It was a kangaroo court before it even started. And we know that's true. You know, I remember seeing somebody talking about how the driver can be seen on his Zapruder film turning around with a pistol and shooting President Kennedy's head off. I don't think that's true. That would be a little too easy, but I don't think that's true. But the driver was responsible for hitting the brakes, coming to a complete stop when all of the shots were either off or they weren't quite hitting the target, which was his head, which is why they came to a complete stop. And the assassin in the drainage rain gutter was the one who was responsible for the fatal shot, the final shot, from approximately 20 yards. So that was the kill shot. That was the insurance policy, if you want to call it that. Is bumbling Biden guilty of aiding a war criminal? Well, you know, that's a good question. You know, I don't know that it's all that relevant, though, because at this point, if he couldn't be held responsible for possessing and hoarding classified documents without having proper clearance to do so, without being president of the United States, therefore being able to have those documents. I think he was a senator at the time that he had most of the documents. And even if he was vice president, you're still not allowed to do that, only the president. So if he couldn't be held responsible for that because of his senility and probable dementia, then what does it really matter if he was aiding war crimes? I think ultimately none of that really matters anymore. It's a bunch of money laundering. It's a bunch of weapons laundering. It's a bunch of satisfying the military-industrial complex with regard to Ukraine. And it would seem that there's little we can do about it, that they're going to send even more billions of tax dollars over there. Yes. Eventually, if enough people were to hit the streets, reminiscent of what I've seen for videos of Vietnam protests, maybe that might stop it, but otherwise, I can't imagine anything will stop it. Yeah, it's a very difficult situation. There's no doubt. No doubt, no doubt. So the International Criminal Court, I am aware that they want to go after Netanyahu. I don't know yet if they want to go after Biden. Wouldn't that be interesting, though, if they made that call? It would be weird, wild stuff, as they say. Weird, wild stuff. Weird, wild stuff. So it would be. And no, unfortunately, the International Criminal Court really doesn't have a lot of power, a lot of teeth. So let's see. Is there a way to figure out if anybody's even out there anymore? Let's see if I can do that. I don't think I can. I don't think I can do anything to figure that out. Well. We have another super sticker from Uzi, Legend of the Evening. $1.99 super sticker. Thank you very much for the super sticker. And unfortunately, I'm unable, with my limited resources, I'm unable to determine exactly what sort of super sticker that is. But nonetheless, we appreciate the support, and thank you very much, Uzi, for the super sticker. You know, it's interesting. Rand Paul definitely went after Fauci on several occasions, gave him an opportunity to modify his testimony before Congress. Of course, he didn't choose to do so. With regard to Fauci lying about gain of function happening at the Wuhan lab, which led to the release of a reasonably dangerous virus, which really should have been called the Wuhan virus, and it was called the Wuhan virus initially. Even by the mainstream media, they were initially calling it the Wuhan virus. Do you know why? Simple. Viruses are typically named based upon their location, and that helps with figuring out exactly the origin of the virus and how it was spread, the vectors, all of those things historically are based upon naming the virus after its location. So yeah, the Wuhan virus, though, is largely the result of Anthony Fauci and his decision-making process to send funding to China. And it makes one think, if China's supposed to be our adversary, why are we sending tax dollars to them to work gain-of-function experiments, presumably that could be used for viral warfare, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense on the surface, and I don't think it makes a lot of sense deeper down either. But somewhere along the way, I'm positive that it's about the money and or the power, and of course, those two exchange themselves. So this stream that's running right now, just so everybody understands, CIA Tommy started it, and he did it in a way that no one can access the controls. No one can go in to stop it. No one can add anyone else in. Only Tommy has that power. And at least for now, Tommy is asleep. He's getting a little bit of rest. He usually sleeps 2 hours a day, sort of like Edison sleeping 2 hours a day. So he's asleep right now. And till he wakes up, we're stuck. So we can't do a link for crappy. We can't do a link for anyone. We can't do a link of any kind. We're stuck. I'm doing a few things here tonight. I'm sort of stuck. So in the meantime, I'm staying in the chat for the moment. Are bats going to get a pardon? In this crazy world, they probably get a pardon before someone who deserves it. That seems to be the case for sure. You know, I remember Paul Harvey making a lot of predictions. I just don't remember exactly which one from 1965, but I've listened to some audio and video Paul Harvey in the past. I wouldn't say that Trump is a lizard, but I would say that he's a dragon slayer. That's why they're scared of him. Sounds like discount. You think that Dan is Barack Obama? One never knows. You know, looking at Marty Menyon there, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with the RICO case that's falling apart, where the attorneys are just lying like rugs before the court, and I think there's a good chance that one might get thrown out. But if it doesn't get thrown out, it'll be very entertaining. That RICO case will be very entertaining indeed. Yeah, I think it's interesting that I don't know if it was the media in total or if it was CNN that took the initiative to modify the photographs of Trump to make him appear to be orange. I think it was CNN that did it initially. And they did the same thing with Joe Rogan when he announced he had COVID and announced that he was taking Ivermectin for it. They distorted his coloring and did all sorts of things to try to make him look sick. And I think that's what they did with President Trump as well, in the decision to make him appear orange. Seems to have worked. A lot of people don't like that. For a lot of people, orange man bad means something to their soul. Trump derangement syndrome, there's got to be a cure, and we're working on it. Oh, if I were the devil. I remember that. I do remember that. That's a famous speech of Paul Harvey. Never heard this joke before. What slides up and down Nelson's column? The answer being Winnie. I'd never heard that before. It's interesting, but it is political. Yeah, I think now a new precedent has been set. You can find an activist judge in a leaning state. So whether you want to go to prosecute a Democrat in a Republican state, a heavily Republican state, or what was done here to prosecute a Republican president in a heavily leaning Democrat state. But you can do it in a manner which ignores the facts. You can do it in a manner which ignores the laws. And you can do it for press coverage and do it in a way it's propaganda, but do it for the media, do it for the news, and attempt to sway the election. So this is true election interference, and I guess there's a first time for everything. Interesting times, because we were here when it happened. Yeah, prison does work. It certainly rehabilitated Nelson Mandela, didn't it? Or did it? So it was the people in the jury that decided this case against President Trump, and the decision was made before it even started. It was a foregone conclusion. Everyone knew it, especially when the rules were modified to make it so. So, yeah. As I said before, when the jury is instructed that they can choose from, I think it was 3 or 4 different paths to guilt, 3 or 4 different so-called charges that he could be found guilty of. And the instruction was that if any one of those is chosen by an individual jury member, that's sufficient. They did not have to agree upon which of the charges he was guilty of. Not that that might have made a big difference. I think they would have found him guilty regardless, because it's New York, and they were not happy with President Trump because they're New York. Wow. Well, I'm approaching the end for myself. Approaching it very, very quickly. Very quickly. Got to give it a little bit more time. Oh. Ah. It's amazing. How can we have 37 people watching? 37 people in the stream. I'm going to guess the majority of those people are asleep by now. Let's see, but some of us are not. Well, there's a reason that President Trump compared himself to Nelson Mandela, because yes, indeed, in this country anyway, even if he were jailed, he could still run for president. And it's unclear what's going to happen, but yes, he can run for president. Now, there's some question about once he's elected whether he can serve as president, apparently. That's what I've heard some constitutionalists discussing. But there is no doubt that he can run for and be elected president, even if he's in prison. Yeah, Judge Janine or Judge Jenny. I don't know Judge Jenny, but I don't know if you mean Judge Janine, like Janine Pirro. I don't know. But it's definitely a banana republic at this point. Unfortunately, T-dubs can't jump on because we don't have a way to add anyone to the panel. Tommy gave us access to this, and we're stuck with it the way it is. Tommy fell asleep. He's the only one with controls of this little machine that's running. So I certainly don't have keys anyway. I've never had keys to any of the channels, but we can't add anybody. So sorry, apes. We would add a bunch of people if we could, but we can't. We can't. So you're stuck with the somnolent flowings of Doc BBW, because that's all it's going to be. Rob D, I see. That sounds fascinating. That sounds enjoyable. Cooking a nice dinner there. And drinking wine. Is that you're drinking wine while you're cooking dinner? There you go. No. Sorry, apes. Mental Jock can't add anybody because apparently no one has access to the stream, even if they have keys and they have administratives and all that, because the way that this stream was set up, it's locked out. All the administrators are locked out. The only administrator who can modify this stream in any way is Tommy, apparently. So this is what Curly said before he left. This is what, was it Angelic? I guess Angelic said the same thing. So we're kind of stuck with each other the way we are. And Banana Republic is a broad definition, so and there may be some hyperbole there. We're certainly headed towards Banana Republic. There's no doubt about that. And certainly, this is a step backwards, you know. Now, of course, that's if you think that, we say Banana Republic, that's if you agree that the administrative state was involved in this, and I believe it was. I appreciate that, apes. I appreciate that, and the love is back to the full community. I'm actually I'm taking care of some items before I can go to sleep. Unfortunately, I have no way to accelerate them, and so until I can get everything completed, I'm with you guys. Always want to call you Once It, but I know it's not Once It. But I'm good. How are you doing? I hope things are good. Hope things are good. John Wick, I appreciate that comment. I don't know my insights on Trump. I don't watch television. I don't waste time with television, and I don't watch a lot of movies, but I do tend to check out the politics of the day, and I avoid CNN and MSDNC, Fox News as well, although I think Fox News is higher quality than CNN, certainly. You know, you don't see Fox News doing things like having a reporter reporting on a flood and purposely standing in waist-high water when in fact they could easily stand in just a few feet of water if they chose to. That's a CNN move, although CNN's not alone. Even I think it was CBS got caught doing, oh no, NBC got caught doing that. What's happening, Dodger? Welcome to the show. I'll just repeat what I said earlier, which is that this is sort of a rogue stream. Tommy set up a stream, CIA Tommy set up a stream, and we have no access administratively to any of the controls. The only one who can control it is Tommy, so it's going to keep rolling until Tommy wakes up and stops it. That's the way it works. Curly says it'll keep going and start recording over itself, apparently, if Tommy doesn't wake up and stop it. So, yeah, Dodger, it doesn't even matter if you lost your keys for this stream because Curly has keys, but he couldn't access the controls. Angelic couldn't access the controls. Both of them tried. And apparently the only one who can access the controls is CIA Tommy, our CEO, or former CEO. And I agree with you, Chillin' Barefoot. I agree with you that this is certainly a move by the Democrats who happen to be at the moment in line with the administrative deep state. And this is certainly was a move to attempt to diminish Trump's lead on Biden right now. I still don't know if they're going to allow Biden to be the final candidate come the time of the DNC convention. I still think they're going to try to swap out Biden for some other candidate, and they're able to do that because once it reaches the convention, they don't have to go with the will of the voters. They can elect whomever they choose to elect at the convention. As long as Biden agrees to step down for medical reasons, or is told to step down for medical reasons, or maybe they simply tell the truth and everyone can see that his cognitive abilities are minimal at best, and he can't possibly run for a second term. I think something like that's going to happen, but time will tell. But either way, they know that the only way they can stop President Trump from being reelected, and they know they need a bigger cheat this time around. They don't have COVID like they did before, And this bird flu doesn't seem to be working to scare people. So I think that they realize that they need to do something drastic, like putting him in prison and making him a felon, and seeing if that turns the tide for them, seeing if that diminishes the support for President Trump. I don't think it will, but that's what they're hoping. Yeah, what happened, Dodger? You tried to hop on and it wasn't doing anything, right? I mean, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, I know, Tommy, wake up. He'll wake up. He only sleeps a few hours and then he'll wake up. But the question is he going to wake up and understand that the stream is still running? I'll send him a message, make sure he knows. Hopefully it doesn't wake him up. I don't think it'll wake him up. Good point, though. I should send him a message, and I will do that now. Your stream is still running. No one could control it. Shut it down when you wake up. And there you go. Oh, why am I not? All right. Message sent to Tommy. Tommy will take care of things when he wakes up. I have no doubts about that. You know, the interesting thing is that, well, first of all, Chillin' Barefoot, I share some of your concerns about the safety for President Trump, and certainly I think that when they did the raid on Mar-a-Lago, they were hoping that they'd have any excuse to take him out, and that's why they had shoot to kill orders. But that's not very likely. And with JFK, that assassination happened in an era where video cameras were very expensive, not typically something that the average middle class person would have. Upper middle classes usually would have those video cameras, and so that's why Zapruder and a few others were the only ones with cameras, and none of those were supposed to be in the area where Kennedy's car traveled when he was assassinated. So all of the primary cameras from all the news agencies were along the parade route in a singular area, and then once Kennedy passed that area, it was supposed to be something that happened without any video coverage at all. Maybe a few photographs would have been taken. So the whole thing was a fiasco if you think about it. They had to run all sorts of psyop propaganda to try to hold things together, and even that only lasted until the Zapruder film was released by a whistleblower about 10 years after the assassination, and everybody could see that they'd been lied to at that point. All you had to do is watch the Zapruder film, and you could tell you were being lied to. And now, obviously, some people don't agree to that, but the majority of citizens believe what their lying eyes are telling them, that, he wasn't shot from behind. He was shot from forward and to side rather than from behind. So that was a fiasco, really. It wasn't the greatest. Certainly. And so that's why when Nixon needed to be taken out, he was done so without an assassination, but simply a coup, take him out. And the CIA managed to do that quite effectively. And I think that's what they were trying to do with Trump, with the whole Russian collusion business. They certainly gave it every effort, but he just wasn't willing to step down. And I'm glad he didn't. Sorry, now I need to go back in the stream and see what we've been talking about. Oh, let him sleep, man. I see Surdy Danny. I see that. Surdy Danny, you're messaging Tommy, and he'll wake up. He'll wake up in a few hours and he'll turn the stream off, I'm sure. And yeah, because of the fact that if they went for any sort of assassination, I think the first place that everybody would be looking is the deep state and the CIA, the administrative state. They'd be looking right for that. I don't think it would be easy to pull it off. Am I AI? Is that the question from One Use It? Am I AI? Tonight I am not AI. Sometimes I am AI, but tonight I am not AI. So when the Wuhan virus first came out, and Ron was sort of talking about it a little bit, Ron and I would talk about this. They were purposely manipulating the numbers to make it seem like it was far deadlier than it actually was. And it didn't take a rocket scientist to see that they were doing that. What they were doing is comparing apples to oranges when comparing the Wuhan virus to influenza. And what they were doing is looking at the number. They were looking at the number of deaths for the number of confirmed cases and comparing it to the number of deaths for the number of estimated cases of influenza. And the number of course, the number of estimated cases is several fold higher than the number of confirmed cases. So by comparing the number of deaths to the number of confirmed cases in the denominator for Wuhan virus, and comparing that to the number of deaths for the number of estimated cases for influenza, it made it seem like the Wuhan virus was far more deadly because the denominator was a smaller number. And they did that purposely. So at least that's my opinion. Otherwise, they made a big mistake. And of course, all the mistakes were against President Trump. They definitely wanted to create panic. They definitely wanted to introduce a lot of concern that no matter what was being done, it wasn't enough. So whatever the president was doing, it wasn't enough. And that's the way it went. Yeah, it is a really big question about whether this is all going to get sorted out peacefully, T-Dubs. It's all unprecedented. So the interesting thing is that Republicans don't usually go out rioting in the streets. But the other interesting thing is Republicans are typically the ones who have many guns at their home. So what exactly happens? All bets are off. We don't really know. Only time will tell. But it is dangerous times right now. So in the case of Richard Nixon, we're supposed to believe that there was a break-in performed by several CIA affiliates, and somehow, even though they had experience with the CIA, they'd done major break-ins in the past, but somehow they couldn't break into a small office without getting caught. Okay, sounds like a good story to me. Let's run it. I think that's a good point, Chillin' Barefoot. That's a good point, that a president probably is not able to take down the current CIA as it exists. I think JFK was going to try, and the current CIA is far more powerful than that CIA of 1963. All right there, Curls. Well, I'm only going to be able to do this for a little while longer, and then I'm gonna have to hit the hay. But let's take a look. Discount. Yeah, you're bringing up Fauci. Yeah, Fauci did some pretty bad stuff with AIDS in the 80s. Basically, he was pushing for the equivalent of the Pfizer vaccine, the mRNA. He was pushing for, I think it was AZT. I don't remember what the drug was, but he was pushing for the drug even though it was dangerous and it was killing people. But he was pushing for that drug, probably because he was getting some sort of kickback, or certainly there was some financial gain for him to do so. So Fauci is definitely, Fauci reached the position he reached because of politics. He's not a smart doctor at all. All you have to do is listen to him speak medically, and you can realize that he's kind of a dope. He's an administrative guy. He's not a clinician. He hadn't practiced. He's a pencil pusher. He's an administrative guy, and he's a politician at the NIH. And he was into backstabbing and all sorts of things to gain power and get to where he was. Some people even think that he might have been involved in the death of some of his adversaries, but I'm not going to go that far until we come up with another conspiracy show. We can talk about that. I think that'd be fun. I think that the interesting thing about the Wuhan virus is that it was certainly similar to, influenza viruses, pneumonia viruses, but as a coronavirus, it would be most closely resembling a terrible cold, because the common cold is a coronavirus, as is the Wuhan coronavirus. So they were manipulating the common cold or something similar to a common cold to make it a little more deadly, and it seemed to work. That's what they came out with. I don't know if you think that can happen, Curly. You think the president can get one 3-letter to go against the other 3-letter, and maybe they destroy each other? That would make for an interesting book, but I just don't know if it's possible. You know, if you ask CIA Tommy who's worse, he'll definitely say that it's King Leopold. He'll say that Hitler wasn't nearly as bad as propaganda suggests. You know, it's interesting that people with the extreme Trump derangement syndrome are the ones who insist that President Trump told people to drink bleach as a solution to Wuhan virus. Obviously, that never happened, and the best way to shut people down on that is to simply ask if they're willing to bet $100 that he said it, and then play the tape because he never said it. Usually when I bring that up, I always bring up the $100. It shuts people up right away. 30 Danny, who's more corrupt? The government or Tommy? You know, the interesting thing is Tommy's insisting that he didn't set it up intentionally such that it would be a rogue stream and no one would be able to control it and stop it. So who knows what's really the truth on that. So I'm going to say it's probably the government. I'm going to say it's probably the government that's behind this. Yeah, I think it's interesting. What is history going to say in 100 years about President Trump and about all of the administrative deep state Democrats with their TDS, and it'll be interesting. And yes, it is interesting that Fauci has not been prosecuted, probably won't be prosecuted, continues to earn his retirement, probably will pay no price for lying before Congress. It's the way it is. I think it would be interesting if Fauci were the victim of his own gain of function. That'll never happen either, but it would be interesting if that was the case. That's true. I was speaking discount. I was talking about the Hitler of our imaginations that died in Germany. I wasn't speaking of the Hitler that escaped to Argentina. My understanding is that Hitler was a kinder and gentler Hitler once he was or relaxing in Argentina. Probably the weather, the weather, it was a lot warmer in Argentina, a lot easier for him to feel more human, kinder, gentler Hitler in Argentina. Yeah, those pesky submarines to get the dictators out of Germany does make for interesting. Gingers don't have souls. That's the first time I've heard this, Serty. Interesting theory. You're welcome, that black dude. You're welcome. Oh, we got a super chat here. Look at that from our own Happy Meal. Let me read it. I can't bring it up on the screen, obviously, so it is the way it goes. But now a conspiracy show. Those other two are holding back, Doc. Now you need clips. Yeah, it would be nice. It'd be nice to do this as a real conspiracy show. But honestly, I've got just a few minutes left, and then I've got to crash. So, but it's been fun. Yeah, it's interesting. I think a lot of the stuff that Bill Clinton did, when you think of Mina Airport and some of those things, it was before he became president. But now the precedent is set that, hey, they can go after you for things from even before your presidency. They can impeach a president even after he's no longer president. So all these things are new and exciting ways of going after your political adversary, and certainly the Democrats have established it as fair game, and I'm looking forward to when it bites them in the ass later, and it probably will. I've never heard that, gain of Fauci. I like that, gain of Fauci. And yeah, Discount always does come up with some good stuff, doesn't he? I'm not sure what that means, but most people hate doing bowel cancer screening tests. I mean, it's not pleasant. I would agree, Magpie. History does belong to the victors, and so yeah, a lot of the stuff they came up with for Hitler was embellished. A lot of the stuff they came up in general for World War II was embellished. I can't go beyond that. I'm told I can't speak in more detail than that, but it was embellished. That's for sure. Nothing but embellishment. Discount. Struggling to fill the plastic bag in the cancer screening kit. Yeah. That's funny. I think I have to remember that as a joke. I thought I was supposed to fill the bag. Yeah. Well, M2 Carlino, I'm sorry to hear you feel that way. You know, it is true that the people of New York City, and of course the jury pool is slanted heavily towards Democrat. And so certainly the people of New York City sensibly wanted to find him guilty of whatever they could, even before the trial started. And so, yes, he was found guilty of 34 charges. And they could have added another 34 charges. He would have been found guilty of that. They picked an arbitrary number that sounded good for the public. They didn't want to overdo it. I think once before they did 98, and that just seemed a little outrageous. I think they tried to rein it in a little bit by saying 34 instead. And certainly for anybody out there with TDS, if it happens to make you feel good that he was found guilty of 34 charges out of 34 charges by a slanted jury, heavily Democrat city of New York, with contribution by any of the electorate that's going to decide this upcoming election, because certainly, you know, in other words, New York is not a swing state and not even close. So yeah, there you have it. He's guilty, but the question is, guilty of what? And so M2, if you can figure out what he's guilty of, that'd be great. Now, you're confusing me, though. Ronald Reagan is the greatest president of your lifetime. You know, it's interesting because Ronald Reagan had slogan "Make America Great," and then Donald Trump came with "Make America Great Again," and people lost their shit. So why? Yeah, excess deaths rose after the pandemic. Dr. John Campbell reports that. He's talked about turbo cancers, Dr. John Campbell. Certainly, cancers are on the rise, especially in young people. And there's no question that myocarditis is now just a natural event that occurs in all sorts of young people and athletes and all sorts of things like that. And it's just part of the new world. The new world. Yes, Fauci and Hitler, you know, it's hard to say who's worse, Fauci or Hitler. I have to think about that one a little bit. I don't want to jump to a rapid conclusion. I don't want to just burst out and say that Fauci's worse than Hitler. I don't want to say that. It sounds too stereotypical. So I'm just going to say it's worth thinking about. It's worth digesting to sort out who's the worst. Who's the worst, Fauci or Hitler? Because certainly Fauci unleashed, or certainly majorly helped unleash a virus upon the world that even though the true number of deaths is difficult to say because they purposely exaggerated the number of deaths from this Wuhan virus that we're calling COVID. But clearly, even if you say that there were 1 million deaths from this virus, Fauci had his hands all over that. I'm reading this note from you, Barry, and I don't quite understand it. I don't know about the dog. Well, I think the money printing really got started with Nixon when the gold standard was removed. So I think that the level of printing it's just out of control. But it was only a matter of time when they figured out that they could do it and get away with it. And that started once the gold standard, the gold was removed. Then they could do what they wanted. And certainly a number of people died under all the dictators during World War II, but the question is how many, and then trying to get a handle on how many died from the Wuhan virus, otherwise known as COVID. We may never know. We may never know. And then if you listen to Dr. Campbell, once the vaccine was introduced, it's hard to say how many people died of the Wuhan COVID virus and how many people died from the solution to that virus, which was the experimental vaccine. And yeah, you're right, Chillin' Barefoot. Most of governments did play a ride along. And surprisingly, Australia really went heavy. they wanted to set up concentration camps and all of that. Pretty amazing. I didn't think they had it in them. Well, folks, I've got to say goodnight. Obviously, the stream will continue. Tommy's been alerted, and eventually he will awaken. Probably in another, hard to say, 4 hours, I'm going to estimate. Probably 4 hours from now, Tommy will awaken, and he will probably stop this stream, but he may actually take the reins from where I've left off. But it's certainly been a pleasure, folks. Thanks everybody for tolerating my babbling. A little bit better than my snoring earlier. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun. So everybody, enjoy yourselves, and don't forget to wear your watches, and tell somebody you care about that you love them. Just do it. Just do it. Do it. Just say it. Just say it. All right, folks. Everybody have a good night.